marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in, into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink it in.
테마가 뭔지 알고 계신가요?
녹서스요. 녹서스. 녹서스 테마로 알고 있어요.
이쪽에 보시면은 녹서스 출신 챔피언 6명이 있어요. 출시 순서대로 배열하는 문제입니다.
출시 순서.
사이온은 저 그림 기준인가요?
네, 맞습니다.
아, 이때 사이온 굉장히 제가 좋아하던 챔프여서.
이 모습이 되게 옛날 모습이거든요. 요즘 분들은 잘 모를 텐데 이때 사이론이 정말 사기였습니다.
사실 지금 사이온 좀 아쉽죠.
대파 미드 사이온이라고 웬만한 애들을 다 원콤을 냈었는데
저는 안 가고 브란링 한 5개인가 6개 가가지고 그래서 AP 사이온이 정말 좋았습니다.
헷갈린 챔피언들이 3개 있는데 사이온이랑 드레이븐, 다리우스가 좀 헷갈리는데 이미지를 이렇게 해놓은 거 보니까 당연히 약간 옛날 일러스트면 맨 앞에 둘 거라 이렇게 생각 당연히 할 테니까 일단 꼬아서 3번째 놨던 것 같아요.
초상화가 얘가 첫 번째인 것 같거든요. 근데 지금 애매한 게 드레이븐 다리우스가 기억이 안 나가지고
다리우스 아니면 드레이븐인데 잠깐만요. 아 이거 좀 헷갈리는데?
어떤 부분이 좀 헷갈리세요?
또 최근 챔피언들은 또 언제 나오는지 좀 가물가물해가지고
드레이븐부터는 좀 최근 챔피언인 건가요?
네.
이제 이 다리우스와 드레이븐인데 이 둘 중에 누가 먼저 나왔냐 같은 그런 것 같은데
혹시 다리우스랑 드레이븐이 무슨 관계인지 알고 계세요?
형제인가? 생긴 게 좀 비슷한데요? 다리우스는 첫째여서 좀 철이 든 것 같은데 이제 둘째 드레이브는 이제 다리우스한테 좀 맞으면서 자라서 그런가 맞으면서 자라면 극과 극으로 나뉘는데 좀 안 좋은 쪽으로 된 것 같은.
약간 목소리부터도 뭔가 드레이븐이 약간 깐족대는 이미지가 있었습니다. 그럼이면 막 이런 목소리가 있어가지고 근데 다리우스가 그래도 좀 먼저 나온 것 같아요. 형이니까. 근데 이게 뭔가 스토리상 드레이븐이 먼저 이 정의의 전장에 참여를 해서 사이온 같은 애랑 전투하다가 사이온이 이렇게 막 치고 들어왔어요. 그런 거를 약간 다리우스가 뒤에서 약간 V로 끌고 이 그림이 좀 더 이쁜 것 같은데.
다리우스가 1,350원이고 드레이븐이 3,150원이었나? 그랬을 거예요. 그래서 저는 첫 번째 사이온, 두 번째 다리우스, 세 번째 드레이븐, 네 번째 클레드, 다섯 번째 사미라, 여섯 번째 이런 식으로 안배사.
첫 번째 문제, 오더입니다. 틀렸습니다. 정답을 맞추셨습니다. 정답입니다.
정답!
진짜 다행이네요. 이게 너무 헷갈려서 다리우스 드레이븐이.
느낌 따왔어요 이거.
그냥 뭐 딱 봐도 그냥 압니다.
와 이렇게 정답을 맞추시면 노트북을 주신다고.
챔피언마다 이명이 있다는 사실을 알고 계신가요?
이명이요?
이명?
이명?
귀가 안 들린다고요?
아 뭐 약간 별명 이런.
아, 맞습니다. 예를 들어서 슬픈 미라,
아무
마법 고양이.
유미겠죠?
네, 맞습니다. 약간 그런 식으로 추론을 해주시면 되는데요. 이번에 테마가 녹서스다 보니까 녹서스 챔피언 10명의 이명을 이제 시험지로 준비를 했거든요.
좋습니다.
어이구.
이름이랑 인적사항 먼저 적어주십시오.
근데 좀 어려운데요? 생각보다?
녹서스에 사람이 이렇게 많았나?
기농픽 사신? 아 벌써 모르겠.
사신이라 카서스?
사신이니까 카소스.
진홍빛 사신. 이건 쉽네요. 블라디미르.
녹서스 대장군 워낙 유명한 스웨인이 아닌가 싶은데요.
대장군이 안배사잖아.
녹서스의 대장군, 딱 봐도 이제 다리우스죠.
실력자. 드레이븐, 다리우스 중에 하나일 것 같은데
둘 중에 누가 더 실력이 좋아 보여요?
다리우스가 조금 더 실력이 출중하지 않을까.
녹서스 대장군은 스웨인일 것 같거든요. 대장군 하면 또 스웨인이니까.
스웨인이 좀 장군의 느낌이 있나요?
네.
어떤 부분이 좀 그렇게 느껴지세요?
대사가 그런 거에 관련된 뭔가 그런 느낌이 있었던 것 같아요.
이게 스웨인 플레이하다 보면 맨날 뭐 녹서스는 뭐 어쩌고저쩌고 우리는 전쟁 중이다 뭐 이런단 말이에요.
방금 스웨인이 왔다 간 것 같아요.
그쵸. 까마귀 저기 보이시죠?
추방자. 이거는 제가 아케인을 봤는데 그 안배사가 필트 오브였나? 거기 있었거든요. 그래서 이거는 일단 안배사로 할게요.
추방자, 멜도 포함인 거예요. 멜 저격경이.
무조건 리븐. 얘가 되게 불쌍한 친구더라고요. 그래서 맨날 뭐 어디 추방당해서 검도 맨날 부러져 있고 도망가는 스킬만 있잖아요. 그게 다 연결된 거거든요. 이게 맨날 도망다니까 추랑 이랑 벽을 다 넘을 수 있잖아요. 그러니까 얼마나 슬픕니까?
강철의 망령이라고 하니까 헤카림 떠오르는데 근데 헤카림이 녹서스가 아니라 막 그림자분도 이런 거일 텐데.
강철의 망령은 모데카이저인가요? 그림자분도 출신이잖아요.
모데카이도 원래 그림자 군도 아니었어요?
이민을 갔을 수도 있어요.
그러네, 이민에 갔네. 중간에 바뀌었네요, 얘.
그러니까 강철하면은 떠오르는 이미지. 옛날 모데카이저가 진짜 강철 그 자체였는데 거의 강철의 연금술사였는데 좀 옛날 모데카이저는 이제 Q도 이제 3타로 이렇게 뭐 큰 거 휘두르고
사악한 칼날. 이게 모르가나였던 것 같은데 모르가나는 아무리 생각해도 녹서스가 아닌데.
그 무슨 칼날 어쩌고 모르가나 스킨 있습니다. 모르가나로 가겠습니다.
파악한 칼날. 카타리나로 하겠습니다.
카타리나 칼날이 좀 사악해요. 좀 약해서 그렇지.
망나니 기사는 헤카림일 것 같고요.
거침 없으세요?
근데 사실 어디 소속인지 몰라요, 헤카림을. 그냥 찍는 겁니다.
망나니 기사 렐. 미쳤다, 이거 크랙이다.
이제 망나니 기사가 다리우스.
다리우스가 좀 망나니 같네.
제 친구가 다리우스 하는데 좀 망나니처럼 게임하더라고.
뭔가 클레드인 느낌이 나네요.
연습해오신 건 아니죠?
평소에 뭐 자주 하다 보니까 그럼이면 우린 전쟁 중이다.
환술사는 일단 르블랑 같은데요.
한술사는 르블랑.
환술사는 르블랑.
저 로토 체스를 하는데 검은 장미단이라는 그런 시너지가 있거든요. 근데 그거를 활성화시키면 사이온이 나와요. 그래서 이 검은 장미단은 녹서스일 것이다. 그래서 한술사는 르블랑으로 하겠습니다.
억눌린 허기 씨는 누구죠?
배고픈 녹서스 챔피언이
브라이어 녹서스 맞나요, 근데?
브라이어일 것 같다. 원래 녹서스는 강한 자들이 살아남는다라는 주의를 가지고 있는 대륙이거든요. 거기 가면은 그냥 어깨만 한번 부딪혀도 바로 그냥 시비 털리는 그런 곳인데 그런 곳에서 사실 살아남기 브라이어 같은 이런 외형과 그런 눈동자를 이렇게 가지고 있으면 이렇게 보기만 해도 그냥 쟤 진짜 건들면 안 되겠다 이 생각 드는. 그래서 브라이어가 녹서스에 잘 어울릴 것 같고요.
녹서스 다녀와 보신 적 있는 것 같아요.
자주 들립니다.
검의 그림자? 검의 그림자가 뭐가 있지?
검의 그림자 하면 제드밖에 없는데.
힌트 없나요?
검의 그림자의 힌트를 좀 드리자면 근본 미드였는데 갑자기 정글로 쓰였고 그리고 혼 선수의 시그니처 챔프 중에 하나였습니다.
아, 제가 그 친구를 몰랐었네요.
칼론이 녹서스였어요? 누구?
혼 선수.
잘 모르겠습니다. 검 그림자? 넌 쉔해 그냥.
와! 근데 기분이 너무 나쁘네요. 이거 옛날 그거 같아가지고. 진짜 그 선생님처럼 써주셨네요.
60점 뭐야?
본인에게 좀 실망하신 건 아니죠?
실망했습니다. 녹서스의 실력자 씨 누구지?
사실 녹서스의 실력자가 바로 다리우스입니다.
그래요? 진짜요?
너무 아쉽습니다.
더 열심히 해야겠네요.
이거 다 맞춰주신 분들.
네, 만점가 있습니다.
진짜요?
얍.
어떻게 이렇게 녹서스에 대해서 잘 아실 수가 있으세요?
사실 뭐 제가 카타리나나 신드라 같은 챔프를 좋아해서 그쪽 지역은 제가 다 빼고 있습니다.
라이프 선수는 몇 점 정도 받았을 것 같아요?
그러면 100점이요. 제가 생각하기에 그 형은 약간 정모위키라고 표현을 할 수 있는데 저희가 뭘 말하면은 바로 그 대답이 나와서 그래서 아마 이것도 다 알고 있지 않을까라고 생각하고 있습니다.
다 맞았어요? 사실 힌트를 많이 주셔서 그래도 만점 받았네요. 힌트 주셨지만. 감사합니다.
이거 제가 미래의 검은 장미단 언어로서 앨리스와 르블랑과 이제 꼭 셀카 올리도록 하겠습니다.
실제로 0점 받은 선수가 있다면 믿으시겠어요?
0점이요? 그거는 약간 고의가 좀 들어가 있지 않나. 아무래도 프로그램이 더 흥했으면 좋겠다는 마음에 그런 식이 아닌가.
몇 점 받은 선수가 있거든요.
진짜 0점이 있어요? 얘는 뭐야?
사실 이런 거는 이제 게임이랑 많이 연관 없으니까 게임만 잘하면 되지 않을까 그렇게 생각합니다.
박제되면 인기 얻으니까 좋은 거 아니에요? 오히려 좋은데?
You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the through the skin.
하나생명 파이팅!
플러스 기아 파이팅!
플러스기아 화이팅! 쇼메이커 화이팅!
하나생명 SK컵 파이팅!
Good afternoon and welcome to another day of the 2025 LCK Cup. I am Valdez. With me is Ox today, and our first match is especially enticing here. Ox, we got DK up against Homalife Esports, a couple of teams that are two favorites to do quite well here at the Cup.
Yeah, I think everyone's expectation for HLE was really high in terms of the roster they have. Some hiccups so far, but I think D+, I think it's pretty easy to say they've been the best performing team so far in the LCK Cup. You know, we've seen some struggles with Gen G against Bro, which has kind of dropped them down a peg or two. So I really think D+ have stood out. They haven't been infallible. I mean, no team has, but really in good form and undefeated so far.
Yeah, DK looking great. I think that Fearless has really let them shine as well. I don't feel like they even really needed Fearless, but they're using it as an excuse to pick a bunch of cool things and make great compositions and really showcase their incredible champion pools. And they have not lost, as you mentioned. Homalife Esports, they did lose as they got absolutely just flattened by Gen G. That's where we were like, oh wow, Gen G's really, really strong. Homalife, we'll have to see where they go, but things have changed since then.
Yeah, I mean, the Titans of Bro had to, you know, show Gen G their place. But yeah, I mean, this one, obviously, Group Elder still a good amount ahead of Group Baron. So it's going to take a lot for Group Baron to catch up from here. But matches like this, where it's two opponents so close together, are where Group Baron can find an edge. Like, HLE definitely capable of beating D+, but we need to see them in form. We need to see them playing at a better level than in some of their series, for sure.
Yeah, and you know, at first it looked like it was just donezo for Group Baron, but we got 9 matches left. There is absolutely comeback potential. One side will lose. Which team will keep their streak? Can DK, the undefeated, stop the Orange Tank on their way to their 3rd consecutive victory? We don't have Saturday Showdown for the LCK Cup. That will come back in the LCK. But whatever they would play in the Saturday Showdown, Homalife Esports that is, it would be Orange Day. So technically, Orange Day for them, and they are the Orange Tank. We'll see if that extra bit of power can help them across the line. But I really liked the drafting specifically. You know, you've got the LoL Master Barrel back on the team for DK. You've got the super rookie in the top lane in Shiwu, and it's really just rounded out this roster in a fantastic way.
Yeah, and I think particularly for me, when we talk about the draft in the mid-jungle, seeing a lot of flexing there in terms of what picks they're able to play. I think this is really cool. You know, Siwu going up against Zeus and has said specifically how he is his role model, how he wanted to play against him, inspired him to become a pro player. Yeah, I mean, really cool. And hopefully he puts on a good performance. He gets to rise up for the challenge.
Yeah, the thing about Chu, when I first saw him, I'm like, oh boy, this guy's really nervous. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it happen on stage. And then he just proved me totally wrong. He was like, no, I look nervous, but I play like I'm a veteran. I play like I don't make mistakes. I'm always doing the right thing. And you need that when you're going up against someone like Zeus, as the bot lane is key. The total head-to-head aiming is ahead, 35-24. And it does have the current total first KDA. Certainly helps that he has not lost yet.
Yeah, and you know, aiming, I think last year in summer in particular, really had a strong performance with D+, has started off the season in a similar manner. Viper though, I feel like Viper, of all the AD carries in the league, was the person I feel like in Fearless I have the most faith in to be able to lean into, you know, even outside of traditional AD carries in the majors. It'll be interesting to see what does come up here.
Well, let's see how it goes as the two teams are walking out here. Do we have any shenanigans? I will say that DK always brings a giant fan base. They've been one of the teams that has really grown, I would say, in terms of their fan base. And today, yeah, we're on the DK side again. Seems like we're always on the DK side for some reason. And we'll see how that goes for them. But Life Esports, this is a powerful roster. When we first saw it, the addition of Zeus, absolutely excellent. And yeah, you know, there's been some ups and downs for sure, but still looking very strong.
Yeah, I mean, that Genji series, obviously Genji played extremely well, but HLE really looked out of sorts. But, you know, this is the reigning LCK champions. Adding Zeus to the mix really just makes them even more of a threat. So once they figure out how to fit him into how their team plays, once they sort of sort things out, I really have a lot of confidence this team will be performing at a really high level.
Zeus' hair is growing out a little bit. He feels a little bit less embarrassed about it, covering it a lot less often. How long will he grow it out, I do wonder. Will he just go back to the normal and then keep it that way? Or maybe this is an opportunity to try something totally new. I think he should go for the mullet, personally.
Yeah. You know what? If you want, you can just go down there and tell him your thoughts. You can let him know.
Right now?
Yeah, right now. I'll
just go down there?
I'll cover in the meantime. I think it'd be.
You think they'll let me on stage?
It's important information.
What do you think would happen if I just walked on stage right now?
Don't let the intrusive thoughts win, Brendan.
Would they stop me, or would they just be like, wait, what's going on?
Keep them at bay. Keep the intrusive thoughts at bay, okay? We don't need to find the answer to that question.
If I had a mic, they would definitely let me on the stage. But, yeah, I'm not going to try it. I'd rather just cast the draft, I think.
You're not gonna try. That's a good...
Yeah.
What a fantastic idea.
Maybe next time,
maybe not.
Give it a shot.
Perhaps not. Perhaps not. Okay. I think we're fine here. I think we're fine. The cameraman are doing a great job of showing us all the players. We don't need to get up close and personal.
Well, everybody's looking pretty happy today on the stage. You know, the weekends do start a little bit earlier, but everybody seems awake, ready to go. It's not too early. You know, we're not starting at like 11 a.m. That would be just ridiculous for esports times. But 3 p.m., definitely a pretty comfortable start for these guys. They can get dinner afterwards very comfortably. You know, sometimes if you're playing like the second series and it goes late, it can go until like 11, 12, and then you're like, well.
Yeah, I feel like if you ask the average league player if they're up at 11 a.m., they're like, there's 11 a.m. now?
Not a chance in the world, actually.
I mean, maybe if they stayed up all night playing, that's the only way they get into 11 a.m. You know?
I have done it before.
Gamer hours.
Yeah.
Well, all in our youth.
Yeah. Yes. Life Esports do have the side selection, and they will go for the blue side. Only 9 more group stage matches left in the LCK Cup before we get into play-ins and then into playoffs, of course. Can Life Esports try to drag Group Baron up a bit more tonight?
Yeah, so a lot of weight on D+ in these bans being on red side. Skarner is the must ban when you're on red side. Callista's very high ban priority as well, so might get taken away. Life Esports deciding to target the Vi. Obviously, Lucid has said before he thinks he is the best Vi in the LCK and has honestly lived up to that title a fair few times. So, Ambessa is going to be denied. Zyra taken away from Peanut. Callista still open right now. See what they do here. Also, Yone has been a pretty popular ban against Honor Life Esports. Obviously, having both Zeka and Zeus, the double Zs, both good at Yone. Can cause a lot of problems. Cassante and Ambessa banned away. So Zeus is tired of the champions with a million dashes in the top lane. He doesn't want any of that.
Yeah. Yone is still one that does have at least a couple of dashes. Will it get targeted here? Is it Callista? Is it something like a Rumble that gets through? Certainly a lot of power picks still available when you're banning something like the Zyra, so Callista is the choice. The Poppy also still available. It's not going to be prioritized for Peanut, but they are going to pick up the Jace first. We have seen that Jace, even with Unending Despair not being able to be picked up, it doesn't matter. He is still very strong.
Yeah, still very popular. And on top of that, other things that have been left open, obviously the Rumble, but also the Ashe and the Varus. I can see them potentially traded off. We've seen people prioritize the Varus, especially if you're at a window where you can go the poke Varus. It can be quite hard for Ashe to play the game. You need to get up into auto range, and Varus can just Q from a mile away. Can struggle into those tankier champs as well. And again, we've seen this tank Jace could also be, mid lane Jace, where we've seen it go more the poke build, a little bit bruiser. Nidalee will come through, so the potential to lean quite heavily into poke already for D+, and Lucid repping the Nidalee. I've seen that from him before with some strong performances.
And there goes the draft. Not sure where it went. Maybe he's taking a little bit of a break. But hopefully he comes back.
Yeah.
Not sure. I mean, I'm looking on stage. I can see that the players are still in the draft, so probably just a bit of a small whoopsie.
Yeah, like
try to keep you. Maybe we'll do it here on the. Oh, okay. So this is what happened. It was a Rumble selection, not a Nidalee selection.
Oh, okay.
And that is the issue. Looks like Ezreal selected on the other side, because right now we've got the draft going, guys. So it's just a little bit of an issue. We'll try to keep you updated. Here we go. We got the old format here.
Yeah, got the old one. At least you can see it. Sorting back out. So Rumble has come through. So a little bit different. Don't have the Nidalee, don't have that fast clear, but a lot of power in the top lane.
Pick Zoe. Pick Zoe.
Want to secure that.
Or Yone. Yone's fine.
They'll take the unit themselves, so not to ban it, and confident to take it away. Obviously a pick that you often see into Azir, quite popular there. Viper did secure that Ezreal for himself, so something that can play quite safely, quite at a long range. And it definitely feels like so far, D+, they have tools, they have strong ultimates. If they can get on top of this backline of HLE, a lot of power, a lot of safety in this HLE backline. You have the Ezreal and the Azir, a lot of mobility, a lot of range to play at. And the Jace likely will be that bruiser at least, if not tank Jace, so not the easiest target to get on top of now. You see this Sejuani denied. I feel like honestly D+ maybe could have got a look in on that, especially pairing up with the Yone, but deciding against it.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting. I do wonder what kind of jungler they are going to go for if they're banning Sejuani away from, Azir and Jace. Elise banned away.
And we're back.
We are so back.
Yeah, Elise support denied from Beryl, the guy who can die 9 times and still win. So not want to give that one over. Obviously a lot of early power, and also part of it being, if it comes to that 4th pick, D+ can take it away initially, or they can even leave it for counter pick, so a lot of threat there. Wukong going to get taken away as well. Definitely saw Cuz have a lot of value on that when it was like Wukong Ari, so a lot of dive potential, but also can work in a defensive manner. If you're diving into him, he can use his clone to get like the double ults. Still Xin Zhao open available, something we've seen very popular in the jungle, so maybe D+ lean in that direction. I mean, the Nidalee is also just available, although I feel like they don't really have the setup for it in that composition, so not a huge fan.
Hasn't stopped teams before,
Has definitely not stopped teams before, but this could be interesting. Looking at the Lee Sin potentially.
Why does it feel like it's Lucid asking Beryl what he's playing?
Okay, Nidalee comes in, so decent amount of poke, decent amount of pressure, and especially, I mean, we've seen Nidalee do well in the Zyra, but Nidalee is a fast clearer and should be able to outpace, for example, Zinzao, which is the highest picked jungler in the LCK Cup, and will be picked up by Peanut. Now, support picks, they end up going for the Poppy. So again, decent amount of peel, definitely playing that more defensive game. I feel like the value is not spectacular here on it, but the assumption is that when you have a Nidalee, when you have things like a Rumble as well, D+ are likely going to want lockdown and engage from their support pick. You know, I'm thinking things like the Rel being available, and I think that Poppy is like a preemptive.
Yeah.
This is what we expect, so we're going to deny it in advance. And I actually think this is a pretty heads-up pick. So the Maokai works well, specifically because it is an engage pick, you know. It is providing what D+ need, but it's not really counteracted by Poppy. There's not much Poppy can do to stop what a Maokai does. Whereas if you pick something like the Rel, like the Alistar, you're kind of playing into Delight's hand with what he's already taken. So I think it makes sense. A lot of CC being offered by the bot lane, which is important when we have this Nidalee. And it definitely feels like when we get to these team fights, it's going to be about D+ trying to connect onto this backline, get onto these critical carries, and Hanwha Esports trying to deny that.
Yeah, they also just have a lot of damage from range themselves. We've seen Jace and Maokai many times paired up before, but think about, you know, Rumble ult and Maokai's ult. You've got a Yone or a Nidalee spear to hop in, a Varus Q to land while people are rooted or stuck in place or slowed by saplings, you know. It does feel like both sides are kind of keeping each other at a distance. Obviously, DK has a lot of ways to close that distance as well. So, should be a pretty fun one, actually. I think that both teams have really gotten a lot of power picks in this draft. It is the first draft of by the way, it is Lucid's birthday. That's what that says. He is looking to carry today.
Didn't it say the 28th of the 1st? So in a few days.
Yes.
Yeah. So
but celebrating it today because this is the closest match.
That's fair enough. You know, just clarifying.
I'm glad you clarified. Thank you, Ox. And guys, it looks like we are ready to hop onto the roof for game number 1. Alrighty, game number 1. Hanwha Esports versus D+ Kia. On paper, this one looks like the more competitive of the two series we have today. As level 1, Beryl, just having a bit of fun as he does.
Yeah, really nice Q from Beryl, just completely disengaging the situation. Peanut going the Audacious Charge, which does have a slow attached to it, so there was potential for something. Doesn't end up paying off. And nothing has to be burned from D+. And on top of that, we see aiming move in and get a pretty deep ward around the bot lane. Does look like we're going to end up in a swap situation on the back of this. And not only is it a swap situation, but looks like Zeus is going to assist Peanut with clearing out these bot side camps and seeing if they can try and get these away before like the map split pressure comes in. But it looks like on the other side, D+ are kind of doing something similar. Actually,
oh boy,
Zeus walking into a trap.
Uh-oh. And it's level 1 between these two, but it's still going to be a hell of a lot of zoning already. But Zeus, he got the grasp proc.
Yep.
He got something out of the trade.
Did have bone plating there just to mitigate a bit of the damage. You know, obviously a popular option when you know you're in these swap situations. But the health being lower does mean if he does end up going bot later, is in a vulnerable spot. We're seeing Shed XP in the mid lane to try and help these top laners out.
Yeah, you know, just a little 2v2 action. A couple of solo laners together. Azir on a 6-game winning streak. Just when we thought, you know, it's Fearless, we're getting rid of him. At least we will get rid of him for the next couple of games.
You know what I think is part of that?
Yeah.
Oh, he's TPing down immediately. Are they going to look for a dive?
I mean, it is Maokai is pretty good at diving and at least trading very aggressively. You see he drops aggro by hitting the minion, and now he's got Xiu, who's level 1, but I think this might be enough damage. The Harpoon is going to miss, though, and Beryl flashes away. He's in a lot of trouble. Oh, he got first blood! He's able to get it anyway. Peanut, of course, will be able to take him down, but at least the Feat of Strength does go over to DK.
And on top of that, because Zeus TP'd to the bot lane, even though it's a 1-for-1, Zeus missed a lot of experience there, so not an ideal situation for HLE. This is kind of the thing with Maokai, it's so easy to drop the tower aggro. They go for the initial dive, they get a good amount of damage. Feral dodges away from that second tower shot, and then they just go for the redive. And Zeus does buy a lot of time. I think Siwu being level 1, not a great contributor to this play. And then Peanut coming round. Feral gets a kill, knows he's dead, but his job has been done.
Yeah, Zeus waited until the very end to flash. You know, maybe could have dodged like a second harpoon and potentially trying to survive under the turret, but it's a pretty dire situation, so I don't even really blame him for that. Looking to save his flash and then flash towards the end, thinking he could get away.
Oh,
this time, though, he doesn't have flash, and that's in Italy with red buff. He's not getting away from this. The knockback is going to be critical, but does he even have it? The answer is he's not going to use it if he did. And down he goes. That's another kill as Lucid is just hunting him down.
Yeah, another thing as well, normally we think about having like, you know, double AP, like AP jungle, AP in a solo lane, you know, you can itemize against it easier, but the harpoons reduce magic resist as well, so, you know, in these situations before Zeus has any magic resist, it's really brutal when Siwu connects those, and T-Plus getting off to an even better start. This Jace already 0-2-1, not the start you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, he is just eventually going to be tanky and kind of do his thing, so it doesn't feel as bad as like a lethality Jace that gets behind perhaps, but it still feels pretty bad. Like there's nothing really good about the situation for Zeus. And even Showmaker's doing a good job of taking trades here against Zeka. I say that, and immediately Zeka gets a great trade and a grasp proc. So
we're saying, I mean, we saw how, you know, Azir is on a 6-win streak, but I do think a caveat to that is what matchup do we often see?
Corki!
Azir against Corki. And Corki is 0-12, so I do think that might be a factor in why Azir's stats are looking so good. Not that this pick isn't strong, but yeah.
If anyone picks Corki today, I don't care who it is, even if it's Genji in the next series, I am putting all of my channel points on the enemy team. I'm going to open up my phone and put it all on the other team.
I mean, it's 0-12. It's not like it's suddenly start winning, right?
Well, there's also gambler's fallacy. You know, it's lost so many times, it's got to win this time, right? At least that's how I think the teams are thinking about it when they pick it for the 12th time.
They're like, I can fix him.
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't think he's fixable at this point, guys. Talking to the LCK teams.
Little plane is broken down.
Yeah, I think he needs a buff.
Needs an engine work.
Or just, as Wadid has been saying every single time, just play him in bot lane instead if you are going to play him.
I don't think he needs a buff. I think just don't play him. It's fine for Corki not to be in the meta. I'm completely okay with that.
I haven't seen enough Corki personally. You know, that one season that I was a part of where it was Azir Corki almost single every single game. It wasn't enough for me. The Grubs here are going to be taken by How Life Esports. Lucid is nearby, and he would love to deny one.
They've gotten 2 without smiting, though, so the third's an easy pickup. 3 Grubs secured for HLE, so they do get the contribution towards the Feats of Strength. And yeah, a nice little addition to get immediately. Oh, that recall gets stopped. Doesn't get stopped, so Viper avoids that. But aiming, I mean, last year he was the Gold King. Old habits die hard. Just spending his time getting some plating, getting some extra farm. It's on a huge lead over Viper right now, but has pulled ahead a little bit there. But his pressure wasn't there for the Grubs, so Deepos really not interested in fighting it.
Yeah, I think that's okay. You know, he's going to go back, pick up a Dirk and a long sword, and thought maybe he was going to get something else, but just running back to lane here. It is just going to end up being normal lanes by the end of it all, and we can kind of take stock of where we're at. The 3 Grubs did go to Life Esports, but DK are in the lead with the first blood and that extra kill that they did get onto their Nidalee, which we weren't super happy about. I think the Maokai certainly helps it out a lot, but especially because you think about the synergy, you've got traps, you've got saplings, you have a ton of brush control, and a lot of ways to get vision. So just together, even if you're not, you know, landing giant Nidalee spears, it just has a lot of synergy anyway. As Peanut, level 6, is going to find the Nidalee, and push him away.
I think it's one of these things where if people get ahead and get control, it's going to be really obnoxious dealing with that. But definitely Nidalee as a pick where one behind feels quite underwhelming. And even the Maokai support, if it falls behind, just feels very squishy. So we'll see how that goes.
All right, well, he's just going to ult away. So ult for ult trade, very nicely buffered there by Showmaker. And no problem for him at all.
Yeah, and Delight had moved up for that play, so, I mean, it's not like Viper's going to miss much, but getting zoned out at the moment gives a little window when maybe D+ could potentially look towards the Dragon. And it looks like that is what they will do. So even though, you know, it's not like Zeka, it was an ult for ult trade, it's not like he committed anything more, but Delight moving up towards the mid lane, and also the fact that Aiming has this additional pressure, he's level 6, he has the Dirk, does result in D+ just getting a free Dragon. Mountain as well, pretty nice one to pick up early.
I mean, it's Mountain, and we got Hextech on the way next, so...
Might be a weaker soul, honestly, on the back of that.
Yeah. Kind of liking Infernal. I think Cloud is also pretty good, but you think about Chemtech and Ocean.
Yeah, I mean...
Not great. Not a lot of tanks either.
Oh. So I kind of missed. Yeah, I mean, I think the Ocean value is okay because there's a decent amount of poke, but it's definitely not going to be as good as a lot of the others. And just more pressure come down the bot lane. HLE are swapping the bot lane up towards the top side for these grubs that they want to prioritize. But you know, when you go over these rotations and you don't have the priority, you're just suffering every time. Aiming is picking up more and more plates on the bot lane. Zeus just get a decent amount of damage back, but I mean, this feels like an even easier dive setup than we saw before.
The root is going to land. Zeus, nice flash away from the spear. I just don't know if it matters, though, because another spear is coming, and Maokai is here. As in they go with the damage. Barrel flashes away. We got to dive in the top lane. 2 Shiu in a lot of trouble here against 3, but Peanut tanking up the turret shots, and it gets traded back. As yes, Viper picks up a kill, but so does Shiu in the top lane.
It's one of these situations where you're so used to like the amount of damage that a tower does, and the buff just catching Peanut off guard. I don't think it was by a large margin they did enough damage to kill him, but it ramps up so quickly. And here, Aiming takes the window when Zeus doesn't expect it to throw the ult down, get some damage in, and be in the flash. And the Barrel here flashes out, doesn't risk it, doesn't take the extra hit, which is a good call when you see how much damage he did there to Aiming. And here, you know, Peanut tries to play the Am tank in the tower. I'm just going to walk out on the last hit. There's a great flash there from Siwa to avoid the stun from Delight, and then Peanut here, I mean, that must have just killed him, but definitely the improved towers, the more damage that they have, catching him off guard.
Yeah, now you look at TK's position, they traded better in the dive situation. They're going to get all 3 grubs for themselves. That's a second look at that objective there for the feats of strength, and they're very close to getting the bottom turret already. And Aiming's getting solo time with the top turret here. Let's see how much damage Zeus and Viper can do down here, but there's no wave with the equalizer.
No one coming in, but he should just be able to clear this one out. And it just feels like HLE are being handled at every turn. You know, the fact that they swapped their bot lane up towards the top side, they wanted priority on the grubs. Because Peanut goes down, they lose out on that. And you know, the gold lead isn't crazy. It's not like this game is doomed for HLE or anything, but this has been a really positive start for D+.
It's been massive. Like, they have the first dragon. They're ahead on feats of strength. They have so much gold into their Varus, who Aiming has 121 CS. He's ahead by 30 CS on Viper. He's going to catch up a little bit here. But he's also just got so many plates. That's why the difference is almost 1,000, even though they both have a kill. Just all of that extra objective gold going over to Aiming, so he hits his first item quicker and is going to be a real menace when it does come to some of these fights we're going to have in a bit, like over the Rift Heralds, over the next Dragon, potentially.
Oh, man. I mean, obviously, we're not really in a position to kill him, especially with our ult, but just the fact that he has that much pressure, you know, it really feels like HLE just on the back foot. Zeus 0-3-1, not ideal. And the thing is, there's no one really who wants to go up against Aiming, because at the point he's at now, his poke is really severe. Jace isn't really tanky yet, and everyone else will just get kind of melted.
Yeah, everybody is melting. Viper's just sitting back as far as he possibly can. Showmaker, though, is going to dodge back, but Delight is here. The knockup comes in, flash away as Zeka is tanking off the turret, and Showmaker still gets away. And he will survive. We got a TP coming in. Shu looking to potentially punish this. A lot of health bars are pretty low up here, but they're going to get the first turret, actually. So Home Life Esports, pretty good spot as long as Zeka can get out alive. Delight sticking around, but yeah, the TP goes, and they get away.
He was definitely a little bit conservative there, like pathing a little bit afraid just to completely cut them off, but gonna end up finding what they want there. Even though Showmaker survives, HLE still getting some pressure down on the bot side, but mid aiming once again, going to be looking to pick up more plates. He was a bit angry that he didn't get Gold King last week, I feel. We're seeing this play. He wants to secure it.
It's taken by Jiwoo, actually. So pretty funny. Another 80 carry does kind of make sense. But yeah, he's just getting, he got like 3 plates bot, 3 plates top, and 3 plates mid. Peanut has to ult. Kind of an awkward spot for him.
Yeah, missed ult there from aiming, but I mean, you force the Xin Zhao ult, so not too much of an issue, like regardless of the fact you missed it. If Xin Zhao ults, I don't think you really have the damage to immediately kill him, so just a trade there. And yeah, I mean, overall, plate gold, pretty even, to be honest, but it's kind of more distributed for the side of HLE, and I think some of it not picked up as well.
Feats of Strength, by the way, picked up here by DK. They got that dragon, and it is in Ocean Soul, so we'll see if they can pick up a bunch to help against this poke. That's really going to be the main thing here. But yeah, Feats of Strength, as they do pick up 3 grubs and 2 dragons. So DK will secure that for the team. They get the sandals. We might have a moment here where, yes, we do have the Rift Herald spawning in a minute, but especially with the Feats of Strength down, we'll see how hard DK do want to fight over this objective.
Yeah, I think for breaking mid-tier 1, definitely a lot of value for both sides. But I think, honestly, HLE in a bit of a rough position right now. We do see that Zeus has gone for the Hull Breaker first. So, I mean, we've seen him pick up the Hull Breaker before, but we've seen him go like Shojin, Fimbulwinter, Hull Breaker. Whereas now he's making it like patently clear his role is to be a menace in the side lane. Eventually he'll become bulky enough that like Siwa won't be able to cut through him, and he'll have a hard time in the 1v1. And I think that is just HLE's intent, just play through sides in the long term. Obviously they could send Showmaker against Zeus, and the Blade Ruin King would cut through him pretty effectively.
Yeah, definitely would. And we take a look here at the difference in the 80 carries. This is what we were mentioning. And now we've got the lockdown. The Xin Zhao pretty good to stop a lot of the incoming damage and the Poppy ult, but it just doesn't matter. They outnumber Peanut in the river, and they do take him down. As Lucid, yeah, he was punted away, but that doesn't really matter, as they're going to get Peanut right before the Rift Herald spawns. So excellent timing here as well for DK.
Yep, some good setup. And I mean, one of the problems with HLE's composition really is you don't have that clear snap engage where you just see a target, kill a target. You know, you have to find a good angle for Delight to knock someone into a wall. Peanut needs to stack up his knock-up before it actually takes effect. Whereas on the other side, barrel presses are, that's a kill. You know, it's that easy if you have the follow-up.
Yeah. That's why that Maokai last pick, we were very impressed by it, because it really just rounds out the composition. You don't really want to play an engaged support, but you need an engaged support. So what do you want? Do you want to go for some kind of engaged enchanter? The answer was no. We'll just play Maokai, and it works out perfectly here.
Yeah, there's really just not much Peanut can do in this situation. Peril, though, also doing a great job with the Twisted Advance there, dodging the knockup from the Poppy. I don't think it was needed, but why not show off?
Yeah. You can see he was waiting. You know, he could have pressed it immediately, but instead he was like, no. Poppy's right there. Beryl so far has been very impressive. I think that a lot of times in spring in the past, with the old format, he's been kind of just having fun, and that's fine. But he's really locked in at the beginning of LCK Cup. He's been having a great performance so far.
But also having fun.
Having a little bit of fun. I mean, he did have that Elise game, but there have also been games where he's been kind of carrying. And here we got Showmaker right on top of Zeka. The ult is well committed to. Barely not enough damage. And Zeka gets away, but still feeling the pain of just Yone existing.
You know what that is? that is honestly the difference between having Resolve and the extra HP from those runes. You know, Leandri's Sphere is a bit bulkier, so Showmaker just not having enough damage to take him down. And Herald thrown down mid. Not a huge amount of value. That tower is really low already, but they'll happily knock it down. And now it's going to be really difficult for Viper because he's just going to get poked out by aiming. He doesn't have the safety of a turret to retreat to. And those arrows from the Varus going to really start hitting, especially as that Manamune's nearly stacked up, already finished from aiming.
Yeah, he's chilling. He has a ton of support, especially on the top side of the map. The bottom side of the map, he's got one in the enemy jungle, a ward that is. So he can just farm out very safely. Zeus is going to be down here picking up this turret. And Viper so far, he is still Ezreal. So even though, you know, aiming could potentially poke him out, Viper's just saying, okay, I respect you entirely. You've got a level on me. Let's take a look at this play. I think I stopped his back, is what he said, and then...
아, 야, 아지르 필. 아지르 필이야?
Azir's low.
So close, so close. You know,
You see the emotions just roller coastering.
had to use the ult to delay the snapback, and just unfortunately didn't quite have enough then. The good attempt, you know, keeping Zeka on his toes. Zeka no stranger to Yone's kit, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they also had an opportunity to first pick it, but I do feel like Yone has dropped just a little peg. You know, it's not, you know, first pick territory.
I think that's fair, but we've seen like BDD had a pretty great performance on it. We saw Zek himself have a pretty good performance on it. And by Showmaker picking it, it's a great pick, but also denies it because of the fearless format. Now Zeka is looking for an angle here. D+ will back away. There's tank Jace, so that poke basically non-existent. And Showmaker's still pushing. He's fine. I mean, that's the thing. They don't need this dragon. It's a singular ocean dragon. Lucid might try and steal it, but if they get a tier 2, that's a good trade.
Hey, they're even going to throw an Varus ultimate, and the steal comes in. Why not? They're not being zoned away. They're winning the push in top lane. They're winning the teleport battle as well. Double teleport used by HLE. DK has both. And they're just controlling every single objective right now. They're even pushing the mid lane.
Yeah, both TPs used and still taking a ton of damage on that mid lane tower. The pressure is just constant from D+. And you know, I think expectations was this would be a close series, but it really feels like D+ have just had such an edge so far in this game. Everything has been going in their favor. And HLE kind of just on the back foot consistently. And the fact they lose that dragon and a decent amount of tower damage to those tier 2 towers on top of that. You see the replay coming through. So aiming ends up ulting Peanut. He does obviously ult to block damage, but just sinking up the burst a little bit there from D+. Really well executed. It's something we've kind of seen T1 do a lot, where they sink up damage onto a neutral objective with the smite, even counting down to ensure that they can all, they can sort of, you know, obviously synchronize it, and doing a great job there to lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important. And now you've got Ocean Soul Point as well as DK. We mentioned before, it's not like super high value, but against the poke of even the Jace, who's barely doing much, the Ezreal, you can mitigate a lot of that, the Azir. And all of a sudden, it just feels like it's suffocating for Humble Life Esports if you can't poke your way into areas. We talked about DK from ahead with this comp. Not only do they have the Maokai for engage, but he just throws a bunch of saplings, gets vision, there's Nidalee traps everywhere, you're ahead, so you've got ward coverage. And how do you really approach an objective as Humble Life Esports at this point?
It's difficult, honestly. I feel like their composition kind of factored around them having control and the enemy team having to come into them, but they just don't have the tools available to really get on top of like this Nidalee or this Varus. It's really hard to reach them, and if you just constantly getting poked down, it's going to be rough. Now, D+ do start up at a can. I think this is probably the best case scenario for HLE to try and get back into the game, is a fight at this objective. So D+ have to be cautious. And this is them walking away. There's no reason to rush it. You know, there's nothing forcing them to take this objective now. I think starting it up, seeing what happens, completely fine.
Yeah.
But they're playing respectful of HLE, and they know that a throw at that objective, maybe a smite steal from Peanut, that is the best avenue back in the game for HLE. Otherwise, D+ can just keep playing it out as it is. And Zeka, that tower is pretty low.
Yeah, and there's the ult gonna force the flash. Zeka gets away and, you know, burns a couple of ults from TK, but now you don't have flash as Zeka, so a potential engage tool taken away, potential safety. And you know what they do as well with their teleport lead is they see Jace moving up the river and they just back away and they get a little bit of extra pressure for Xiu in the bottom lane. As Beryl, a little bit of an awkward spot. Here comes Delight, thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, they are moving towards the top side. It feels a bit overforced. It kind of feels like HLE is saying, look, we're getting forced around the map due to this TP advantage. We're just going to start it and force them to come into us, spend some resources. D+ are ready.
I mean, a couple ults still down here. Remember the Maokai ult, and there goes the Nidalee just flying as Delight does his job. The smite should come in, and there it is. Peanut locks it down, and now they've got reses to come on in. Zeka just gonna, you know, go ahead, try to throw his life away. He does have Zhonya's, though. There's the revive, but they're just looking for anything and anyone at this point. They get barreled down. They've already taken down Shiwu. Life Esports, a very nice call. I'm not sure if they're going to get anyone else. You see Theone coming over the wall here. Showmaker wants a bit more. They would love to take out Zeus. As Lucy gets that smiting, gets a bit of a heal as well. Showmaker still on the chase, but it looks like they should get away. But Otacon into some more map control for Life Esports. This game is still live.
Yep, great opportunity found. Beautiful ult from Delight, able to disengage D+'s jungler. It's a nice bit of life coming in for HLE. Allows them to close that gold lead a decent amount, but I will say, not at the woods yet. And yeah, HLE are committed to this, but Delight, you know, if you don't connect this ult onto Lucid, maybe if Lucid flashes it, this could be completely different. I think in the end, try to go for the jump, but doesn't find it. And now, D+ are trying to get the damage down, but they're cautious because they know as soon as the smite comes in, they're in a bad place. And they do a pretty good job of clearing out the targets of HLE. You know, they're still very strong. But that's the power of the buff. It doesn't matter if you trade up in terms of kills, because the kills aren't real.
They're like a little bit real.
Slightly real.
Yeah, just a smidge.
The thing is now, we have the buff on Zeus and Delight, so perhaps they will play a bit more aggressive, lead the charge. We have a minute left. Zeus does have TP, so you can kind of think of it as like 6v5 now. If Zeus dies, you can TP back in immediately. And D+, they're fine just to kind of... They set up vision, but they're taking it slow. Not the worst case scenario if this dragon does go over, but potentially look for a steal again. They're looking for some poke and fishing here right now.
Even going to commit to a Maokai ultimate here for a bit of zoning. Nice Ez ult. And now they're going to find Zeus on the left side. As you mentioned, he's kind of just a free life, though. He's trying to go in and die and TP back into the fight. Down he goes. And he lives. Big ult as well. And now Barrel's just left to the fishes. Down he goes. And that is the Ocean Drake as well for Life Esports. Again, still a very close game between these two.
Yep. A lot of value there from Delight's ults, and Zeus, you know, still had that buff, made the most of it, playing aggressively. They're looking to try and pressure this tower. I think he does ult. I was going to say, I think he got to ulted a bit sooner. Oh, Zeka misses. This is bad.
Yeah, that was not great. He's going to get away, at least. But, yeah, kind of messing up his combo. He throws up a question mark for himself. I think he knows what he did. And that's just fine, because it doesn't really come back to bite them. But maybe they could have gotten the turret if he didn't do that.
And it's just so annoying because Zeus is rather bulky. It's not easy to take him down. And he kind of plays just like, I'm going to do maximum damage to everyone I can and just be a nuisance. And he knows he's going to go down, but he just doesn't really care. They have to respond to the threat. It's not like they can just ignore him. And then Delight gets that great ult, which kind of leaves Beryl in an uncomfortable position.
He twisted advanced onto an Ezreal that has Arcane Shift as his team is retreating.
Don't question Beryl.
So
don't question Beryl.
It's his fault.
You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it.
But it was all calculated, of course.
Yeah, and now that gold lead's closed a decent amount. You can see from the graph, so a lot closer there. Got some core items come through. Got a Black Cleaver from Zeus, so 3 items for him, 3 items for Viper, feeling a lot stronger. And D+ haven't managed to secure that soul yet. I mean, I don't think Ocean Soul is a game breaker by any means, but that extra bit of power just isn't available to them. So now they're looking straight at the Baron. They want to stop the split push from Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus does have TP, so he will be here. They spot this. Baron's only at half health. I don't know if they
back away now.
Really commit to this. Okay, they're just going to commit to it, I guess. As the Maokai ultimate looking to just zone everybody away, and it does exactly that. Barrel as well will sacrifice his life, but Showmaker's able to trade it back and ult over the wall. And there you go. DK just steals the Baron under their noses.
A lot of confidence, it feels, you know. HLE demonstrated this with Arakan. They're like, we're just going to start the buff. We're going to make it work. And D+ do a similar thing. Both times it was supports, create the space. This time Barrel's ult, really denying access to the pit. They get the Baron. We even see Showmaker able to trade 1-for-1 under the supports. And able to get away with the buff. This worked out really well. You can see this situation. The ult comes through, twisted advance. Peanut can't get close. And then Showmaker make a great call to go in, ult out, disengages from the situation. And now you have ult on your important members, and especially, I feel like with now at the point where Zeus on this Jace is a problem in the side lane. He's too bulky for Siwu to cut through. He's got more gold than him, 2,000 gold up, the only person ahead on HLE. So having the Baron against him definitely helps slow him down.
Yep, even getting the zoom in on his skin, of course. And he's going to buy a tunnel art. Let's see what he goes into, as now we do have a bit of a push with that Baron going bot. See, I mean, with Zeka, if they give him time, he'll be able to clear out these waves. DK not overcommitting to a push. They don't have Showmaker here. And it looks like they want to go for like a 1-3-1 with him in mid. But a very cautious push at this point in time. Really not overcommitting. See how Shu handles Zeus. He sees him and runs away.
Yep.
That's one way to handle it.
Oh. Early ult from Peanut there. I mean, I guess maybe scared of some follow-up bursts from aiming, but I think the Xin Zhao value just hasn't really been seen that much in this game. It's like you press ult so you can avoid this long-range damage, but you're not really doing much with that time. Mark ult comes in, it'll force him away. Aiming, able to pick up that tier 2 bot lane, get a bit more gold. They will have to respond to the top side, and we did see Siwu actually TP there, so kind of felt like D+ were maybe hunting for a little bit more. Not going to find it, but they do get the tier 2 tower, so I think happy with that. And now looking towards that dragon in 40 seconds. The Baron's going to fade off around the same time, so I mean, they're not really going to get much from the pushing at this point, but the extra stats would have been nice if you could have them line up with when you're fighting for the dragon, so not going to have those available.
Yeah. That's a finish on the Riftmaker there for Zeka, so big item pickup right before this one does come through.
Well, I mean, you see Aiming's picked up a red potion, so kind of all in on this fight. Want to make the most of it. Seeker's Arm Guard as well for Siwu, so a lot of actives with value there for D+ in this one.
Look at this brush. I mean, there is ward in there for the side of Homalife Esports, so they will clear it out, but it just gives you enough vision to get some poking down. They still have the Maokai ultimate, but in 5 seconds, they need a little bit of extra time, and it starts early, but it goes to Rumble. Ocean Soul secured, and the equalizer is great. Hits Delight at least, and does secure the kill. Flash forward from Xiu. This guy is a madman. He has the Zhonya's, and he's burning down Zeka, and that will be a free kill for them. Take a look at the rest of the team as well. Lucid desperately trying to corral them up against the wall. Viper doesn't have many places to go in. Goes Showmaker on the left. Viper being corralled into that little alcove. It is just a straight up clean ace to DK after the fight on Ocean Soul.
Yep, there's a little hiccup with Yarakan in this game, but for the most part, D+ have been in control, been ahead, able to secure the Ocean Soul and the fight following, and now will close out the game. And this is what we've come to expect from them. They have started this LCK Cup with a bang.
They just look so fantastic. Really a team effort in this one. Showmaker does have a very cool KDA. 5-0-0. No assist for the Yone, of course. As now look at the Nexus turrets. And Delight can do absolutely nothing. Flash on in, aiming. You know, he'd love to get some extra damage on the chart. But that will just be a relatively clean victory here to the side of D+ Kia. And the fans are loving it tonight.
Yeah, I think some limited options with the composition that HLE had in terms of dealing with these, you know, with the Varus and the Nidalee, who obviously got quite strong, but to be honest, it was more just how the game panned out. It felt like D+ had a better grasp of what they wanted to achieve in the lane swap. It felt like the execution was cleaner. They managed to secure some objectives with some great smite secures from Lucid. And other than that Arakan, which was like the moment of life for HLE, the rest of the game felt, even though there wasn't a huge gold lead, it always felt controlled from D+.
Yeah, I really feel like whoever's making the calls is probably Beryl. He's got everybody on the same page. They've really just done a great job of running straight into LCK Cup and just being extremely prepared, and they've looked the most prepared out of any team.
And the thing is as well, HLE started this series on blue side, so now next game, probably going to pick blue side again. You know, it's been favored massively, but that means even if they win the next game, D+ gets side selection in that game 3, so a really big one here to take that first game for D+.
It is quite massive as D+ Kia looking like the favorites in this series. We'll see if Humble Life Esports can do anything, or will it just be closed out. We're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
하나는 소피공 없어. 야, 아지르는 존냐만 없고 풀공 다 있다. 아니 아지르 공 쏘고 죽었어. 노공이에요 노공. 아지르 공 쏘고 죽었어.
미드 갈게. 우리 뽀삐공 없다 했나?
뽀삐공 없어. 뽀삐공 없어.
캐리
CPR이.
허머! 좋은데?
아 이길만해. 아 끝낼만해.
이거리.
나 아지르 이거 오는 거 묘목을 막아줄게 이거.
어허허 기분이 좋고. 나이스. 한번 잡읍시다. 파이팅.
들어와 건영. 안돼.
빨리 밀어.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space. It is D plus Kia taking the early victory against Hanwha Life Esports in a great match between the two top teams in each group. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wolf. That was a great game here, Chrony.
Are DK good? I've fallen for this trap so many times. But at least in this game, I think they played really well. There was a lot of moments where they could have easily over-invested into a fight, something we've seen this team do countless times throughout the past couple of years. But they actually played really restrained, played to their outs. We didn't have Lucid jumping into multiple people. No. And Showmaker had a good Yone game.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of this.
I mean, he was dominating in sides. He was crushing Zeka's Azir.
We ulted aggressively?
Yeah, we also had a really cool support Maokai that you and I wanted to talk about a little bit because we haven't really seen that much this year. And Beryl ends up winning on this pick. Usually you see Rumble paired with Maokai in the jungle role, but Maokai still coming in fitting as a support here, allows you to dive the lane swapped Jace really well, and sets up the Rumble ultimates and objective control so easily because you're dealing with a Poppy on the other side, which sometimes can create problems in terms of setting up those objectives, but Beryl is just like, nah, I ult, we have control first, super easy to play out.
It's also, you simultaneously set up really good counter engage because the engage from Hanwha Life is actually pretty lackluster if you look, right? Like Poppy's okay, but not amazing. And then outside of that, they had Xin jumping in, who got targeted a bunch of times. But it's not even like this support Maokai isn't that crazy, but it just further speaks to DK's willingness to just kind of do stuff, right? And I think that's one of the biggest advantages that they've had so far. Even though their level of play has been great, it's just been willing to play whatever. And particularly in Fearless, that's just going to throw off a lot of teams.
And it goes back to your original question. Are D plus Kia good? Well, they're dang entertaining because they got two of the best chefs in all of the LCK picking random things with Showmaker and Beryl. And in this game, it led to some early action, some early dives in this game number one as we take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, this is another showcasing of like what you can do with Maokai in terms of setting up dives here. And they put a ton of damage on Zeus as he tries to teleport back in. Kind of a thing we've seen Zeus do in the past on T1 and the lane swap meta where tries to survive, flashes out here, Beryl actually gets the jump on him, is able to take him out even into the skies here and actually takes that first blood away, which is massive for feats of strength, and Beryl ends up dying as well. Good that Xin Zhao picks up a kill, but it's well executed, but that's not where it stops.
And unfortunately for Zeus, at this point, he isn't that tanky just yet. Even with the spear from Lucid being just a little bit too late with the ultimate from aiming setting this up, they still have more than enough damage. And it's the guaranteed lockdown that's there. And the key thing is, while that's happening on the other end of the map, Xiu finds himself in a similar predicament, but he actually gets to trade a counter kill Peanut with the
turret aggro?
With the turret aggro, and again, just not quite adjusted to how much damage this does. Now sets up DK for a really good mid game.
Yeah, I think if Delight actually takes that aggro first and they play that out better, this ends up working out way better for Hanwha Life, but Peanut kind of botches it there, engages first, they're not on the same page, and then Peanut's like, I'm holding the aggro, doesn't judge the damage correctly, and so it ends up being a trade back. So they're winning on both sides of the map after getting that first blood as well. Just a fantastic early game here from D+.
Yeah, again, great matchup in that top lane. One of the best top laners in the world against one of the most hyped rookies that we've had here in the LCK in a very long time. Now, highlight number 2, the combo package here, a duo deluxe, if you will, of Drake steals.
This is what I was talking about. You will not win the Smite fight if they played well against Lethality, Varus, and Italy, right? Lucid is great at Smites just by virtue of being a great jungler thus far, but particularly when you have that much burst, it's possible. And that forces Hanwha Life into a fight that they don't want to take because they need to deny the Ocean Soul. And unfortunately, there was no vision. There was traps, there was saplings.
And I think part of the compositional problems here for Hanwha Life, or they have some forms of engage, right? They have a Xin Zhao who can be decent engage. Obviously, they have Poppy to knock people away and can be a tool to engage on. And then the Azir, we all know what that's capable of, right? But when you're behind in this Maokai, the support Maokai adds so much because it buys you space, it locks down these champions, it prevents flanks, it makes it really easy to just turtle, hunker down on an objective and say no. And it's just straight up a great composition here from D+. Once again, winning a draft so swimmingly. I think they're our best drafting team right now here in LCK Cup.
And it's so cool because the team that, in my opinion, was the best at using Maokai to secure these objectives, just get to the objective first, which they can because they have been ahead and they have prio, and then just starting it, knowing that you have the ultimate, was Peanut. Peanut, there was a reason why this man was basically undefeated on Maokai. It's because he was able to utilize the zone control of this champion to just guarantee an objective. And we also, even though we didn't include it, had this with a Baron. Happened the exact same thing where HLE knew they had to approach, but they just weren't able to.
Yeah, okay, so lots of love here on the side of D+, in terms of their play, in terms of their drafting. Let's look on the opposite sides of the LCK reigning champions in HLE Esports. They need to really tune it on up and play better. The details on the dives haven't been clean. The macro hasn't been quite there. So we'll see if they're able to do that in game number 2. HLE Esports and D+ Kia. Let's send it back on over to the casters.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. We are getting ready for game number 2, as we will have 10 more champions banned that we're not allowed to play. We do Fearless here at the LCK Cup.
You said do.
I did. It's also one of the players here that we have in our league, part of DNF.
Yeah, why did you bring him up? He's not playing yet.
He is playing today.
True. A little bit getting ahead of yourself.
So, you know, I'm looking forward to it. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
HLE Esports select blue side again.
No surprise that they're going back to blue, being the highly prioritized side in basically every situation so far in the LCK Cup. But it does mean that if they win this game, it will be side selection over to D+. We'll see how the draft goes. I feel like, you know, some of the things that have actually benefited D+ quite a bit is the fact that Showmaker took that Yone, so not only was it a great pick for him, but it also denies it away from HLE, who have 2 great Yone players. And the ban's looking very similar, which I feel like this will happen a fair bit in Fearless, where... I feel like this will happen a fair bit in Fearless, where we see a situation where bans are quite similar because, you know, the picks you had to deal with last time are gone. They banned the Cassante, though. I think they're wondering maybe with the picks taken away, with the fact that the Jace is gone, that Zeus was going to leave the Cassante open and pick it himself as a first pick. Wouldn't surprise me. But they ban it. You can see HLE take some time to think out what their ban is, and now D+ have a little bit of time to react. So I think that's the reason they banned it second instead of waiting until third. And seeing if HLE banned it again, because they wanted this third ban to be more flexible, and they end up going for the Zyra ban as well. But Calista left open.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Bit of an interesting one. Deciding to leave the Calista open, fearing the Cassante more. They will look to deny the Renata. And they could end up going something like Renata Ashe. You know, that's plenty viable. And Ashe does well into Calista, those permanent slows. Very effective. But definitely for now, denying the Renata, that's the important thing to get out the way. Just the power of those two as a duo, just so severe, I think.
Lucid was thinking about the Lee Sin, but the Wukong is really the shining light of the jungle, I'd say. One of the more surprising ones we've seen rise up in power, just bit by bit. Sejuani available. It was available in the first round of bans and picks last time, but got banned in the second round. So this time maybe Peanut gonna go for it. He doesn't have a chance to play Xin Zhao. Nico, though, the choice first, a very common choice alongside of Calista.
Yeah, hovering the Yone, you can't pick that. It's Fearless. Would be nice, but you definitely can't. The Nico makes a lot of sense into the Renata. It's where we've really seen this pick shine, because, you know, it does provide the engage to throw Nico in, she has the ult to layer, but you have the range poke, you know, that you can use into Renata. It's a difficult lane for Renata while still providing the sort of synergy that Calista
Silas
could do. Aurora is also an option. We saw Wukong Ahri piloted by KT to great effect, so that's also something they could look to. They could just leave mid for now. Potentially take an AD carry if you want something like the Ashe. Although I'm not sure playing it into Calista Nico might be a bit painful, but they do lock in the Ahri, so taking a page out of Cuz and BDD's book, that combo, we saw it to great effect in that game 2 yesterday against T1. They kind of just ran the Rift. So much team fighting power, the reset potential of the Ahri, the mobility of the Wukong, really capable.
I just wanted to see Silas. I mean, there's like 3 Giga ults on the other side. We saw Yukal absolutely pop off by stealing the Nico ultimate and getting 5-man ults for himself. But yeah, it cannot be denied that the synergy between these 2 picks in mid and jungle for DK are quite strong. So they like to go against it and actually ban the Silas. So
yeah, I mean, Renata ult, Ahri ult, a lot of good value there. They do ban away the Ashe. They can pair up with the Renata, so still understanding the threat there. Other picks that you can see paired with it, you know, Draven. We've seen Draven Renata pretty good into Kalista. I mean, I guess you could. We've seen him play MF. You could, in theory, play that, although I feel like doesn't sync as well with Renata some of the things, but a lot of team fighting power. We'll see what they end up leaning into. Carly getting a bounce, so banning away some of these melee picks that Zeka likes to lean into, obviously would sync up with the Sejuani.
yeah, I'm not a big fan of the MF myself, but it is going to be banned away. So both these teams, fans of it, and thinking about it, they're going to leave their AD carry pick for last. So they select blind the Jax, expecting Zeus to play it alongside of the Sejuani. But there are a lot of things that are good into Jax still available, so blinding it makes it a bit less strong.
Yeah, I think just the value it has with the Sejuani is huge, but also into the Sejuani, you deny that stacking potential when you're in a fight. Also good against Kalista, can't stack up the Ren, so securing that Pasiwa I think is completely fine. The Gnar pick comes in. We've definitely seen games where Gnar has run away with it into the Jax, but we've also seen games where, you know, well-played Jax can repeatedly do things like proc grasp on his mini form and have some pressure. Also, Gnar pretty vulnerable in a swap situation. We do see the clear coming through, which I think makes sense when you look at the picks that D+ have. A lot of dive potential, a lot of dashes to interrupt, a lot of value from this. And aiming, considering options.
I mean, yeah, there you go. Kog'Maw locked in for aiming. This is what happens, you know, we don't have Fearless. Maybe he just picks Varus, right?
Yeah.
This is a totally different situation. So we get Kog'Maw, Renata Glass. The idea, you know, it makes sense. Even if he does get burst down, he's going to at least output a ton of damage, especially as the game
and then,
goes along.
Even if he doesn't res, he gets his passive.
Yeah.
You know? Permanent value after death. But I do think we've often seen Kog'Maw do well into lanes. Like, it was an old school counter to Kai'Sa, as well into Kalista, you know, outranges her quite a bit. She's trying to stack up spears. When you have your W, you just outranging kind of melt her. So I can understand the thought process, can see the value. I still think that the Kalista and the Nico and combo will have pressure in the lane. But what I imagine is that D+ will try and go for a swap. I think the Jax will fare better than the Gnar, and you avoid the level 1, I think, is a little bit problematic from the Kalista Nico. If they can get pressure there, then they can really run away with it. But I think once you get a few levels behind this Kog'Maw, he should be pretty confident in this lane matchup.
There's not a lot of times where I feel comfortable or good about a Kog'Maw pick in this day and age, as this guy is pressing the red button over and over. We'll see how that works for him. But this is one of the times where I think it's actually good. And we'll just have to wait and see how it does do up against this Kalista and Nico lane, which has been having a lot of success nowadays in the LCK. We see the comps, we see the teams. Let's jump onto the rift for game 2. Here we go, game number 2, and we've already got these 3 guys in bottom lane.
This is just like Korean solo queue, where every time it's just everyone go bot level 1 and fight for the feat of strength. Yeah, we do see aiming going cleanse, I think makes a lot of sense, but it does mean Viper and Delight have barrier heal, so a bit more combat power. I will say another reason why the Kog'Maw does well into the Kalista is you kind of have similar item spikes. If you're playing a crit AD carry, you need a bit. You know, you're normally looking like 3-4 items, but you follow a very similar power curve as the Kalista, which does help out a lot. You have a great mid game. It does look like HLE going for the swap. Not sure if they were trying to read the swap from DK and match it, but ultimately I think the swap does favor D+.
Swap is swapped. And Shu hasn't seen anything yet. But he does ping the brush. And he's about to see them now. And of course, just throws up an early counter-strike. He's still taking a decent amount of damage here, getting zoned out of XP most importantly. Yeah, he's not going to get close to those first 3 melee minions, at least.
Yeah, no XP at all received so far. Zeus.
Barrel?
That's a lot of damage to take.
We wouldn't get it.
We
wouldn't understand. Yeah, he's just on another level.
Just a little bit of an overstep. Definitely would make dives a little more difficult, and not having the Maokai compared to last time does make it a bit more painful. HLE have this wave stacked up, looking to hopefully get some more poke onto Siu. Actually, should be able to keep these casters alive a little bit longer. But once they get the next wave crashing, just put a lot of damage into the Jax.
Showmaker Zari. He's going to actually hop as he's getting rooted. Shiwu still taking a lot of damage here in the 2v1. The heal comes through. Delight, 1 turret shot, but Shiwu just going to hop away. And he does survive. He's still got TP, but not a lot of XP gained from this wave, I would say.
Yeah, not as much pressure coming out in the bot lane, so Zeus has kind of been okay just picking all that farm up. You know, I feel like Mininar, not the hardest to dive, but you kind of need your jungler there. You know, you don't have as much setup as you did last game when you had the Maokai. Just trying to get some auto trades. And I also think a problem is the Kog'Maw, obviously, when you have your W up, you're doing a lot of damage, a lot of threat. But outside of that, you kind of whatever. Whereas Kalista, Nico, always threatening.
Absolutely. You can see Shiwu, nice patience, nice restraint here to not go for the cannon minion or any of the minions, really. He's just sitting on 1 CS. Zeus a very similar spot on 3. A bit more XP. Lucid, level 4 Wukong. Not the best ganker, but will they have the damage is really the question. Flashes away from the handshake, and Zeus gets away with flying colors, but look at what's happening up here. They do tank it. Siu flashes away, but a lot of turret shots going into everyone. They're going to try to go for the redive. The poke is coming in, but Siu stays alive for now.
Are they too low? I think they make the call. We're a little bit too low. We can't go for this again. Some expert play there from Siu just to mitigate the pressure, keep the tower damage stacked up, and everyone was taking huge hits on HLE. Dive mitigated pretty well. I mean, Zeus also doing a fantastic job in the bot lane, so both top laners survive in their respective dives.
And it's kind of insane how they were able to do it. Very nice flash from Zeus, and then Siu saving his for the end. And even landing a big counter-strike to mitigate a lot of damage, getting a stun onto 2.
So close. I think Delight had just left range of the tower when the stun hit, otherwise he would have just died. But it was very close.
Also, by the time that Viper got aggro, 1 turret shot got him to half health.
Yeah, if you took another, he was just dead. I mean, it's just insane how much damage these turrets do now. And if this had been last year, HLE would have taken as much damage, and they would have just dropped the aggro, and they would have just gone for the dive again, because they would have had enough HP, and it would take less time for it to ramp up. But you can see how much more respect you have to pay and how much more outplay potential there really is. Like, we've seen dives still happen, like, absolutely, they're still very possible, but, you know, when both top laners are playing well, it feels like they have a fighting chance.
It really does. I mean, they both played well, they both survived, and we've seen it before, so no first blood. Our top laners now going head-to-head. The Jax versus Gnar matchup, one we've seen so many times. I think a lot of people will be most curious about this. It's a very nice handshake. Aiming, though, looks like no W available.
Yeah, it wasn't quite there. But you can see, you know, now there's a few levels behind them. D+ is bot lane feeling a lot more confident in this 2v2. Just popping the W there for some lane priority. Actually committing the TP as well from Showmaker. Showmaker hitting level 6. This is a huge spike to have for this grub fight. And Lucid is committed to denying at least one of these from Peanut.
I mean, he's got his smite available, but he doesn't want to use it on this one. He's just going to secure the one. Peanut gives the top of the morning Pengu, and is just walking away. You can see the Helmet Life Esports are going to drop down a wall, though. So they did that, and that was about it. And now here comes DK as the handshake is good. Delight in a ton of trouble. And first blood goes to Kog'Maw of all of the champions on DK to get the money. Aiming, of course, the Gold King is looking to get it. And there's the charm as well. A nice flash, though, saving it for the very, very end was Zeka.
They could just kill the Talia and get out here.
Yeah, they absolutely could. Just looking to run away. Actually going for a bit more. The charm lands again after the counter strike, but Siu, not long for the world, will have to pay for it. Here comes the Mega Nar's going in, but the Wukong ult is available, and Zeus just gets popped on the head by Lucid, who takes him down.
Broke his ankles there. Lucid played it so well, and what could have just been, you know, that one kill on Azeka with the dive, they end up getting more. And D+, this is an even better start to this game. The confidence they had in this, and the reason Lucid's not smiting, as you said, they're so confident in this fight with the RE level 6 that, like, you know, we want 2 grubs. 1 is not enough to take away from this. They look for this fight window. This wall is a little bit ambitious, but also Zeka now has basically no mana. He's just completely out. The split doesn't do much because Showmaker and Lucid can always get over the wall. They look for Delight, who has no flash. Great pickup, great handshake from Beryl. And then they continue the dive with the resets. Showmaker has another round of cooldowns. This charm catching at the end. And then Lucid flashes out, doesn't want to take damage for free. Thought he could finish off Zeka, but here in the redive. Unfortunately, the Jax does go down. He's the one who ends up picking aggro up again, doesn't have flash. But this from Lucid. Zeus goes in, goes for the ult. Completely jukes him, stalls him out with the ult, comes back in, dodges everything. What a play.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those moments. I didn't hear what he said, but talking about, I think, dodging something, so that would make sense, but that is just a guess. For me, don't take my word for it. Yeah, I mean, it was just excellent stuff. And, you know, Lucid, when he first came in, he was impressing from time to time. Now he's kind of just impressing all the time. This is the Lucid we expected from Challenger League, and they got another one of these guys from Challenger League with Siu, so...
The thing is, I feel like, you know, a lot of players come up... I mean, they are fantastic, but, like, a lot of players come up from Challengers, and they might look good, you know, they might be strong, maybe they have a constant time in the LCK, but it just feels like now Lucid is just at the top, you know, competing with the top junglers in the lead and doing it so well. And plays like that just, it kind of makes you forget how recently he joined the LCK.
Yeah, I mean... And it's his birthday soon, you know. He's playing extra well. Yeah, it's 3 days until his birthday, but this is the closest match to it, so celebrating his birthday today.
No, and the thing is, D+, if they take down HLE, I mean, like this was the opponent where if anyone was going to stop them going 5-0, it would have been HLE. And right now, it's looking like they're not going to be able to stop them. It just feels like they're on another level right now.
The only other team that DK has left is, of course, the final boss, Bro.
Oh, never mind then. That's the real challenge, you know.
It's easy, you know, understandable sometimes to make the mistake to forget, but yeah, can't forget about Bro. Bro versus DK, that's going to be next Saturday, I believe.
I guess maybe D+ just got lucky not playing against Bro yet.
Might be an awkward timing too, you know, where if Bro stomped them like right before playoffs, and then they're like, oh, we're not as confident as we were when we were winning. Might get uncomfortable for DK.
We'll see, we'll see. But still got a series to finish out ahead of them here. Peanut trying to start up these grubs, but Lucid is just on him, refusing to give over anything. They've already picked up that dragon. Pick up one of these grubs. Peanut does have his smite though. Getting one grub would stall out the feats of strength. But it just feels like the members of D+ are moving in. The Ahri is there again. It's risky.
Smite? Yeah, yeah, smite. Yeah.
Denies the contribution towards the feat of strength. And it looks like D+ not even particularly interested after that point. But like, okay, we couldn't get the feat of strength contribution. Let's go back to farming. You can have the other grub. We're not bothered. Oh, bot lane.
Bit of damage coming in, Meganar as well, but not looking to dive any turrets against a Jax who probably had Counter-Strike. Zeus far up the lane, but...
Oh, he needs to get out now. Okay, well, he leaves vision, and D+'s bot lane basically figure he's backed off. Obviously, we know with spectator view that if they'd gone down, they might be able to catch them out. But it was an awkward timing when you're just about to get exhausted. Very vulnerable. Phil20 is able to escape. TP's back in, looking for some more pressure.
So you really wanted to get all of the melee minions at least, and he does.
And I feel like a lot of HLE's game plan, or even their success so far, has kind of been leveraging Zeus as like a split push threat. You know, we saw that priority on the Jace last game, and he was the only one with the gold lead, really leaving him alone in the side lane, and we've kind of seen that before in some of the earlier series. So that might be the avenue in this one, but it's just so difficult because I mean the Jax can kind of just clear the wave, and with Counter-Strike, it's not like you're going to be able to dive him or anything later in the game. And you have this Callisto Nico, which hasn't really popped off at the point of the game where they're supposed to be strong. So a little bit worrying so far, but definitely still opportunities.
Yeah. Here comes Lucid. Zeka just has no idea, but oh, he gets stunned on the back rock. Just the final one, the beginning one that the Taliyah throws out. So
like when you get a pebble in your shoe, you know?
Yeah. Ooh,
gotta take your shoe off, get rid of it. Oh.
Well, yeah, flashing into the Sejuani. Unfortunate timing here for Siu. He is extremely dead. Not much he could do about that except try to respect the lack of vision, I suppose.
Feeling his own hype a little bit there. Ends up thinking he had an angle onto Zeus in the mini-gnar and gets punished for it immediately. Showmaker now paired up with Beryl.
Yeah. You know, part of the reason why we don't get as much action in the LCK as other regions is because players who have been around for a while will respect the lack of vision, and they just won't go for that kind of play. And so they just sit back and farm.
Unlike in challenges, where it's just blood for the blood god constantly.
Yeah, but also like the jungler's not there because he's fighting in the top lane for some reason. Like,
what do you mean for some reason? It's because they
for the
kill their opponents.
Yeah, true, I guess.
You know?
Yeah.
I remember it was some quote. It was someone asked, I can't remember which team it was, but they asked some LPL players, some LPL team, like, oh, you know, why do you look for these fights? Why are you always so aggressive? And it's like, because we think we can win. It's that simple.
It's that simple.
We think, what are you fighting for? Because we can win. That's what Siwa went for here. Unfortunately, he didn't win in this one.
Yeah, I mean, if it was 1v1, sure, you know, go for it. Maybe you get the kill, but you don't have any vision, no wards. Sejuani could be there, and if he could be there, and he is there, you always lose, so you don't take that risk. So, bit of a rookie
unless
mistake
maybe next time he won't be there, so he goes for it again.
Well, hey, players do that as well, where they just act like madmen, and you're like, well, always playing like the junglers here. Delight, bit of awkward damage going in, but no overcommittal from Lucid.
Wukong is doing a lot of damage already. I mean, they had the Callisto ult, so Delight was never dying. Didn't burn flash, didn't burn heal. But it does take him off the map, and Dragon's spawning up now, and it's Ocean Cloud. As long as it isn't Chemtech, D+ are guaranteed a strong soul.
Have we had a Chemtech soul yet?
Yes. We did, when I was last casting with Max.
Oh, that makes sense. Zeus is in a bit of trouble. He does have Meganar about to pop, and there it is. The wallop comes down. The range, not enough. So Lucid just going to flash in and bop him on the head. That's a second bop on the head kill from the Wukong.
And his ult just came up. I feel like one of the things is Gnar ult is such a low cooldown. You kind of just use it for trading so frequently. Rare window where it wasn't available, and it was seconds away. You can see it's now available for him. So D+, great capitalization. You can see earlier in the game they were looking for windows to punish Zeus, didn't find it when Eamon and Beryl were looking to move down, but now they did. Now they're looking for this Dragon, and Peanut trying to find a steal.
Oh, well, the wall's going to come in and kind of corral them up against it, but Delight hits nothing and is just rooted up. A lot of damage, though, into this front line. Lucid and Beryl are going to go down, so Herbalife Esports, they get a big chunk of gold on the backside of that. They shut down Lucid as well. And a lot of that gold did go over to Zeka, so not half bad.
Such a chaotic passage of play. I mean, I want to see the replay because there's just some very, very funny things that came out of that. Ultimately, D+ to get the Dragon. Mountain Soul, definitely going to be happy with, particularly when you're playing into something like a Callisto. It's going to feel pretty rough later on cutting through that. Zeka looking to continue some pressure here. Peanut is on standby. Stacks not the easiest target to dive, and Beryl is running down, so they got to make it quick.
I mean, there is a chance, but they're not going to go for it just yet. The Counter-Strike, though, does come out. Bit of extra damage coming in, and there's the turret. does go over to Homolife Esports. They already had a turret up in top lane, so just going to add a second one to their list.
This is that first play where Zeus did end up going down. Not sure they needed both the flashes or something, I will say. But Aiming's the gold king. He wants the gold. Fortunately, he doesn't get it. But yeah, a little bit of advantage synergy there. And then here, so Delight has an angle for a big ult, but the charm from Showmaker is massive, denying it. But then Viper pulls Delight in, but he gets ulted by the Renata. But since Delight is inside him, he can only auto the enemy team. So he actually starts pumping damage out. D+ have to back away and end up losing 2 for it. So, you know, great charm by Showmaker. Beryl's ult maybe not getting the intended effect out of that one.
Yeah, a lot of little weird things in there. Delight throws himself into the 2 front guys as everybody's running away from DK and just locks them down to make sure they get the kill. So now you've got this Rift Herald as well. It does feel like Homolife Esports are pulling into the lead bit by bit. See how these dragon fights do go, but you've got a lot of extra money on your Kalista, on your Taliyah.
Yep.
The Gnar as well is ahead.
And I think that's a big thing, is like the Kalista value is still very strong in the mid game. Oh, cheeky from Lucid. But as I was saying, Kalista value is still very strong. The Zeka gets a lot of value in these fights, and these fights are going to feel very momentum based, because if D+ get a pick, you know, they have the Ariel resets, they have the Renata, so it's hard to sort of turn it around once there's momentum. You also get in the reset if someone goes down, they can come back alive. But if you don't get that, if HLE are the ones initiating, definitely going to feel very different. So I expect the fights to be a bit more stompy than we've seen in the last game.
Yeah, certainly does feel like that'll be the way it goes. For now, just a bit of farming, our favorite thing to do here at the LCK. 2 minutes until the Mountain Drake does spawn.
And a minute 20 till Atakan as well is on the top side. So I feel like, you know, when we talk about it being top or bot side, I feel like in this situation, if it's bot side, it's next to Dragon. It makes Dragon really scary, because if you lose that Dragon fight, you just lose Atakan immediately after. With it being on the top side, a bit safer, but it also makes it very hard to play for Dragon once Baron spawns as well, because you're so locked to that top side of the map. Herald comes in.
Oh, you do have the Renata Glass just kind of doing nothing. Beryl threw out his ult, hit nobody, and then died. And Sejuani ult, of course, utilized to make it possible, but the positioning was not the greatest. So Beryl just kind of doing Beryl things. Roll the low roll this time.
I like the Taliyah is just making it so hard. You really need to find flank angles into this composition. And Beryl, yeah. I mean, I feel like so many Renatas are used to playing with the Kalista, where you're like, hey, I'm out of position, grab me. And Amy's like, what?
I'm I don't do that.
Just grabs his arm next to it. What do you mean?
I mean, this fight is just, you know, you're getting walled off. There's a Rift Herald coming in. You see Beryl, he throws out the ult just to zone, and then he's like, here, take me too.
Yeah, bit over-aggressive. I think the tower was so low. Just stepped up too far, and Peanut quick to punish. Mid-tier 1 going down pretty nice for HLE. And you can see now Focus really moving over towards his top side. Even if the Dragon ends up being a priority, they need vision here. You do not want to trade this Dragon for the Atakan buff. Obviously, D+ had put them one away from Sol, but you could lose so much off the back of that Atakan buff that it wouldn't even be worth.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about their composition with Atakan, I mean, you have so many different ways to just dive on in. Even the Taliyah could just straight up wall into your team. So, alongside of everybody else, you throw a Nico in, don't even need to consider playing defensively from there. So, Homolife Esports certainly want to get this objective. For now, it's only Zay who's just kind of just standing next to him.
This might be the mistake, though. If D+, so it was a heavy lean bot side by HLE, but it looks like they got it down in time. This is one of the risks, is that you put so many members down bot lane for the Dragon. It did mean that they were vulnerable on the top side, but it also meant they did the Dragon so quickly, and now they're able to return towards the top side and protect Zeus. So HLE make a gambit that D+ aren't going to be ready, aren't going to start Atakan in time, and they were right, they were correct. So they get the Dragon, and now they're back in time to protect not only the top laner, but the buff as well. So
Great moves from them, great confidence from HLE here.
You can see Peanut's positioning, aiming, gonna find him.
Oh, I thought he was gonna face check for a second.
Yeah, unfortunate timing for Peanut, but you got to be careful about overextending, even as Sejuani.
Yeah, you can't sit in that brush forever. Also, at some point, you have to leave. Now they look to be setting up the Arakan. They do have a Clister, so a lot of secure potential, and you can see the damage already significant. Zeka, I mean, they must know with Zeka doing that they've started it, but can they even get there in time? Lucid is coming.
I mean, there's a wall in their face, and it's just got to be a steal, but it's not. It's Kalista. So difficult to steal against that, as you mentioned. Here comes Homolife Esports barreling through the jungle, desperately trying to go for a fight, but DK at least able to go for the disengage. Still, very comfortable spot for HLE. They got the first dragon, first mountain dragon. They have now the Voracious Otacon buff. They have the Feast of Strength, and they can essentially do whatever they want. They've still got a lot of cooldowns as well.
Considering how rough the start of this game was, they've really bounced back massively now. Don't have a huge wave to work with, but D+ are just unwilling to engage them, and for good reason. So they'll lose that tier 2 tower top lane. Can defend mid from Zayas. You can see the pings coming out. You know, they put one member mid, the rest of the team put pressure on the top lane. They can just flip that on the other side of the map and put that pressure on that bot lane tier 2. And look to try and secure that, get a big influx of gold. 4,000 gold ahead now. You look where a lot of it is, you know, it's kind of spread out between the carries. Jungle's about even, support's about even, but 1,000 gold lead between 80 carries, 750 mid, 2,000 in the top lane. It's exactly where you want it to be.
Yeah, they're feeling very good, and you know, we were all pretty excited for the Kog'Maw pick just because of something new. You know, it's Fearless. Oh, this might work, you know, with the Renata Glass, but if Beryl keeps dying and getting out of position, then it really does take a lot of power away from the Kog'Maw. You need your Renata Glass to be alive in order to cast her abilities so that your Kog'Maw gets that extra value. It's definitely one of the reasons why they picked Kog'Maw in the first place.
You know, Renata's just not that amazing at engaging because the ult's so slow. Sometimes you see it with the Callisto where they throw the Renata in and then the ult. But ultimately, into this Talia, I think these Dash champions are struggling to close the gap. So they're kind of relying on Beryl to engage, but it's kind of falling flat. And we see HLE, you know, they flip it to the other side. Zeus is in mid lane applying pressure. The rest of the team get this tier 2. This textbook, exactly how you want to play it back. That's 2 of those, not just the fact it's the tier 2 towers, but the extra gold being in the outer lanes. Really just helping to boost this gold lead even more. Now it's 20 seconds until the buff will fade. And isn't that crazy, Brendan? They didn't just run it down. Isn't that it? It's so
confused.
rare. It's so rare. I thought you had to die when you had the Arakan buff, but apparently HLE will just take valuable structures and choose to not die. That's wow.
Yeah.
Insane.
It almost felt like a Baron buff, you know? Like where they're pushing and there's just so much pressure in the lanes that the losing team kind of just lets them push and doesn't really try to fight them. And they don't overextend because they don't have a revive with Baron buff.
Yeah, I think D+ played it correctly by giving them space, but HLE, you know, I feel like some of our other teams would have just tower dived at that point and all died and not gotten the towers. But now the play comes around to this Baron that's just spawned. I'll fight for the red buff here.
Delay goes in, gets a decent ult, but it's not amazing. And the charm is huge again. Showmaker going pretty big on this Ahri.
Zay's just pressuring the tower. And, you know, the outer towers, good play from HLE, but I feel like D+ has missed a trick letting this tier 2 mid go down.
Peanut a little bit out of position, but is going to force the flash out of Shu. Has his team behind him at least and can always dash over the wall. So nicely done there. Homolife Esports with their Kalista. Will they just start the Baron? There's no vision here at all for D+ Kia.
I feel like it's just so clear that these are 2 of our strongest teams when both game 1 and 2. I mean, you know, this game 2, D+ had the early lead, but once HLE got control, it has been that controlled. Similar to how D+ handled game 1. It's measured and the teams know, you know, when they're in the winning position, exactly how to keep pushing those advantages without making mistakes. And D+ right now are hunting for any mistake from HLE to punish.
Zeka, oh, they all dodge it. They kind of spread around it. That was pretty cool. but nice positioning. Really does highlight.
So much damage.
Yeah, it really does highlight that there's just no vision here for DK, and they're desperate. Aiming alone has to flash. He was just walking down mid lane for some reason.
It's just so hard for him to approach. You know, Zeka's throwing these boulders, and you can't engage in him. He just throws down the unraveled earth, and you're completely cooked. So D+ get forced away. Another Mountain Dragon over to HLE. More defensive stats. You can see as well when you look at itemization, a lot of MR being picked up by HLE. It really feels like everyone's going to start to get bulkier and bulkier. And especially if they end up, I mean, Mountain Soul's a time away, but the tankier they get, the harder it gets to kill those initial targets. And bear in mind, the initial targets are probably going to be like Peanut, Zeus, or Delight. And Delight's hard to kill because of the Callista ult. But if Peanut and Zeus get too tanky, you're not going to get the resets, you know? You're not going to be able to turn things around. It's going to make your comp feel a little flat. Terminus coming through as well from Viper. I feel like you could honestly go like Jack Show after that. Not just because of the mountains, but it would sync up well with that. But the extra stats, the extra resist you get from Terminus really just allow you to kind of play in their face.
Really does extend the lifespan of a pick like Callista, where sometimes, you know, feels low range. If the game goes too long, can sometimes not have a huge impact. But yeah, it's kind of like bruisery Callista builds.
It just makes it uncomfortable for picks as well, because Zeka has Leandries and Archangels. He's quite actually bulky for a mage. If Viper becomes quite bulky, and then Delight, you have the safety net, the Callista ult, it's like, who are you picking on this team?
There it is, the flash on in. Viper in a bit of trouble, but Delight is zoning excellently, and Peanut is going to land that ult onto the Wukong, but Zeka has to flash away. Tons of damage coming out from aiming, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Nice Renata ult, though, trying to turn it around, trying to give them some space. Siu is pushed into Zeka and given a kill. This Jax now has an angle. He's going in, he's looking, but he's not going to hit it. As they do push away, DK not out of the game just yet.
They don't get the initial pick on Viper, but they've managed to find some kills, get some pressure back, just as the game felt like it was leaving their grasp. They find an angle now. HLE, you're not going to be able to defend this tower. Siu being aggressive there, but we'll back away.
Rest of the team's like, whoa, 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 hold on, buddy. Like, we're running away.
We don't do that here, okay? It's not challenges. You need to chill out a little bit. But now, actually, Lucid is just spawning now. They can head over to Baron and potentially get some Ren stacked up on it if they want to, but looks like not making the push to commit to it. We'll see the replay. Lucid finds an angle. I think importantly, Zeka had just moved away. Wasn't there to provide heal. Delight gets a great ult to buy time, but unfortunately, I think Viper kited away, wasn't in range to pull him in, so he does just go down. This ult from Beryl, massive value in saving Showmaker, and then this jump from the Jax, you can see that Zeka thought that they had him locked down, thought he was going to be able to full combo him, but just jumps over the knockback straight into the Talia. So good play from D+, not ready to give up yet.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to be said, we've had so many metas. League's been around for a very long time, and so is Kog'Maw, right? There's been metas where Kog'Maw was king, and you just had a giant front line, and he just sat back and did a bajillion damage, and you had enchanters and tanks and stuff. And protect the Kog'Maw comps were a thing. We haven't really seen that for a long time. If this game goes and he's got like 6 items, and you're not engaging perfectly, and you're not taking out aiming, you might just lose. So HLE Esports have to be incredibly careful about how they approach every single objective right now.
That's the thing, he's so hard to itemize against. You know, he's got the Blade Rune King, but also does so much magic damage. Really makes it difficult for the front line, and normally when you're playing these tankier frontliners, eventually it gets to the point where, like, you know, you feel confident in your bulkiness. If aiming just starts pumping damage into you, you'll go down. There's no ifs and buts about it. So definitely have to be cautious about that. Level 16 hit there for Zeus. I think another factor as well is even though HLE control, they're not that far and ahead compared to D+ in terms of experience. Often like securing a Baron can make a big difference.
Yeah.
But obviously with that not going down yet, they've kept it closer now. They see the light, do some scouting with Kog'Maw. Don't want to get caught unawares.
Yeah. It's a good thing about the Kog'Maw as well, but you got to be careful about running out of mana. You need to make sure you have enough for your W to keep it alive, so you're actually pumping out damage. But if you don't have vision, you have to check the brushes. Yeah. Lucid can be decent at it just because he can clone away from a lot of CC, but you got to be quick on the trigger on that one as well.
Yeah, stacking mana cost on the ult can really catch up quickly. That ward, huge value there. Now they aren't starting the Baron, but there's full information from D+. They know exactly what HLE were looking for, trying to bait them in.
Well, there's a wall coming down, trying to get aiming. He doesn't have flash, but it's just Zeka who gets charmed and dies instead. And aiming is totally safe. No follow-up. Nothing. Just Zeka going in and dying.
I love the confidence from Showmaker. Flashes in. He's like, I'm making the pick. Finds an angle on Zeka, who's been all his cooldowns. They are starting up. Mega Gnaw's available. This could be dangerous.
Yeah, they're taking a bajillion damage from the Baron as well. And, okay, Charm comes in again. Shiyu just gonna bop the Nico on the head. Renata Glass ult actually does a good job of zoning. Great zoning ult as everybody is getting away here. Peanut has to flash. We're looking for more, though. The Charm is going to land again, man. Showmaker is just incredible on this pick. As the knockup on Azeus, they want to take him down. Aiming going 1v1 versus a Kalista. Going to keep him alive, but Beryl will trade his life with the Gnar.
The tower's still there, so perhaps not, you know,
Yeah.
see Viper get away, but
Peanut, can they get him? Really? Oh, the W from Showmaker. The flash on in from Lucid gets the job done. So many low health bars. So many people out of position.
Yeah, I think Showmaker's just dead. Yeah, unfortunately. Wait, can he get an execute? This might be it. Ooh.
No.
Well, close enough.
Sejuani.
Close enough. Close enough. Okay,
Yeah.
you didn't give the kill to Zeka or Viper. You'll take that. It is Peanut who gets the kill. Fortunately, Showmaker has TP, so he is off the map for a while, but just have that TP to get him. But see the replay, and the confidence from Showmaker. The Charm Flash to find Zeka, saves his AD carry, and just flips the pick on its head. Beautiful play. Here, it does look scary, aiming and Beryl get low. But this slam in from Zeus backfires with the stun, and then that ult from Beryl, it doesn't hit anyone, but it splits the fight completely.
Yeah.
This is where it gets a little bit messy. It's a great charm from Showmaker. He has really been on point with Zari. I think killing Zeus, completely fine. It gets a little bit goofy after that. You know, they're flashing after the Krista. I think they forgot the tower was there. And then Peanut, without the Kog'Maw hitting him, is pretty tanky. And they do find him. It's a decent amount of gold for Lucid, but just very chaotic at the end of the day. And now HLE, they're on the map sooner.
Yeah.
They're able to pick up this dragon. Showmaker did have TP, but they opted not to use it. I think him not being on the map meant they were cautious about approaching. And that's 3 mountain dragons for HLE. 1 away from Soul, but also, in terms of just the stats the dragon gives, it's pretty significant. Especially as Viper has gotten that Jack Show now. This is a bulky 80 carry.
It is kind of crazy. You know, you got a Taliyah with 156 armor.
Yeah. I mean, everyone is, apart from Delight, really, everyone is quite bulky. And Delight has, he has Celestial Opposition, he has a Seeker's Arm Guard, he has the Calista ult. But everyone else just has a lot of raw defensive stats. Not the greatest feeling to have playing up against that.
It really might just come down to, okay, we've got a lot of burst damage, but we can't really burst through many targets. So aiming, go kill, or we might just lose.
The thing is, they need the momentum for the resets and stuff.
Yeah.
Showmaker, so when you don't have a good target at burst, it's painful. Now, they have started this up. They do have teleport on the Jack, so can get there to respond. But you want to force them off the Baron early, because if it comes down to a 50-50, there's a Calista there, so it's not a 50-50.
Yeah,
it's favored towards them.
And that's what HLE Esports is playing towards. They're like, yeah, you want to flip? Go ahead. Let's try. It's not a real flip. We got a little play in mid. Zeus trying to hop away. He's actually doing a ton of damage. Here comes the wall. Showmaker, awkward spot, and down will go Shiyu. There's the knockup and Elucid. He doesn't do much. Zeus goes down, yes, but it's HLE Esports up a man. Aiming still alive, though, so trying to make a potential play. Knockup not going to come in for Zeka. But they're looking at the Baron, still up a player. We'll see if they can get it.
It's going to be hard for D+ to try and contest it. Zeka's looking for pick there.
He got slowed, flash traded, and the sticks are in the Baron. Delight's got an angle on the left. They don't quite see him aiming. He's showing himself on the left, and that's an eco. He gets flashed on. He flashes away, though. He gets away. He gets space, but it's just not maybe enough. He's trying to get the reset. It's not going to happen. Viper just has the damage, and HLE Esports win the fight and will take down this Baron, which is doing 1 million damage, but it doesn't matter. They will have it up. They're just waiting
for the
respawn.
Oh, it was early.
Yeah,
Oh, no, they got it. They got it. Okay. It looked like it was earlier. I was looking at the thing on the top left.
Yeah.
No, okay. They got it right. Yeah, hectic fight, and he just picked up a GA as well, the Calista. We kind of see we're trying to bait in Zeus here, but Zeus just took so much damage at this point of the game. We see the rest of the team focused down on Lucid. He gets picked apart. Zeus does unfortunately go down before Mega Procs. And Viper does nearly kill the Light, funnily enough. But now, HLE are like, look, they don't have Ahri ult. We have a Calista we can set up on this. But the Light, a beautiful flank angle here, finds both the carries. And yes, aiming flashes out, but he can't get the reset. Viper's too tanky. He's just standing in his face.
Yeah.
It shows the value of the bulkiness he has in his build. And he just killed the Light with his passive, but the Light's job was done there.
Yeah, Delight knows what it's like to be in that position, and sometimes all it takes is one big ult. You know, you can have kind of a mediocre game, not really popping off in a big way, but you hit a big ult at the right timing, and you can be the hero. And it did feel like, you know, there was a potential if Aiming and Showmaker had room to maybe do something in that fight, but not when Delight hits that ult. Here comes a wall, and they're up against it. There goes Delight in once again. Lucid dies mid-dash as Showmaker, and there we finally have the Big Gnar ult into the wall. The Kog'Maw goes down, and this game is done and dusted. HLE Esports should be able to take it down here, as they will, as 5 members, be able to push into the DK base.
Yeah, Zach can find the combo on a Showmaker. I mean, without ult, he can't really do much. And it's just closing the game out. Series equalized. Oh, he did get second. Series equalized, and ultimately, you know, HLE, a little bit of a rough start of that game. And yes, in the mid game, we did see D+ fight back, but for the most part, they just pushed the lead forwards, found control, bounced back when it struggled, and it's just blow for blow between these two teams. Definitely showing what the top of the LCK is right now. And now looking towards a game 3 where D+ have that side advantage. But just, yeah, I feel like we're getting a treat today with this series.
We absolutely are. I was scared that DK were just going to come in with another 2-0, but HLE Esports showing some life here in this second game. You know, the Calista left available, first picked by Viper, got huge value, especially when he was stacking up all of those Mountain Drake.
Yeah, and even with like the Kog'Maw and the Renata Denial counter, like Aiming got a lot of damage done. It's not to say like the pick was bad, but you know, even late in the game, Viper just kind of did what he could. We've seen this Wukong Ahri work before. We even saw some signs of life from it in this game, but HLE were just so bulky. It was 4 tanks and a Nico with like 2 different ways of being unkillable, with the Zhonya's and the Calista ult. So I think eventually just D+ just couldn't cut through what HLE had. And I'm so glad this is a 3-gamer, because I wanted this to be a close match, and HLE are making sure it is.
It absolutely is. DK probably going to be moving over to blue side. We'll see how that goes for the Fearless draft of Game 3. But first, guys, a break. We'll be right back.
아, 레아타 노플이거든? 레아타 노플? 나 공 한번 던져볼게. 야, 50. 아, 못 가. 천천히 달리고 오면서 50 잡았어. 50 잡았어. 빨리 봐줘. 50 잡았고. 끝까지 가자. 펜타 아나 죽었어. 가인 나 죽었어? 오케이 가인 아 맞춰볼게. 내가 타워 조심해라. 끝내자. 내 공 돌아.
여기서 1위를 하게 됐을 때 어드밴티지가 굉장히 크기 때문에 맞아요. 좀 많이 욕심 날 것 같아요.
저는 W 일단 마크 부탁드릴게요. 그러니까 타곤산 살 거죠? 이거 살 거죠? 아 상관없구나. 맞네. 네. 이거 사면 되잖아. 네? 아 타곤산. 아 오케이. 타곤산 맞죠? 네. 타곤산 저 나왔어요. 타곤산 좋아요.
처음에 탕원산을 사자고 다 합의를 봤었는데 너무 순진했던가 싶기도 하고
약간 미드를 좀 견제하는 듯한 느낌이 좀 있어가지고 이미 네 그래서 이제 제가 시작한 아이템을 도란링으로 살 수밖에 없었습니다. 네 압박감 때문에 네.
전술이니까.
심한님. 네. 혹시 핫팩 하나만 가능할까요? 네, 전달 드리겠습니다. 핫 서머. 핫 서머. 서머. 핫 너무 더워. 서머. 핫 너무 더워. 핫 서머.
노래 부르는 사람 누가 경기 전에?
병재양이요. 김지현이 형. 기인이 형이요. 뭐야 민규 FX 노래 알아? 아니 알죠. 민규 나이가 너무 많아. 불렀잖아. 예? 어허.
그러면 경기를 준비하고 있는 양팀 선수들을 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 디아브릭스와 농심 레드포스입니다. 경기 잘 풀어가다가도 이럴 때 베테랑의 그 노하우가 근데 그게 좀 아쉬웠었거든요.
화이팅이야. 근데 왜 아무도 그 피스범 안 해?
너 왜 안 했어? 다 했어. 앞에 다 했잖아. 했는데 앞에서.
아 그래?
여기서 하는 거야 여기. 여기서. 방금 너 무시하고 갔어. 너 이제 큰일 난다.
그래? 형 했어?
나 했어.
아 그래? 콩스 가비
괜찮아. 야 인사를 2번 하자. 나 쫄보야 쫄보.
자 레이지필 선수 사실 그 외국인 선수가 롤파크에 좀처럼 서지 않았거든요.
세팅 중인 것 같은데? 들려.
안 들리겠죠? 아니 안 들리다 못해도 방법이 없습니다. 시제.
살짝 와봐. 이거 치면 안 되냐? 치면 안 되냐? 해봐. 아타칸 빠져. 기존. 야 아래로 올 수 있어?
5천. 한방 백조. 한번 싸워봐. 노틸이 너무 들이대니까 쪽에 있는 브랜드 쪽 브랜드래. 브랜드가 베일이 됐어요. 따라가서 브랜드
야 빠져. 레토 누구.
게이지 피에로 맛있다 아우츠 We're all tied up back here in Lowell Park as the LCK champs battle back and tie D plus Kia as it is 1-1. Hanwha Life doing good work in game number 2. Digon alongside Chronicler and Wolf. And Hanwha Life started off slow with this one, the early first blood going over to Kog'Maw. And then after that, they took control of the game and D plus were on the back foot the whole time.
Yeah, a bit of a vintage barrel, unfortunately, but not the good vintage barrel on this one. And Shiu also really showing that he is still kind of coming into his own. I think he had a really rough game. And even though the trio of Showmaker, Lucid, and Aiming tried their best, they couldn't pull it through.
I think the draft was fine. We're not going to talk about it in too much detail. It wasn't the most strong D+ draft we've ever seen, but the clear game plan for D+ was once again just punishing sides early, set up dives with Showmaker's Ahri, which he played incredibly well through the early game, but team fighting later on became a big problem. Ox mentioned it already on the cast. Like, there's just too many tanky members. When you fall behind and they end up getting 3 Mountain Drakes, you're just not breaking through that MR.
Yeah, again, multiple chefs on this D+ roster. This time it was aiming on the Kog'Maw, pulling out something different. Didn't quite pan out. Let's take a look at the highlights here. Highlight 1. This is Zeus getting thrown behind, but then this is where the tempo falls off for D+.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I think Zeus had a lot of really bad moments in this game, but he also got 2 that kind of won them the game, because even though they give him up here, what is much more important is that a lot of resources are invested and they don't get the drag, or even though they do get the dragon, the fight win that comes through here is what kind of gets Hanwha Life back in the game, because before this, DK was setting up for the early game like they were in game number 1.
And this is one of Zeka's better plays on the Taliyah with the Weaver's Wall, because D+'s kind of MO for these dragons have been snap it, get out, you know? And he was able to put his wall down as they engaged through there, preventing their retreat. So it was a really clean Taliyah play from him. He had the right position, and they knew what tools they had to actually lock D+ in place there and punish the fact that a lot of resources were used killing Zeus moments before.
Yep. Highlight number 2 here. This is where it goes from Drake to next objective, and this is where Hanwha Life was rolling. Not a lot of answers here for D+ as we take a look at it one more time.
So this dragon is fine, right? Like, this gets taken. This is the first dragon. You don't get soul point, but it's not the end of it. What I just really want to show, as soon as DK lost control in this game, I want you to think of how do they actually approach, because Taliyah basically counters every form of engage that they have. So we get the engage Renata attempts from Barrel, which, as we're about to find out, just doesn't really work. And I think at Hanwha just show that if they can play their own game, if they can kind of go back to the peanut, go macro, DK don't really get a lot of angles back in.
I mean, flashing into melee range on Ahri was kind of their engage for the early game, right? But obviously at a setup like this where you don't have that much vision, there's a ward, as you can see there. It's really hard to actually break through. And Hanwha Life Esports, with this tanky Kalista that's so difficult to kill, it's hard to actually lock anybody down. Like, to kill Viper takes way too many resources. You still have to deal with Zeka's damage. You still have to deal with the Sejuani. You put all your resources into killing Sejuani or trying to kill a Meganar, then you get ripped apart by the Kalista. And once Hanwha Life Esports had control of the game, they just weren't going to let it go.
Zeka did have the one moment where he jumped into 3 people and they lost the fight, which actually made the game last for, I think, like 5 minutes longer than it should have. But we're not going to show that because I think...
Let's skip that.
Well, it's fine. They won the game, so we're not going to go too ham.
Yeah, we're calling that one out because he does make a play here in highlight number 3 in the mid lane that catches out Lucid. And I think then creates it very difficult for them to get in.
The big thing here is that you can see Shiu knows that he needs to do something about the Gnar, but unfortunately he doesn't quite know what. And this is, I actually think this wins them the game. This play from Zeus here, because that takes out the Jax. You see DK is just in complete shambles, and they lose 2 people as a result.
You know, Zeus actually kind of playing like Doran in this series a lot, taking a lot of the pressure, absorbing a lot of the pressure. And in this particular moment, I was watching that going, thinking the same thing as D+, like, oh, okay, he doesn't have Narbar, maybe we can punish. He's like, no, I'm going to use Shiu as a battery to get Narbar. I'm super big in this game. And then here things get a little bit desperate. You know, there's an awkward handshake for Barrel as well. Aiming is not going to be able to secure a kill here with the bailout because Delight has Zonias, which is actually pretty massive here. And, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. I think those last 2 fights for D+, they were never really in control. They tried to make a play on the Zeus. They failed. Had to try to salvage on Baron and failed as well.
And I want to highlight this specifically because up until they won the 1 fight, like they had 0 turrets. And I know that we know the game is quite snowbally right now, but this to me really does signify, I'm not really looking at win or loss, but how does DK look in the game? And when they get early map control, when they're able to really play the snowballing style, I think this team looks insanely oppressive. And here we saw some glimpses of it, but really it did feel like it came down to Zeka jumping into 3 people for the game to kind of get pulled back. Outside of that, once they lose control, I think this team is still, particularly with drafts like this that are a bit finicky, kind of struggling.
Yeah, huge battle back here by Hanwha Life Esports in game number 2 against D+ Kia. And now, all we got to do is decide the winner. You know, let's send it on over to 2 winners right now on the broadcast. It's Mr. Brendan Valdez and Daniel Locks. Harris.
Oh, thank you, D-Gon. You guys are winners as well.
He clarified it with us because I thought he was talking about someone else. I'm like, oh, are we not cast in? And he's like, no, we're the winners. I'm like, nice.
Yeah, I definitely called them winners for sure.
Yeah.
We're getting ready for game number 3. DK moving over to the blue side here. Unsurprising. This is part of the reason why we do favor them going into this game. Obviously, we had to play the game out and see how it does go. Hanwha Life Esports were able to take that last one. DK have looked great in fearless drafting. That last one a bit more even. They did go for kind of the wild card with the Kog'Maw as well, so more interesting stuff on the way, I'm sure.
Yeah, so going to see a little bit of change of pace, and because we're now on a new side, but also the pressure now goes to HLE because they have to ban Skarner in this situation. Fortunately, they've been kind of freed up from the Callisto ban from last game. That is one of our other most popular bans in the LCK Cup. They will ban that Vi again. Corki ban from D+. HLE fans so happy right now. Corki, if you're not aware, is 0-12 in the LCK Cup. And I'm sure many of the Zeka fans have a rough relationship with Corki. But yeah, Cassante left open. Great first pick for Zeus, but also Ambessa left open. Sorry, first pick for Zero, but also Ambessa, so Zeus could just pick up that himself.
Yep. That's why they go for the Ash ban. And Ambessa, I feel like Shu has looked better on Ambessa. We haven't seen a lot of Shu just yet, at least in the LCK.
With Ambessa picked, I wonder what Zeus will pick in response. Any guesses?
Timo?
Perhaps not. But
Anivia?
Not a huge pressure to pick it right now, but it just kind of cover your hand a bit more. It is Zeus, so, you know, not a stranger to go in a different direction. Don't tempt me like this.
Camille? Aatrox? Cassante.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it, and yet I still fell for it. That's the thing that bothers me.
The Aatrox, I was like, oh, okay. No.
It's like, sick, cool, and oh, Cassante. Okay, well, you know, let's move on. It's no surprise. Let's be honest with ourselves. We can hope, but it's no surprise. Looking at the Jinx option, very early pickup for this. Bit interesting. We've seen Jinx Lulu be pretty powerful in the LCK Cup. Delight, not someone who I would specifically link up as a Lulu player. Not that he can't, but more so leaning into those engaged champs. But very early to pick up the Jinx into D+ Kia, kind of showing the hand a decent amount. We'll see what D+ Kia want to do in response.
Why is Lucid reacting this way? Kindred and Galio circles comp. Immediately comes in.
Yeah, so a lot of power in the Galio that can kind of set up the Kindred, play for those marks. Obviously a really strong front line already. I find it funny he keeps hovering when he can't play it, you know?
Yeah, he's like, I wanted to play Yone. Took it away from me. My team picked Jace instead.
Yeah, interesting they're looking towards the Leona, the Braum pickup. Okay, more of a defensive pick to try and help out the Jinx. I mean, decent amount of value in blocking like Kindred damage. And I think the expectation is that Beryl is probably going to play an engage pick to try and gap close. Because they need to get to that Jinx who has so much range. But it definitely means that Delight has less agency than we typically see him have on things like the Rel, like the Rakan. Which, speaking of which, they might end up just banning things like the Rakan that is typically very good into the Braum. When I see Galio, I think you want to have something to start the CC chain so Galio can ult them to follow up, especially when you're playing into a Jinx. So I think Rakan's a good ban. I also think, you know, playing Braum, the Elise could be a really rough lane if you just get cocooned and then full comboed. And we know obviously Beryl plays it, so
yeah,
we'll see. I do think Rakan would be better for the composition as a whole, but Elise is very Beryl. And they do ban the Rakan away, so don't want to have to deal with that in team fights. I think that makes a lot of sense. Ivan ban away, I think, was very heads up. Something Peanut played last year to great effect and would really make it difficult to deal with this Jinx.
Yeah. I do wonder where we're going for the AD carry role. You know, there have been times where Kindred has been put into the AD carry role. I don't think that will happen here. Almost definitely not. But a lot of stuff has been banned and played, right? We've had 4 AD carries played. We now have Corki banned. We've got Victor, which could technically be played in that spot banned. We've got, obviously, Lucian and Ashe banned away.
Yeah, not a huge fan of the Viego here. It means you have even more momentum in fights, but you kind of don't have anyone to lead the charge on that first kill. And it's kind of going back to that first composition where they're like, hey, you need to come into us and then we're going to be happy. But if you don't come into us, if you just poke us down, it's a problem. And you know what champion has poke? Ziggs. Ziggs as well in the Braum, really fantastic. You can't really do anything against his ultimate. You can kind of keep him at a distance at all time. And I think HLE are just lacking engage options, you know, in terms of what their composition offers. It feels like D+ can really set the pace of the game. They have AD from their top side. They have a lot of AP from the mid lane. And Zeka going to pick the Sylas.
Something happened, by the way. He was hovering it, and it was like silence, and someone screamed something. I don't know if it was a fan or a player, but the whole crowd laughed and clapped.
Well, I mean, I'd be pretty happy as a Zeka fan in general, but here specifically, I don't know. I feel like both, you know, I think HLE had some shortcomings in the Game 1 draft. I think Game 2 was a lot more even, although HLE came out ahead. But I think this Game 2, I think D+ have a decent edge in this one. I just think HLE don't have the typical engage tools you want, and it's not like Sylas has a bunch of great options to steal from. They're nice ults, but it's like Kindred ult. It's high value, but it doesn't really give you the engage option. You can't, you know, pull a fake and grab a Rakan ult and dive in like we saw in the World Finals. So, you know, any composition, if you get ahead early, you can set the pace of the game, but I think if they fall behind, they're going to have a real tough time, and you're playing into like a Ziggs, a lot of poke, a Kindred can get stacked, so I think you need to shut down Lucid. I think that is very important, and you need to make sure aiming doesn't take over the game either. There's still definitely win cons. I just think they don't have as many tools as D+ do right now.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm curious about aiming on the Ziggs. You know, how well can he do? A lot of the damage will come from the Ziggs, especially if it ends up being Tank Galio, which is what we see more often. So the Ziggs, Kindred, and Mbessa DPS trio. Could be rough if you're not killing the Jinx, so we'll see how it does go. We're getting ready for game number 3. Let's hop into the riff right now. Game 3 on the cards. Life Esports have pushed D+ Kia to the edge. To the end of their rope. We'll see how this one does go.
Interestingly enough, I mean, not seen a dive. I'm sorry, not dive, a swap. I do think that if you end up swapping, one of the advantages with a Kindred is that you can dive, get that early kill, get that early mark. For those who aren't familiar too much with the champion, 4 marks is where you get a big range increase. Then it's every 3 after that, you get a smaller one. But getting those first 4 is just when you come alive as a champion. So really important, I think, that D+ are able to get their hands on those sooner rather than later.
Yeah. I think the biggest question mark for me in this whole draft was the Viego.
I think,
you know,
it was just a matter of like you look through the junglers that are actually available that like hadn't been picked or weren't banned, and I think the pool was just small.
There was always Zach. Just saying.
True.
Could have played Zach.
He definitely could have.
Warwick, you know, also available.
Wow, 6-0 so far with the Braum. And I feel like Braum is one of these picks, in my opinion, where in the right spot, just suffocating. You know, you can get so much value, so much power, but I also think, like, in the wrong spot, kind of underwhelming. And we'll see what Delay can do with it here. I mean, obviously, you know, you're playing for a Jinx, you're trying to keep it safe, you're trying to proc passive on people. You have a lot of people who stack up your passive quickly, but I just don't think it's the best response to the Ziggs. And obviously isn't fantastic at interrupting Rel either.
Yeah, it's definitely not. I do remember that Beryl had a great game on it. Zeka able to kind of cancel the knockup with his own by jumping in with the chains, and he's doing very well in that lane so far.
Showmaker doesn't have his W yet, and obviously as soon as you get that free magic damage shield, which is a big advantage. Now, with that pressure from mid, plus the pressure from bot, we're seeing this red tick, and this is why I think the swap would have been, you know, on the one hand, K'Sante fares better in a swap situation than Ambessa does, so I get them not wanting to do it, but this is kind of the sacrifice you're making. You know, you don't have the opportunity for Lucid to potentially pick up an early mark with a dive. You're also suffering a little bit from the early pressure from a Jinx. You can just rocket the wave. Ziggs needs a few more points in Q to get going. But I don't think it's too much of a hit. So, you know, they're clearly establishing they want that Ambessa not to be starved of gold.
Yeah. It's really not the end of the world. I think actually going to get unlucky here with the mark spawn is Lucid on the bottom one, but you've got an opportunity to maybe just go from Scuttle to Scuttle, especially look at the positioning of Peanut right now.
I love this. I love when teams play like this around a Kindred and Showmaker really working hard for it. It's kind of something I've also talked about with the Ziggs, where I feel like Ziggs and his ability to take towers, you should kind of play around that like you play around Kindred, like you want to enable him to have power access. It kind of feels like it's 2 mini games going. Get Ziggs to hit towers, get Kindred to get marks. If you do both of those, you're going to have a fantastic game.
Yeah. I mean, it's a team game after all. Let's see the smite here goes the way of Lucid. And he's just going to kind of waddle away after that one.
Yep. Already got the freebie mark, so that's really nice. And just a positive start.
What do you think about the Ziggs skin, by the way?
Wait. Oh my god, I just saw something horrible.
Wait.
I think aiming misclicked. I think I just saw, if I'm correct, he had 2 points in W. Which is just a misclick.
Yeah, that is your...
And it may sound like, oh, you know, it's just like, is it that big of a deal? But like, Ziggs Q is your bread and butter. It's gonna take like, one of the things is as you get like level 4, level 5, yeah, you can see it there, 2 points in W. Like the Q gets so much stronger with points in it, so a little bit unfortunate. I'm not sure it's going to make a major difference, but he does lose a little bit of his laning power, because like next level he puts it in ult.
There it is. Value.
Yeah.
The poke. Now it's on cooldown for 20 seconds.
I think, I'm not sure how exactly it happened, but it's not the first time a player will made a misclick, and I'm assuming it is a misclick, because to assume otherwise would be, it hit me on a deep level. There's no way anyone would choose to put themselves through that.
Watch him put a 3rd point in W and you just like leave the cast. I gotta call Wolf or Chronicler. You're like, no, I've had enough.
I can't handle it.
I've seen enough aiming Ziggs for one lifetime.
Yeah, he honestly, he's usually been pretty okay as far as it goes. So I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. It was a misclick. Yeah,
let's see. Coming up soon.
No. He's going to put points in Q. Stop it, Brendan. The thing is, you max Q, then you max E, and W is last. So it feels even worse because you know, you're never going to have that skill order you wanted to lay. Lucid?
Okay, trading flashes.
Great flash from Lucid.
Two flash, yeah.
Yeah, he was in a dangerous situation. They traded up in sums, but now it's a little bit delicate to approach these grubs. They definitely want at least one, if they can get their hands on it.
Yeah, when you're the Ziggs team as well, would be lovely to get as many as possible. Zeus does have level 6 here. And Delight just holding the door in front. Showmaker, nice angle here. Could try to go for it. Even the Ziggs ult going to do a bit of damage in onto Delight. Trying to just create space for that grub that is coming in. Here comes the Silas, though, and Lucian in a bit of trouble. He's not level 6. Down he goes. Beryl goes too deep. And the Ambessa, Siu will trade one back, but it's Amalite Esports trading up in a big way.
And I feel like this is just HLE doing better homework than D+ in this situation because they moved their members over. They had Zeka dealing with the mid wave. They had everyone else there. And then Zeka's able to move in and Siu was so late on this Ambessa. You can see if you look at the minimap, we already have the Silas pushing in, moves over quicker. The fight starts and Beryl's trying to make space for Lucid to get the smite, but by committing your engage onto Zeka, you know, onto Zeus, it's a Cassante. He doesn't really care. And Bessa comes in late and does get a kill, but I just think HLE set up for that objective better. And D+ were too focused on denying the one grub that they lost them the fight and they still didn't get the grub.
Yeah, and consider their current situation where they have a level 5 Kindred who basically does nothing. You've got a Ziggs who ulted the Braum and has no items, right? Like, they're not really in a great spot. They would love to get more items first before they fight with these champs, or at least level 6 on your Kindred to stop stuff like, you know, a Silas engaging on you.
I think the thing is as well, if they played to poke them down and looked for the fight, you know, if you kill Peanut, that's another mark. Like, you could have just set up in that way. I think it was just the wrong call on how to approach, especially when Beryl committed the combo onto Zeus of all people. And I know he was low, but it's Cassante. It's not new.
He's never low.
No. He's never low. He's low because he chooses to be low. He does it to himself. It's like Bro in the standings.
They're doing it for the fans, you know? So is Cassante, I guess.
All of the Cassante fans.
I mean, Cassante does kind of remind me of a generous Giga Chad. He gets a bad rep because...
I mean, he has the Giga Chad mode.
Exactly, right? He just gets a bad rep just because he's so OP.
Yeah, I got no beef with Cassante as a person.
Yeah.
Just him as a champion, you know?
That's a problem.
Yeah. Also, his soundtrack, his music they have.
Yeah.
They play it in the breaks. The best one.
It is the best one for sure. We haven't had a lot of things come close, actually. And right now he's laning against Ziggs in the bottom lane. So he's fine.
Yeah, and Aiming is going the Deathfire Grasp Ziggs build again.
On what level does that hurt you compared to, like, maxing W?
I mean, maxing W, I don't even... I mean, I think Ludens is the go-to and the preferred build in every situation, but he has been going this Deathfire Grasp build recently a lot. I do feel like having like a more sustained damage is good into this, but I feel like you do that by getting Leandri second into this composition.
Yeah.
Not necessarily by the Deathfire Grasp.
Zeus does not care about Aiming's existence on multiple levels. He's just sitting there, farming the wave, tanking Qs, and that's about it. Once again, nice canceling from Zeka. I feel like every time he does that, he always comes out ahead on the trades.
Yeah, Zeka pretty good at this Silas champion, to no one's surprise.
Yeah.
Obviously one of these picks that you think Silas, you think you can't. Oh, faded in.
Oh boy, and now Zeka just going to steal the Kindred ultimate. It's going to get pretty interesting. Let's see if Lucid can burst him down. Didn't have the E stack, but he's burning, and it is going to be a kill to Lucid anyway. And it's not the marked target, but it's still a nice amount of gold, a nice injection over to DK and Lucid.
Great patience, waited it out, and honestly, the ult from Zeka, I don't think he was wrong to use it, but kind of backfired as well, because it just meant there was no chance of killing Showmaker. His cooldowns had come back up, he was able to disengage. And Lucid not only gets the kill, saves his flash as well, which I think is pretty big in this situation. Fortunately, no extra stack on the back of it. But it does set them up nicely to focus on these grubs. And with Peanut on the other side of the map, does deny the stack again, but It does look like it's going to be a triple grubber for D+ to equalize. It is already 2 neutral objectives, though, for HLE, so they are ahead in terms of feats of strength. But here, you know, Zeka's constantly been cancelling. He gets cancelled in return by Showmaker. And then the ult does let him survive, but it also means Showmaker can kind of just heal up and walk it off. And the red buff, enough to take him down.
Yeah. And Viego against Kindred in the 1v1, you miss a stun, you're just, you're a sitting duck. You just sit there, you walk away. Obviously, in a different situation, maybe you can ult in if you've got teammates and look for resets. That's where Viego's going to be strong, but a lot of reset denial when you're playing against Kindred as well, so another reason why when we saw that pick, we were like, huh, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think the value of the Kindred ult into like Jinx and Viego, because I think Jinx alone, like yes, it slows down the resets, but you know, I just feel like this comp is so much more reliant on resets when you have 2 of them. And honestly, sometimes I feel like even the Viego can be more reliant, because you can be baited when you're ulting in. The Kindred ult can block it, then if you hold ult, you're not using your ult, which is a lot of value, so yeah, really heads up pick in this situation.
Yeah. Well,
oh, there's a mark. He's hunting.
He's trying to get it, and he's not gonna get it because Peanut had already pulled it in. So I think he's still sitting on 1, which is not very comfortable.
You can see it in a cool overlay.
Yeah.
Right next to it. So yeah, 4 would be big. A while away from that still. They are putting some pressure on the tower.
Are they playing around Ziggs?
They are playing around Ziggs. Like, you don't have to gank. You don't have to kill Viper. Just give him some cover. Let aiming hit the tower. Get some plates. Just do that on repeat. Every time Ziggs gets to touch a tower, a plate goes. And it is feats of strength for HLE now. Haven't picked up that second dragon. So they do have that advantage. But I think the more you allow aiming just to hit this tower, the better you're going to feel.
He has maxed his Q, by the way.
Yeah.
Just in case anyone...
In the end, like,
catch the joke.
When you're at this point, your Q's max, like, it's not a big issue. I thought it could, you know, it makes you a bit weaker in lane, but it hasn't proved to be a problem. It's not a big deal. Just in the moment I saw it, and I was like,
yeah,
ouch. I can guarantee in those moments, you always feel awful about it when you accidentally max the wrong... I mean, it's not as bad as when you level the wrong thing.
Ooh.
When, like, if you're playing Elise and you want, you know, you put 2 points in E before you get W or something, or 2 points in Q before you get W, rather. That would feel bad.
Yeah. Usyk got his second mark, by the way. Just getting the bottom Scuttle Crab as it spawns there. So getting an opportunity. Has stolen Ziggs ult. Gonna cancel a back.
Cheeky.
Aiming doesn't have TP, so...
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Ziggs ult is I feel like a lot of the time the damage from it comes from the items he has. I mean, it does a lot of damage up itself, but your items need to bolster it. It's kind of like when Silas steals Karthus ult, never hits as hard.
Yeah.
Never does as much. And it's kind of a similar thing where, like, it's not terrible to take, but the damage isn't that crazy. I think Rel actually has a really high AP ratio. So I think in terms of like aggressive combat power, you dive in the backline and pop it, it actually can do a significant amount of damage. So maybe that's one Zeka looks to steal later.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of like random support and like jungle tank ults that have really high AP ratios. I think like the Zac.
It's because they never get AP and they give them big AP ratios. So like when they get Baron, it's nice. But I remember they did this with Gnar. They buffed the AP ratio on Gnar.
Yeah.
And Gnar didn't care, but Silas was just absolutely feasting.
It's better Gnar. And we saw both the champs in this series, but not in this same game. Which makes sense. Shu having a pretty good time up against like Hasante. It's just 2 guys going head-to-head, and there's an ult.
Not sure the heal was needed. I think Viper may be concerned, sorry, Delight concerned that maybe Viper wouldn't get out the center, but I think that wasn't exactly massively needed. Looks like aiming is going towards Leandries next, which gives a ton of damage for Ziggs. Especially a lot of health stackers on the side of HLE.
Yeah.
And I think it's the thing is like, you could go like a more, I'm going to burst the squishies with like Horizon focus. But the thing is you'll still do a lot of damage to Viper, and this way you're actually damaging everyone else. So I think it's the right call, although I'm not a big fan of the Fire Grasp.
Yeah, Yeah.
Or is it Blackfire Force?
It is
Blackfire
Blackfire.
Grasp is
Yeah.
different, right?
Yeah.
That item I would
It's also
not on Ziggs, but I'm a fan of that. You know.
It's also a name of one of the songs of Pentic.
I'm just picturing like a Ziggs like satcheling in, using the Deathfire Grasp, and then just ulting.
Hell
you
yeah.
Chad?
Assassin Ziggs. You max your W for extra engage power.
Absolutely.
So cursed.
So big.
They got a third mark, by the way. Spawned on the bottom side, and HLE were like, whatever.
Yeah, so one away from the big spike. If they can get that, that would be ideal. Very even in gold. HLE ahead in objectives, obviously, so... But I think D+ okay with that as long as they can keep getting some more marks. Right now, it is set on Zeka. I love how they both have like portraits next to their names, you know?
Yeah.
I think this is concerning to give over a dragon, a third dragon for free already. It's so early for HLE to have 3 dragons for Mountain Soul.
Will they though? That's the question. I mean, Chu's coming up.
Yeah, if they can get the Kindred there, hard to do a 50-50 against the Kindred with the power of the ult stalling out. I think this is a great call from D+ to deny. They throw the Herald mid to force HLE to respond, and now get their way in here. Mountain Soul for HLE would be massive. A lot of bulk, but also just keeping that Jinx safe, so I would not want to give this third dragon over no matter what. They will look to get aiming, so just going to satchel the tower. They'll take that mid-tier 1 easily enough. And they're happy just forcing HLE away from the dragon. Don't need to start it right now. Just keep them off it.
Yeah, but how long can they do it for, you know? Peanut's just going to start it up again. And there's a lot of gold in the pockets of DK that they'd love to spend, but they can't. So they got to stick around. They got to fight over this Mountain Drake. And just trying to look. There is another mark actually in the jungle, which I believe is being shown here by the big zoom out. Also the multiple different angles by which both teams are trying to just converge on this objective.
Aiming's going to recall and TP back in. He wants to spend. Lucid hitting it at the moment. He can just get out the pit at any time. Leandri's picked up for aiming. Big spike. He's got 2 items compared to Viper's 1. So I think that might be enough for DK to say, okay, you want to fight? We'll give it to you.
Yeah. Power of TP. And power of backing out of vision as well. Hamalife Esports not really able to do much about that. And trying to get Peanut close to the objective, but already the Ziggs poke is coming in, but here comes Zeka trying to get in there, but the Rella ult pretty good onto that front line, and Chu's buying a lot of time in the back, has the Galio on top, a 3-man knockup, and Viper though digging the 1 reset. Can he do enough damage is really the question. Able to chip away at Showmaker, but not willing to take the 3v4, and that will be the dragon going into the hands of D+ Kia.
Huge for D+ there, denying the soul, stacking towards soul, sorry, and I think the fight execution really good. They're now also trying to defend this bot lane tower, and a little bit risky, I think.
Yeah, the door is held, so...
Lucid did also fail his dash. I think it's fine to give it up. I actually think Aiming can get this mid-tier 2 by himself, which is kind of absurd. Although he might have to wait around another wave, which could be risky. He's going to do it. He's the Gold King.
This is what he does. He's cycling his abilities, trying to get that passive up, but he gets it low enough. The satchel does the job.
And I think with the 1-for-1 tower trade, more than happy. You see Zeka coming from the flank. I think D+ do a phenomenal job of peeling these threats. Beryl, that engage, really amazing. Yes, Zeka stasis it so he doesn't get taken out, but it stalls out the fight, and then this Galio ult from Showmaker, massive. The 4-man knockup really just disrupts HLE's chance of having any momentum, takes out the Viego, and gets them the reward. Really well played, I think, from Beryl and Showmaker particularly there.
Yeah, also the initial poke that was coming out from aiming onto Peanut really made it difficult for Peanut to have much of an impact at all, right? Like, we saw Viper get the reset, but...
This is one of the issues I feel like with this HLE composition is you don't have reliable engage in your comp. You're kind of relying on Zeka finding a flank angle or Zeus, and if D+ know that. So as long as they have their flanks covered, as long as they're on the lookout for these divers, for these aggressors, they can just peel and poke, and then the second you overcommit, they'll just take the team fight. And you got to remember, they have a Kindred ult as well.
Yeah.
So many tools to respond now. They are looking top. TP is coming in behind.
Yeah, they got to be careful. I mean, taking it slow and steady and peel and poke, they're kind of out of position for that. The engaged Braum ultimate going to catch Showmaker. He has to flash away. Big Ziggs bomb over the top, though, into the satchel, and now in the backline, Shu finds the angle, and this should absolutely go the way of D plus Kia. Nice pullback there from Zeus to get himself to safety, but now Otacon available. D plus Kia want more.
Yeah, and Zeus no TP and super low. They're recalling, they're giving up on the objective. Huge for D+. A lot of damage put out there by aiming. And as well, you can see moving through the choke. Not even close. When HLE wanted to move through that choke, it's just not the ideal place to fight against the Ziggs. The mines on the ground really disrupt and cause issue. Trying to look at this tower, but I think the investor can just clear it out, yeah.
I mean, you consider the spot we're in now. Like, gold might look even, but there's really still no answer for the Ziggs unless aiming. Okay, nice satchel. He's just gonna hop his way to safety. But yeah, this is the choke of doom right here.
So, Blight walk through a bunch of mines. They move forwards. Ult gets a lot of value there, even through the lock-in. Let's see a great grab onto the Braum. Knew all his cooldowns are down. He has to use the Unbreakable to walk through the minefield. And Zeus has a great ult. He would have just certainly died if he hadn't been able to get out, but he gets away. He doesn't change the course of the fight. And now, I think this is another example of a situation where you don't need to dive and go crazy. There's no good response from HLE. You have poke from D+, you have peel. HLE don't have great engage. You can just threaten the tower quite comfortably.
Yeah. And he's taking a lot of free damage from Viper.
Yeah, maybe don't do that.
Reason. He's trying to aggressively get in there. And speaking of which, Siu over the top with the Ziggs as well. They do have the Otacon buff. That's a couple of revives already on the cards. CP trying to really capitalize on getting it from Beryl.
I think part of this was the fact that aiming had taken so much damage. So like, okay, well, let's just engage. But they didn't even get the tower, right? They really just didn't get value from the Otacon buff. So don't think that really went the way D+ wanted it to, but it's kind of the thing where they have the buff and like, oh, let's just dive, and then now you've wasted the buff.
I mean, Zeka wasted his TP, which is what I was very much focused on, but yeah, this was not clean at all.
Yeah, I mean, aiming should not be this low, getting poked out by a Jinx, well played by Viper, but shouldn't really happen. And although we get the Braum, we don't get anything else. You know, in terms of having an Otacon buff, you should hope for a lot more.
In live, Zeka in trouble. You see, trying to block the Silas from dashing. Another knockup comes in. Zeka, okay. Gonna buy some time. Does he have a chance? He doesn't have his flash anymore. And yeah, that's gonna be the end of him. Nice pick off there.
Just buy his time. I think maybe the hope is we can get the Dragon before they get here in time. And Lucid is very far away. But HLE, don't pull the trigger. Yeah. Which, it kind of feels like the right call, if I'm being honest. You would just get smashed in a fight right now, but it just means Zeka kind of died for nothing.
Zeka dies for nothing, and he TP'd up to that wave, so he stuck around as we were watching the replay. And by the way, the mark also secured by Lucid.
Okay, so he's a full champion now.
He is real.
Yeah,
and we'll watch this
replay. Oh, the speed of that from Showmaker. Gets like the, I think it's like the max range knockup as well, close to. And yeah, the problem is he ends up zone using before the ult ends, so he's gonna heal, but he's dead anyway. There was nothing he could do in this situation. He's just buying time for his team. Yeah, not really able to make anything off it right now. 2 Mountain Drakes, 2 D+, so some nice extra resistances. We've got a Galio who appreciates that. Even like Lucid and Zero are pretty bulky. And yeah, aiming's done a lot of damage. That is Ziggs.
That is Ziggs, and he's done a bunch to the structures as well. So you got to factor that in. You're able to take down the mid-tier 2 very easily because you have a Ziggs on your team. And it just offers you so much more map control. There's only 1 turret that's been taken by Helm of Life compared to 4. And yeah, I said it before, you know, the gold looks somewhat even, but a couple Mountain Drakes, you know, a 5th stack here now for the Kindred. Things are really beginning to get out of control, but aiming is in the middle of no man's land, and he's gonna get Showmaker in there as well. He flashes away, but Zeus gets the kill. Zeka will be traded for it, though. We'll see what this Kindred can do. Lucid flashing over the top. Peanut not able to get away. Showmaker buying a lot of time, but that is a pretty excited Jinx, rather, looking to go on the hunt. So DK not going to play with their food and just run away. Although, yeah, Zeus goes in with the TP. And Siu trying to peel for the team. This could get pretty dangerous. The zap on top of Siu, the knockback, and Siu, they just got to leave him. There's no hope for him. And that should be another kill right into the hands of Viper.
Yeah, very late kill as well, so they can potentially reset, look for this Baron if they get back in time. I keep saying Zeka instead of Zeus because I see HLE Z, and I'm like, it's Zeka, but no, it's not, it's Zeus. Very scrappy fight, aiming, mispositioning a decent amount, does use the satchel defensively, but the Braum ult catches him, and Zeus is on a mission. It works, you know, you step up too far, even that works. And I think this fight could have been even more in favor of HLE, but Peanut's very split, can't really make the most of his reset. But even so, like, Showmaker doesn't have armor, you Taunt Viper, you're just gonna die. And then this chase down, this TP from Zeus, the new teleport, I feel like it's obviously learning the timings of like how quickly you, because I was like, is he going to be there in time to even do anything? Yeah. And the answer is yes. And they get the slate kill. Not sure if they'll have gone for the Baron in the replay. I was hoping they would maybe be able to set up around the objective, but from the looks of it, they haven't really done much of that either.
Lucy got a 6th stack, by the way. He got the 5th from the Scuttle Crab, and he got the 6th in the fight from the Viego. So very close to 7. Yep. And as you mentioned, you know, once you have 4, you're like a real champion. But you get 7, you get 10, you can start to take over the game. The Kindred, we talked a lot about the Ziggs, what it's able to do, but the Kindred I listed as one of the big carries as this game comes along.
Yeah.
And got fed early as well.
As it's a boost to your range as well. You know, I feel like that's the one edge that like HLE had, was like this long range auto attacker.
Yeah.
If Lucid also becomes a long range auto attacker, you got nothing. You see HLE setting up in the area, wanting to secure the Scuttle Crab. Well, I'm just trying to land some poke. The offensive W satchel.
We've had a couple of fights in a row that were very messy from both sides. It felt like Hololive Esports felt a bit more in control of that top fight that they actually lost, where they had like the flanking TP coming in, but DK did a great job backing away and then retaking the fight with the 6 damage as they came through the choke. And that second one also very broken up, kind of all over the place. Viper not able to link resets, excited resets into more kills. I do wonder what a fight looks like at this point in time if it's just like a straight front to back. I feel like DK should probably try not to get caught out.
Yeah, I think when it's split, that's when HLE starts to get advantages. And once someone goes down, like the increased mobility of Viego gets or the Jinx excitedness allows them to really start to clean up fights. I think when D+ have it in a structured front to back, I think it's hard for HLE. Dragon up in 25 seconds, 3rd fry of the team. They definitely want to look to contest this. Zeus is walking down, his TP not quite available. Neither is Fuse right now, so he might have to move soon. Peanut is fishing.
All right, stun landed. I mean, they're forcing DK back. They're taking a lot of map control here and vision control around the objective. The push in mid, you know, Jinx easily able to match that. He had blue buff, which is really helping with the rockets clear. And DK's actually threatening Baron, perhaps. They're coming up here, clearing out the vision, and they're just going to start it. They say, okay, the Dragon, we don't care about that. We want to go for the Baron.
They want to pull them into it, and also Zeka's running up, but he's still quite far away, not making the decision to TP. The D+ will pull away from it. They want to defend this mid-tier 1. Don't want to give it up for free. And I think HLE really making the right call there. You know, attacking mid instead of the Baron, calling D+'s buff, and kind of just stalling things out. And if you look, Zeka's pushing bot lane again. He still has TP, he's fine with it.
And this is Cassante. You see Showmaker's like, do I engage on this guy even though he's standing right next to me? The answer is no, it's Cassante. Death Sense picked up by Siu, and TP's back in. I think it's just going to be a straight-up fight over the Dragon. Stun here on the Zeus. He's not able to go unstoppable for a bit, but he's so tanky. Doesn't really matter. And setting up on this one, Zeka, he's got a pretty massive flank, but spotted. Zeus as well. The two Z's coming over the top as now they try to turn onto Zeka as he does go golden, and it's stolen by Lucid. He gets the dragon, so many low health bars, and Barrel goes in and just stacks the front line there for his DPS. And you see Zeus is all alone on the back of the fight. He's going to be run down. This should be 3 for the side of D plus Kia in both dragons. 3 Mountain Drakes, 3 kills. Eventually, who's going to pick it up is the only question. It does go to Showmaker, of all people. And yeah, just a massive fight here for DK once again.
I think if the Dragon hadn't gone to D+, they would still be happy with the outcome of that fight. But the fact that they got the steal as well is icing on the cake. Lucid has been dominating the smite battles over Peanut so far this series. And once again, it's paying dividends. 3 mountains and mountain dragons. A 4 mountain soul would be absurd. And now they know Zeus is dead for a while. They're heading over to the Baron. We'll see the replay. The thing is, it's hard to win a smite fight against a Kindred because of the ultimate. But this is just Lucid just grabbing it. You know, nothing else needed. Just a raw smite coming through. The damage from aiming was huge, and that barrel follows up beautifully on it. And then Zeus looks for aiming, but kind of hard. You know, he uses his CC, but aiming would have had the satchel defensively, and so he just kind of disengages. And now D+ pick up the Baron as well. 5,000 gold lead. They are in a fantastic position in this game.
It's just very comfortable. You talked about it in the draft, which feels like ages ago, like 40 minutes ago.
It's actually 32 minutes ago.
Well, not exactly,
well,
because we had like the draft and then
maybe like 34.
The camera shots, and we saw the drafts on the wall.
Let's
and
go up 35, okay?
You know?
35, yeah?
Okay, 35, probably closer. I'll give you that. And yeah, D+ Kia now with Baron and Ziggs. Try to engage on the aiming. It's what you still have to do. You still have to find the flank.
It's just a struggle, and especially Zeka, like last fight, he went in with Galliol. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Nearly died to Lucid.
He's doing so much damage now.
Yeah.
Okay, like, what are you supposed to do with Zeka? You went into a fight with Galliol. You're supposed to, like, dash in and then ult out. It just...
Yeah.
And now he's got Kindred ult. How are you supposed to engage with this, you know? I feel like especially when it was such a late pick off the Silas, the ults, they're not in isolation bad, but for what they need, they just don't offer it. I'd prefer he grab the Rel ult and just dive in, Proto Belt, well, I guess it's Rocket Belt now, and just press R.
Yeah, it's not Zaya, but, you know, it's still an AD carry that doesn't have a lot of mobility in Jinx. And you're just able to do that as Ziggs, just having a really fun time against this. The Rocket doesn't do anything. They're not able to actually break the inhibitor turret, funnily enough. They're just waiting for the next wave. Still have a minute and a half to go. Shu doing a good job of pushing in mid.
Yeah, the only thing is aiming is a bit low, so some good poke that did come out from Viper. But I just don't think there's anything to punish him. And again, they have the Kindred. I think the Rel would have done better for them. But I still think it's just best of a rough bunch for this situation. They get the tower here. Looks like they're going to keep pushing.
Oh,
Peanut
man. In a lot of trouble. This is Viego just doing absolutely nothing the whole game.
Really living up to the Paper Man.
That is the nickname we gave to him. And aiming.
I feel like
he's great at taking damage,
if Viper was playing Lethality Jinx, they would actually be doing better right now. He's hitting Ws, he's hitting zaps on aiming, he's hitting ults. But it's not enough, you know. You force them off, fantastic, that it is good, but you're not actually really changing the state of the game. Baron's been used, 3,500 Red Bull Baron power play. Dragon Soul in a minute, 4 Mountain Drake would be massive. Especially, you know, you have stuff like Lucid, harder to burst him, easily get the ult off. Showmaker, you get extra damage from your magic resist. And now aiming just picked up a Rabadon's. Shiwu just picked up a GA. We have the Elixir of Iron as well for Beryl. They know this is likely the last fight of the game, and they are feeling confident.
Yeah. Ziggs, so comfy. He's got Galio ults, he's got Kindred ults. You know, he can just build only damage items the whole way. Very glad he didn't go for like a Seraphs or anything like that. Totally unnecessary.
You don't need it. You can just go
you don't need Sonya's.
I don't think he went perhaps the optimal damage. But you know what? I'm not gonna criticize. Yeah. He has some good items. He does some good damage.
He does have damage items, which is, you know, I was trying to, you know, highlight that positive at least, and he's doing a great job with it so far. Potentially a final fight here. HLE really have to fight for this one. You cannot give Mountain Soul to a 4 Mountain Drake team, and they're just still trying to find the angle on Ziggs. The story hasn't changed.
Steal Rel or Ambessa and just try and make it happen. I think that's your best option. He's found a flank again.
Oh, they're trying to get in, and the engaged Braum, surprisingly, doesn't work.
No flash on aiming now, though.
Yeah. And
get hooked. Look at Delight.
Oh, no, that bomb. Just gigantic damage. And Delight's like, what do I do now? I don't even have my ult. She was going to miss his, but again, it just doesn't matter because they get Mountain Soul.
For the damage at the bottom, it's just an easy standoff.
DK didn't need kills. They just needed the dragon. They're still going for more. I mean, might as well, but yeah, Cassante. Are they killable?
I don't think so.
In any sense. You got a level 15 Diego up against Lucid, who's quite fed. Okay, they have a flank angle. The flank angle, this is what we've been talking about. Zeus trying to get to the back line, the flash, on to aiming. He finally got onto the Ziggs. The damage is decent, but the Kindred ultimate keeps aiming alive, and they cannot take him down. Showmaker runs in front, just strutting his stuff in the face of the Jinx. And there is just no way to attack this Ziggs the entire game. Aiming can TP into the fight now as well. As Peanut has to back away from this one. They don't have a wave right now, actually. They're trying to get it low enough. Instead, they're just going to get the champions low enough and get 3 more kills. The wave comes in, and the game and the series is over. D plus Kia move to 4-0 and take down Homolife Esports.
Really strong performance. I think going into this, my expectation was that D plus had just looked a bit better so far, but even so, I expected this to be a big challenge. In fairness, HLE definitely put up a fight, but right now it's definitely clear that D plus are our strongest team. Right now they have looked the best in the play we've seen so far. Undefeated, only Bro left to go undefeated in groups and pushing up Group Elder's score even more.
Yeah.
And I really think that like the fact that they've won against both HLE and T1, they've been a big reason why Group Elder's pulled so far ahead.
He's like showing off the sponsors. He's like, by the way, shout out to our sponsors. Also, shout out to D plus Kia.
And I think the players all played fantastic, but also I think Fearless just feels to have benefited them. They've shown so much flexibility in the champion pools. It feels like even when we get later in series, the cohesion is still there from the draft. Showmaker feels like he can play anything. And a rough one for HLE. They still put up a good fight. I think we have to remember that. It was a 3-game series, but it just wasn't quite enough on the day.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. I think Homolife Esports still a strong team. You're going to look at their scoreline and see 2-2, but they lost to 2 very strong teams in D plus Kia and Gen G. Gen G has been more up and down, obviously, but they lost at the beginning of the series. Funnily enough, this started off pretty well for Homolife Esports. They had this fight, and we were like, oh, maybe they can get it done.
Yeah, this was like the best part of the game for HLE. But after that, it just felt like they didn't have the options to engage, and I think they didn't have the tools, is ultimately how I view it. I do think that it's not just about the draft. I think D plus played really well, but I also think that out of the 3 games we had, this is the one where there was a major draft gap that I think caused issues for HLE. And they try to find workarounds. Viper was getting some good poke down on the Jinx. We saw Zeus and Zeka both trying to find these flank angles, but just so hard. The peel, I would say, was really good from D+. The exception being this moment, but even then, it still didn't go that far in favor of HLE. It wasn't enough for them to get the Baron. It just kind of stalled the game out a little bit longer, and D+ bounced back. I think Lucid had a really fantastic series. I think Beryl had some great moments. Showmaker. I think Shiwu also was scary on this Ambessa in the late game, like when he went for the 1v1 against Peanut.
Yeah.
And it just feels like this team are working so well together. You'd think bringing a rookie in, and as much as Beryl has played with this team before, you know, it was with a different jungler. It was with Canyon, and it just feels like the team are working so well as a unit, despite having switched out quite a few pieces, and especially up against a team like HLE, who only changed the top laner They were summer champions, only changed to top laner, and yet D+, it feels like they've adapted to these changes faster.
It's a lot of yelling. It's Showmaker and it's Lucid. And Barrel, of course. Can't count him out. Aiming and Chiyu, they're not going to talk much. Aiming sometimes.
They're just locked in.
Yeah, locked in, doing their job.
And you can see the hype, they're happy about it. You know, this was a big match to take down. This was a big statement. The reigning champs from last summer, Aiming doing a ton of damage as Ziggs does, but Viper also doing a lot. And I feel like, kind of feel bad. He had a really strong Jinx performance given the context, but you just can't do more in this scenario. Didn't have the tools to set them up.
Yeah. I mean, Viper, he's one of the best AD carries in the world. He played quite well today. I think you put any AD carry in this position, and they're probably not getting it done just by...
This feels reminiscent of Game 2 yesterday, T1 vs KT, when you know, we saw Smash just trying to do everything, just didn't quite come together. And sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. It's a team game at the end of the day, and the better team on the day one.
Yeah. A lot of threats as well. You know, even if they do kill the Ziggs, like probably late in the game, Viper would pop off and it would be an issue. But you've got the Ziggs, you've got the Kindred who is farming very well, you've got Chiyu on the Ambessa, even Showmaker was building tank. But Lucid, he is going to be the one that picks up the player of the match tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair. He had some pretty good performances, was doing some great moves on the Wukong, the Nidalee as well. I mean, I feel like that was more a controlled one, but yeah, I'm going to be honest, I think there was a lot of votes that were pretty valid in this one. I think you struggled to find someone who just wasn't deserving at all. So I wonder if we will see a mix in terms of votes. I didn't personally vote for Lucid, but I think it's a very valid one.
Who did you vote for?
Maybe you'll have to see on that one.
What's your comment going to be today, Ox?
Oh,
Just curious. You got to think about it.
I got to think about it.
Casters have a little bit of less time because they got to like put it in towards the end.
Yeah, and process it. Like you can just see my brain just
Deskers
whirring.
are sitting there just waiting like, what should I do? They got like 20 minutes as the game is ending.
I mean, I feel like as well, like when you're on the desk, you have time to prep it more.
Well, guys, we have the interview. I'm going to hand it over to our translator. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the LCK Cup POM interview translation, joined by Lucid on the side of D+ Kia. Congratulations! The captain of Group Baron, Life Esports, and you took them down and get to continue your undefeated run. How do you feel? Yeah, being able to win makes me really happy, and I feel like we definitely contributed to our group, which is very delightful. You know, especially in Game 1 draft, the last R5 Maokai pick was highly praised by the analysts. So, can you walk us through how the team decided to go with Maokai? You know, Maokai was really good going into the enemy comp. And I think being able to scale, I think that's just something that Barrel also really wanted to play, so he was very proactive in picking this. And in Game 3, despite the high-tier priority pick, K'Sante being open, you took Ambessa first, and after giving out K'Sante, you completed a Kindred Galio comp. So what was the strategy here? You know, she was really good with K'Sante, but I think he said that he was more confident with Ambessa. And, you know, Kindred, I was a little timid about playing Kindred, but our team actually encouraged me, so I just went ahead and locked her in. I think we're really getting along in the team. D+ Kia, just how are you so good? As the only undefeated team in the LCK Cup with a 4-0 record, what is D+ Kia's biggest strength? You know, in this meta, team fighting is really important, and I think our team is very good at team fighting, so I think we will be able to keep on and finish up the groups with an undefeated run. It looks like your birthday is coming up, so happy birthday! Would you like to say anything to your fans? You know, the holidays are coming up, the Lunar New Year, and my family, or my birthday as well. So I hope everyone has a great holiday. Only one group battle match remains, and your opponent is OK Savings Bank Furion, who recently pulled an upset. So what is your resolution? You know, losing in the Kespa Cup really makes me want to get my payback. And I want to make sure that we end the group battle with a 5-0 record.
감사합니다.
And that's the end of the interview with Lucid and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. Congratulations, D+, on the victory. And now LCK Global would like to present Lucid Dreams.
Thank you so much for coming in for another session today, Chronicler. I think we did make a lot of progress last time talking about your love of the Scooby-Doo live-action movies and how no one really understands like how much you enjoy them.
They're just underrated, okay?
You know, we made a lot of progress. Let's leave that in the last session. But today, you gave me a note that you wanted to talk to me about D+ Kia. Tell me about.
Well, so they were actually called Dumb Gaming back when I really started to believe again that the LCK could get back to the top, because there were a couple of dark years where we basically lost everything, and then this challenger team came up, and they were so creative and they were so fun to watch, and then they won in 2020, and then I got to join the LCK, and then I had to watch them lose by a single game 2 times in that year, and I just it got to me, you know.
And you started to feel like you couldn't trust this team anymore. Is that what you're saying?
No, because they kept making these roster moves that I didn't understand, and they let go of Barrel, and I know that half the time that guy just kind of runs it, but the other half, the magic that he was able to create, and the fact that he won Worlds after he left the team, and Showmaker and Canyon were just kind of left to fend for themselves, and it just felt like the magic wasn't there anymore.
Was your father a D+ or Dom1 Gaming fan as well?
No, he liked League of Legends because, you know, I'm there. I don't think I've ever talked to him about it.
Okay, just we have to ask these questions in these sessions just to make sure there's nothing, you know.
It's a sensitive topic, you know, because I want to believe so badly.
And you mentioned in your initial note coming to this session that you have some traumas, like a mid Kassadin in a grand finals, and something about a Kellen Alistair. You know, is that something that's still weighing on you heavily?
Well, it's not just Kellen Alistair, right? There's also Moham at Worlds. There is us getting Kana and then him just kind of being there for a year, and I don't really remember anything that happened, but I know it was all bad. And then Showmaker and Canyon broke up, and then they got Lucid, who I thought was going to save the whole team. And then last year was just more of the same.
And in any of those years where you started to feel like maybe you could trust, and maybe the roster decisions weren't always right, and maybe Thanatos, perhaps, you know, somebody you mentioned.
Oh, remind me of Thanatos!
Yeah, I'm just looking up. I'm on Google right now. I'm finding out about some of this stuff. You know, maybe they didn't have the start that you expected, but in any of those years, did they have an explosive 4-0 start to a group stage, beating top teams?
No, it's just always week 1. And then after week 1, you know, I get excited again, and I think that they can do it, and then they nosedive. Or they throw a 10k gold lead and cause Atlas to go bald.
Well,
but they've done it. They're 4-0.
Now, they may have. Now, you and I are almost out of time for this session, but I want to let you know that there are a lot of other people out there, just like you, who want to believe in D+ Kia. Know that you are not alone. Like myself, for example, I chose Showmaker for player of the match, and I made the quote, "Showmaker is back," because it looks like a return to form for the mid laner who has had some ups and downs over the last few years.
I just want to believe. I want to believe that they can do it. I want to dare to dream, but it scares me, right? Even with Lucid being as good as he is, I'm not even mad about the fact that Showmaker didn't get POG, because he was just so good.
It reminds you of your early days of the LCK, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
It's okay for things to change, because sometimes the more things change, the more they stay the same. Speaking of changes, we had Ox join since then, and that's been a big upgrade for us. He's looking at Showmaker as well. World champion form. Is it the year for your second battle?
That's what I mean. I'm having those thoughts. You know, that's what any DK fan, I imagine, is thinking. We've been waiting for years.
It's healthy
to dream this big. I don't think it's healthy.
It's healthy to have these thoughts because sometimes tragedy can happen. We have stages of grief, and the last one, of course, is acceptance. And now you can start over again with stage 1 with D plus Kia in 2025. Let's hear from Rascal. He says DK's brain.
He gets it. For as much as Atlas has memed Beryl as a shot caller, it is undeniable that the team looks completely different, right? We see the joy in Showmaker's eyes. We see them actually have good mid to late game macro, which is something that I don't think they've showed since 2021.
And Coco here saying Lucid is the vanguard of rebuilding the D plus dynasty. Do you feel like he's a player that's joined one of D plus's rosters? He's the rookie you can trust?
I think I can. You know, I wanted to believe last year, and then at some crucial points that faith wasn't really rewarded, but I think this year is different. I think that he's showing that he is just that guy.
The seed is D pluses with Lucid. I think that's a pun on Lucid, the end of his name in Korean being seed. Not entirely sure what he means, but they are currently first seed in the elder group, the stronger group. So perhaps that's what he means. I'm getting this feeling from somewhere above that perhaps it's a reference to him getting the seed for first stand.
Well, that's how it's looking right now, and I can't believe it with, T1 being spring T1 and just not looking that hot, and then Gen G losing to Bro, and then Hanwha Life just being beaten by them. Those are their main competitors.
Excuse me, this is a private session.
Hello, I was really...
Whoa.
I was trying to...
Did you take my jacket? Why does this one not fit?
I was sharing some deep stuff, Egon. Can you not?
Dr. Gone, your session is at 4:30.
Okay. Well, you know what? You can still dream about a great D plus Kia. 4-0. Congrats. One more game though could potentially let you down. I'm just gonna wear this small one here. Let's take a look at the POM votes as we come back from getting our feelings out there. 6 of 11. Lots of believers across all the different roles here for D plus Kia.
Who would you have voted for, Dr. Gone?
Dr. Gone. I would have voted for Showmaker. Showmaker played great.
I'm not mad at any of these votes. I was actually saying to Wolf as well. The only vote I feel like that wasn't warranted was Shiyu. Beryl was self-explanatory given his engages, but even aiming, I think that Ziggs game, he had the one mistake where he got caught, but outside of that, actually played it really cleanly.
I was so tempted to vote for Beryl. Like, I was about this close. He had a great Maokai game. The Renata game wasn't one of the wins, so I could just delete it from my memory. And then I was looking at game 3, like, okay, some of those Renata engages were phenomenal, so I was pretty happy with that spread there. Only one Beryl vote, but at least he got some credit.
Well, after that victory, it is a undefeated D plus Kia on the standings as we take a look at the group standings. Group Elder, 11 wins to 6 to Group Baron, and Hanwha Life Esports as that #1 seed for Group Baron. Just more questions as this LCK Cup has gone on.
I just can't believe that DK is the only team that so far is undefeated.
And it's crazy too because you could look at it and say, okay, Group Baron is the weaker team, right? They only have 6 wins, but they beat T1, one of the stronger teams coming into this, and then Hanwha Life Esports, a team we thought had the best roster coming into LCK Cup. And sure, they're underperforming, but D Plus closing out that series, proving that some of those earlier wins were not flukes.
Well, the best team after week 1 in Group Baron was DN Freaks. They have the opportunity to make a huge upset against Gen G, who are trying to recover from an upset earlier in the week. Will they be able to do it? We'll find out after this short break.
Get up.
여기서 1위를 하게 됐을 때 어드밴티지가 굉장히 크기 때문에
맞아요.
좀 많이 욕심 날 것 같아요.
저는 W 일단 마크 부탁드릴게요. 그러니까 타곤산
살 거죠?
근데 이거-
살 거죠?
아 상관없구나. 맞네.
네. 이거 사면 되잖아.
이거
아 타곤산.
타곤산.
오케이.
타곤산 맞죠?
네, 타곤산 저 나왔어요.
타곤산 좋아요.
처음에 타곤산을 사자고 다 합의를 봤었는데 너무 순진했던가 싶기도 하고
약간 미드를 좀 견제하는 듯한 느낌이 좀 있어가지고 이미 네 그래서 이제 제가 시작한 아이템을 도란링으로 살 수밖에 없었어요. 네 압박감 때문에. 네.
전술이니까.
심한님.
네.
혹시 핫팩 하나만 가능할까요?
네 전달 드리겠습니다.
핫 서머.
서머.
핫 서머.
서머. 아.
서머. 핫 너무 더워. 서머. 핫 너무 더워. 핫 서머.
노래 부르는 사람 누가 경기 전에?
병재양이요.
김지현이 형.
기인양 형.
뭐야 민규 FX 노래 알아?
아니 알죠.
민규 나이가 너무 많아.
불렀잖아. 예? 어허.
그러면 경기를 준비하고 있는 양팀 선수들을 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 디아브릭스와 농심 레드포스입니다. 경기 잘 풀어가다가도 이럴 때 베테랑의 그 노하우가 근데 그게 좀 아쉬웠었거든요.
화이팅이야. 근데 왜 아무도 그 피스범 안 해?
너 왜 안 했어? 다 했어. 앞에 다 했잖아. 했는데 앞에서.
아 그래?
여기서 하는 거야 여기. 여기서. 방금 너 무시하고 갔어. 너 이제 큰일 난다.
그래? 형 했어?
나 했어.
아 그래? 콩스 가비.
괜찮아. 야 인사를 2번 하자. 나 쫄보야 쫄보.
자 레이지필 선수 사실 그 외국인 선수가 롤파크에 좀처럼 서지 않았거든요.
세팅 중인 것 같은데. 들려.
안 들리겠죠? 안 들리다 못하는 방법이 없습니다.
살짝 와봐. 이거 지금 치면 안 되냐? 치면 안 되냐? 해봐. 아타칸 빠져. 기존. 후전. 야 아래로 올 수 있어? 아래로 올 수 있어?
5천 한방 백주. 한번 싸워봐. 노틸이 너무 들이대니까 쪽에 있는 브랜드 쪽 브랜드래. 브랜드가 브레이 됐어요. 너무 따라가. 브랜드
야 빠져. 레토 누구. 레이지 피에로. 맛있다. 아우츠.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK Cup. We're here for the second match of the night. We got the DN Freaks up against Gen G. And this one is a very interesting match because the DN Freaks actually kind of on, a little bit of a rocky start, or a bit of back and forth, right? They lost to DRX, but they're also doing pretty okay at times. Like, you could see where their strengths lie. And Gen G lost to Bro.
Yeah.
0.
I think if we didn't have that Bro series, it would have been a great loss for the world because that was a fantastic series.
Yeah.
But also, I think people would be a lot more down on DN Freak's chances in this matchup. I think Gen G definitely didn't look on form in that matchup. And even, I mean, not just that one, but when they played against the when they played against BNK,
yeah,
it definitely felt like they were close to losing that one game. I mean, they didn't, and we've had like that before, but it was kind of like, not the best form. But then the match against Bro was just, I mean, Bro played really well. I think that's the thing you have to say is, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that like Gen G played their best and Bro toppled that.
Yeah.
Gen G weren't at their best for sure. They definitely played down, but Bro played really well. And I don't think that any team can beat Gen G. I think Bro really had to rise up to the occasion. So DN Freaks, it's definitely possible. We've seen it done, but they do need to rise up to the occasion if they want to take down Gen G, because they definitely will not want to lose 2 in a row.
That's for sure. I mean, at this point, you've got a little bit of a buffer, right? Because there is, BNK below you, and technically you could tie up, but you're feeling okay. Every single game win that you get could be very powerful. DNF looking to escape their loss streak versus Gen G in shock after the loss against Bro. Twitch chat knew. I mean, we all played our Bro techs, especially Leo.
Yeah.
The numbers, I'll remember him forever. Angry Gen G on a 6-match winning streak against this team. Not this roster, but the team. Can they uplift their spirits today?
Yeah, and Gen G also now on a loss streak of 1, which is actually very significant for Gen G.
Is that a streak?
Yeah, they've just started it, I'm on a 1
So you're predicting DN to win this one?
They're on a 1-loss streak. If it goes fair, there'll be a 2-loss streak,
So we'll talk about streaks a little bit later. Punyan is in the starting lineup here, and he is of the 2004 class, so he's not quite the baby like 2007, just came out of Challengers. But I will say that when he first entered Challengers, we were like, oh no, this is really struggling. And then he rose so quickly. This guy is great. We'll see what he has. We have the interview ready with him right now. Let's jump into that to listen in.
안녕하세요. 이번에 DM 프릭스 챌린저스에서 DM 프릭스도 콜업된 풍현 이종혁입니다. 사실 처음 콜업 소식 들었을 때는 좀 걱정됐는데, 그래도 제가 원하는 무대에 왔으니까 제가 이제까지 리그 오브 레전드를 한 것을 토대로 저를 보여주고 싶습니다. 일단 라인전을 강하게 가져가는 걸 좋아하고, 강하게 가져가는 걸 바탕으로 스노우볼 굴리는 형식을 좋아합니다. 아지드랑 오디안하고, 아지드는 좀 챔피언이 다재다능하고 할 것들이 많아서 제가 제일 좋아하는 것 같고, 오디아나는 제가 스탠딩 메이지를 좀 많이 좋아하는데 그 중에서 제일 라인전이 강하다고 생각해서 좋아하는 것 같습니다. 1군 데뷔가 처음이라 조금 어색할 수도 있는데, 그래도 좋은 경기력으로 보답해서 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다. 네, DM 프릭스 화이팅!
There is the man, the myth, the legend, Punyan, and he is just another one of these challenger players that is getting a chance to play during the LCK Cup. A lot of different teams are experimenting, trying different things. Bulldog, he's here. I saw him. Will he play later? I'm not so sure. Maybe they give Punyan a full series against Gen G. I will say it's a pretty tough opponent to have your first LCK match be against Chovy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Chovy didn't have the best performance in the last series against Bro, but Closer, I feel like, again, has been playing pretty fantastically. Even when Bro in their losses, he had some pretty standout games. So I think some teams have struggled historically against Gen G just because if there is a big enough gap between your mid laners, you just lose by default. It's an issue that teams have struggled for a long time to overcome. You need a good mid and you need good form. So a big ask for a rookie, but I guess it's just a trial by fire.
There was a sign that was like, well, this sign is very interesting as well.
This is This is a banger, actually.
I wanted to talk about a different time, but then I saw that one.
Man, that's peak. That's actually...
Genji, never cry.
The context is from a webcomic. And, you know, where a newborn baby, the mum says, queens never cry.
Yeah.
For those who don't know. But yeah, bang.
I'm glad that we have you here, because I would have never, ever in a million years have been able to link those two together. But
I'm there to cross the gap. Also for people who don't know the meme, right? Not everyone's terminally online. Like,
yeah. I'm online, but then there's you.
I'm plugged in.
He is at all times. I'm surprised you don't have like a laptop and like an iPad and, you know, like multiple different monitors going on while you're at work.
Like one of those harnesses, and you just have it strapped on you, like a whole desktop.
It's funny too, because you only have a laptop at this point in time in Korea as well. It's like, maybe it's because you can be mobile then, you know, you're on the move.
Yeah, and well, not for long, Brendan.
Not for long, but you know.
Upgrades are coming.
Everybody has, you know, when they first come to Korea, you have your like starter thing. Generally it's a laptop.
Yeah.
I didn't have anything. I just...
What did you do?
I just flew over.
Just
well, I was
stood
working
there
at a company,
like a chill guy with your hands in.
So I was working at a company. I did have a laptop, but it was very old, so I couldn't really play games. But I was working at a company, and I used their computer to play League.
Okay. For a second, I thought you were like, oh no, I was spent months of my life not being able to play games.
No, that would never happen. We do have a match here on our hands. We're highlighting all the players and the coaches. You guys should all know them here. And, you know, I think Genji coming off of that big upset against Bro, they're still smiling. They get side selection as well. I don't think we should expect like a huge downfall of Genji. If anything, as production has said, it's angry Genji now. So maybe they come out with that extra fire, that extra bit of realization like, oh, you know, we can lose to anyone. We really got to try our hardest here against DNF Freaks. And that might just happen.
Major League get the Varus ban coming out. Nidalee, a lot of big respect banning the Nidalee against Canyon, but that's not Skarner, which is going to come through right now.
Right.
Okay, well that's Clister. Clister's also a really good ban, which means Skarner is going to come through.
Yeah, don't worry, it's coming through right
now. There we go.
Oh, you got it there on like the 7th one. You did it.
Nailed it. Kisante though, Keen Sante, yeah, that's a problem. I bet this is the problem with playing red side, is like, you know, for those who don't know, 34 Skarner bans, 33 Clister bans so far in the LCK Cup. Next most is Vi at 20. Those two are like the locked in bans at the moment. And then you're like, well, you want to ban Canyon's Nidalee, and then you're out of bans. Why red side is such a big bid?
No.
No. Toby's like, I can fix him.
No, you can't. You can't fix him. No, Toby. Don't do it.
His coach is telling him, no, it's 0-12. Don't do it.
Yoni is up.
I'm built different. The
whole crowd let out a giant groan. And it's okay. It's 80 carry. It's up against Nash.
That's Chovy was saying, I ain't playing that. Give it a ruler.
Ruler's like, I can play anything if it's an 80 carry.
Double it and give it to the next guy. I mean, to be fair, you know, I think, was it Wadid was saying that he thinks it's a lot better in the bot lane. A lot more you can do with the pressure from the pick.
That was Wadid,
yeah. So maybe feeling a little bit better about this. Could this be Corky's first win in the LCK Cup?
It could be.
And also, you know, you are used to seeing Corky versus Azir so many times. Genji are like, we have Kisante, we have Corky and Azir. They're bringing back all the LCK favorites, all the champions you love to see.
All right, what's next?
Lucianami in the bot. Well, they already have Corky. I guess they put Corky jungle and go Lucianami.
The jungle's got to be like Udyr, Hecarim, or like Maokai or Sejuani.
Yumi in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Oh, that would hit all
Yumi,
the bases.
Corky. There you go.
That would literally nail everything people don't want to see. But
so Pungyan gave up the secret information. He likes to play control mages. Funnily enough, he called it a standing mage, which I guess makes sense. You know, you don't have a lot of
well, I know
mobility.
A mage stands up. Victor, who's open. So
that's what I was thinking, yeah.
He does stand.
I don't think you really need to ban Orianna, even though Pungyan is a big Orianna enjoyer.
Yeah. Definitely. They ban it. That's
okay,
a lot of
never
respect.
mind.
You know, fair play.
Yeah.
They've denied his Azir. They banned his Orianna. I think the Victor angle makes a lot of sense in this situation.
Yeah.
And it looks like they will just lock that in.
Everything's playing out according to plan, outside of, I guess, the Corki. There it is. And Victor can struggle into his ear, especially if you put a lot of pressure into the mid lane and you force flashes and you make him vulnerable to his ear ult. So certainly Pyongyang is going to have to play a clean game of League of Legends, which we can't always say about our rookies being able to do.
Yeah, they went heavy on the jungle bans here, but it has meant that like Rakan is open, which we often see into Braum. Very hard for Braum to do much against Rakan because, you know, it takes so long to stack up your passive. He can just dash out again against that, but it is Rakan no Xayah. Toying with the idea off of Zac, which also, I'm gonna be honest, you have two immobile carries in the Ashe and the Victor. No way of stopping them really other than the Braum ult, which isn't super ideal. I actually think the Zac would have made sense. The Master Yi, absolutely not. The Lee Sin, you know, Canyon, I'll allow it. But now, gonna see a Poppy in return, so perhaps not. To be fair, if you went Zac and they picked Poppy, it'd be kind of cooked anyway, so.
Yeah. I think with Poppy available, it's like, you kind of have limited options. But Poppy not even gonna be selected, and Wukong will be prioritized here by Joshik.
Yeah, it's been really popular in solo queue, and I feel like the priority in the LCK Cup has been rising as well off this pick. We're seeing more and more Wukong. A lot of team fighting power. You know, I feel like sometimes with the Braum, you can really see a comp struggle with lack of engages. You know, maybe like the last game we had. But here they have Ashe Arrow, they have Wukong who can dive in, they have Na who can go Mega and find access. So I think they have more tools here, and also less like poke from the side of Gen G compared to what we had in the last series from D+. So I think both teams have given themselves some decent options. I think one thing is that Gen G, you know, Rakan does fine into Ashe Braum, but maybe like the level 1 can be a bit precarious, so got to watch out for that. But some decent comfort for that team, but they do have to fight against the immense Corki loss streak and their own singular game, singular series loss streak.
Singular series loss streak. So there you go, the call-up of a rookie for DNF. You can't stop that. That's what that says. I think it is possible to stop it. But I don't know if Corki is the choice. But Ruler says, you know what? Hand me the Corki, I got this. I'll put an end to the madness of all the casters and all the fans who just keep seeing Corki losing over and over again. I will be the one who breaks the streak. We'll see if he can make it happen. Let's hop onto the rift for game number 1.
You know, I can't remember precisely, but I'm pretty sure Azir was on a big win streak as well.
Yeah, it was 6 games.
Did he win that game?
During that, I want to say no.
Okay, so maybe it's been broken already.
That was Hololive Esports Game 1. They selected it against DK.
Oh, yeah. So that win streak's already over. It's already cooked. So we don't have the battling win streak.
What about the Braum win streak? Also gone. It was 6-0. Now it's 6-1.
True. And, you know, as I said in that series, I feel like Braum in the right situation has a ton of value. But in the wrong situation, just lacks the tools sometimes you need. And a big one is engage, which is why often we see this Ashe Braum. Not only do you have the powerful level 1, you have Ashe, you can get that increased attack speed from the flurry and stack up your passive, but also you provide that engage that the Braum lacks. And they do get information, a lot of scouting coming out. We're going to get standard lanes here, which I think does favor DNF. The Ashe Braum very strong level 1, and on top of that, the Cassante fares a lot better in these swap situations than the Gnar, who's obviously an easy dive and mini. So I think DNF happy they have matched lanes here.
Yeah, Ox, I have a question for you. There is, I'm gonna have to hold that question as the heal is utilized. The sun comes through. 12 losses. We have guys such as Closer, Zeka, Aiming, everybody just losing. Corky is not winning in the LCK. It is the talk of the town. It's why the crowd, and the chat, I guess probably, I don't know, did not like the pick when it was selected. Life trying to hit level 2 here, you will get it. But Ox, there's one champion on the Rift right now who is undefeated with a decent amount of games. Who is it?
Do
you know?
It's okay. I don't think it's Cassante. No, it isn't. Definitely isn't Cassante.
I'll say it's not like a 1-0 situation.
Yeah. Is it Victor?
It's not Victor.
Is it? Oh, okay. I'm gonna. I don't think it's Ashe. I'm pretty sure I've seen Ashe lose.
Okay.
I think it could be Rakan.
Is that your final answer?
Oh. Can I phone a friend? Can I ask the audience? Chat, help.
Don't open Twitch chat. I'll say that.
I don't think we haven't seen that much Lee Sin play, but we've seen a bit. It could be Lee Sin.
Is that your final answer?
No.
No? Okay.
Well, it's definitely not. No, it's definitely not Wukong. It's not Ashe.
It's not Victor.
It's not Corky. It's not Rakan. It's not Azir. It's not Cassante. So it is. Wait, I said it could be Rakan. So it's Rakan or Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Have I seen? I think it's Lee Sin. Final answer.
Final answer, yes, you are correct. It is Lee Sin for $500,000.
Oh my god, that's life-changing.
And now you could go home, or you could play for $1 million. I don't have another question.
I'll take the.
You'll take the 500,000.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You'll be happy with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Lee Sin is 4-0. Currently in the LCK.
Heck, man, I would have taken 500,001. Like.
Yeah, that's about what, like 380 USD at this point in time.
I mean, the exchange rate not the hottest at the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah. So some decent trading came out in the bot lane, but nothing really too big to come away from it. I think part of it is that, like, as much as the level 1 is strong from the Ashe Storm, Corky's fine in these early trades, and Rakan just, you know, if you're not really shutting them down level 1 and getting like a big advantage there, once Rakan gets level 3, there's not much you can do to him. He can also like block the Braum Q and then dash away so you can't even stack it. So yeah, just turning into kind of a farming situation. Do you have Chovy down in CS?
How is that happening?
Yeah, crazy. Chovy not Chovying?
Yeah.
Don't worry, he'll still somehow end up at like 13 CS per minute late in the game.
Yeah, we're going to be like 32 minutes in. He's going to be highest CS for sure. And besides him, it's like, at the moment, Ruler and Pungyan who have the highest CS.
Also,
all right, he blocked the Q.
Not to bring up again, but in that quiz, I said Victor, but there was that game where, like, didn't Victor go like 0-7?
Yeah, but they won that game.
Oh. Damn.
Yeah, there was a game, it was Fisher.
Yeah, Fisher did,
for Nongshim.
Wasn't there another game where it went like 0-7 they didn't win?
I think that was BDD.
I think that was the BDD where he had like a great game 1, game 3 in the MVP, and then the middle one was like 0, yeah.
0-6-0.
Okay, so that, yeah.
Yeah.
Good thing that wasn't my final answer, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Definitely very good.
Okay, Grub started up. Canyon's already grabbed 1, so he's kind of like, I'm not that bothered. You know, he's denied the contribution to the feats of strength, but he could go back and get more if he really felt like it. You see Life has already moved up. Juro is moving up to follow. Ruler has priority. He could actually come as well, and he could cover mid-wave, and then they all move towards these grubs. But it looks like the focus might be on Dragon, potentially, instead. I'll take the Scuttle for now, for sure.
Ruler just backing. He's got 66 CS. Seems like he hasn't missed many. El Naren to the wall. That's Cassante.
Man, he's nearly under half health.
Yeah, I mean, Dudu's doing a good job of putting on pressure, right? He's up in CS. He's doing his job, but you're never getting a kill. So that's really the
You say that.
main thing.
We did have Doran get a solo kill. Not into Kazante.
That is true.
So
doesn't mean it's gonna happen.
It's not impossible though, you know?
Yeah.
If you just don't press your W button when you're half HP in a tower and eat a full combo, it could happen.
Yeah. Just play it cleanly.
Just don't do that is the takeaway that we're gonna have.
Canyon's also kind of power farming. He hasn't really visited any lanes. He got the one grub and the Scuttle Crab on the bottom side this time, and he's just been kind of just powering through the jungle.
Yeah, this is kind of what my Lee Sin's do in solo queue, just never gang.
Yeah, in solo queue, this would be like 7 kills to 0 for the enemy team.
Yeah.
So,
But, I mean, he has got
bit of a
gold
different
lead, and he is
situation.
now starting the Dragon. They have Pryo in the bot lanes. They can move over. We have Pryo in the mid lane from Chovy. A lot of damage being done.
Good safety from...
Oh, he missed us, yes. Not my
Chovy?
Yep.
Oh, man. I thought you were talking about Pungan. I'm like, wait. That's fine. I mean, he's a rookie.
Yeah, I'm not going to be that brutal.
He's probably nervous.
He's
like,
up in farm still. Look.
It's okay, Ox. Like, you don't have to call him out for it.
He's ahead in CS.
Oh, Arrow gonna come out, and the stun on a Duro, but you see that Ruler doing a great job of trading back, so there's really no extension of the play. It actually does feel good for Genji's bottom lane.
Stacks up the Conqueror, and like they do manage to lock down Duro a bit, but just don't have the damage to cut through. They do get benefit in terms of summoners, but I think Ruler's gonna be able to pick up a plate here.
Yeah. Bottom lane plate is down. And we're about 10 minutes in, about 9 minutes in, and nothing has happened, Ox.
Yeah, but we're still 11 minutes away from the latest Fierce Blood. That's what you got to remember.
That's true. It was like 20 minutes, 40 seconds.
48.
48. Yeah, I remember because I was watching and I put my official prediction in and I was wrong.
I remember because I was casting.
I remember because Chronicler won and he was just so smug about it.
Oh my god,
he just couldn't stop talking about it the whole day.
There was a picture in the group chat of him being smug. Oh.
All right, Canyon is Lee Sin, so, you know, he gets thrown into the air by the Cyclone and then he just kind of laughs at him.
Yeah, and nothing really to play for apart from the Scuttle Crab, but...
huge.
Yeah, well secured by Genji. The End Freaks will back away on that one. Obviously, no Wukong ult, don't really want to go for more. And just a lot of back and forth trading in this game. No one getting too heated so far. Which, you know, I feel like both comps have strong scaling components. I don't think the End Freaks are really upset about this. But also, it kind of part of the course sometimes for Genji just to slowly build up their lead in a game.
Yeah, I mean, they have good scaling. You know, Kasante's going to be unkillable later on. You've got Azir and Corki, who, as we know, extremely safe. You can just sit back and farm and be happy as the game comes along. Obviously, the DN Freaks have their own share of scaling. I feel like the one thing that I would have liked to see is Genji put a bit more pressure on Apunyan. Like, we see this all the time, especially jungler players will be like, I'm going to find the rookie, and I'm just going to gank him relentlessly, or at least put on pressure, or at least kind of show up in his lane once.
If you burn an early flash from the Victor, level 6, he's just dead. So
Yeah.
you have Lee Sin and Azir, so...
Instead, I mean, Kenny's just been running around farming, and he's ahead 9 CS, and that's it.
He's got a 1 gold bounty, look!
He does, yes.
Oh, it's up to 2 gold. They found him.
And the flash comes in, but Canyon still has flash. But now Canyon's in a rough spot. He's getting burst down. His first blood that goes to Pungan in his first LCK game. He just strolls on in. He's like, I'm totally fine. I'm just going to beat this Lee Sin into death.
Yeah, Pungyung super confident, turns it around, gets the ult off, and, you know, still had that flash available. So despite the efforts to get him, was able to reposition. And Genji do not get the 1 gold bounty, unfortunately for themselves. And now, DN Freaks looking towards the grubs. We'll get 1, and we'll look for more. Ruler and Juro just trying to scare them away, but they're not really phased too heavily.
Dudu TP'd. So, that rocket almost stole it, by the way. That second one. Ruler TPs, or not Ruler, Dudu TPs, and Pungyan now has to run down a bottom lane. But this is a second plate.
Oh, we have the Eclipse Lee Sin as well. Canyon wants to pump some damage. Could this be the 0-13 Corky? What are we thinking?
I mean, I said at the beginning of the day, or at the beginning of this series at least, that, you know, Gen G, they're going to come back, they're going to be angry. But so far what I'm seeing is actually just more passivity. I mean, they went for this play, sure.
I think the problem is that, like, Canyon got the kick after the shuffle, but, like, Chobi's already used all of his cooldowns. There wasn't anything else. Like, having a third person there would have made a big difference, but just the flash and the fact that the rest of the team were there to peel, just a bit of an overstep.
Like, we know Gen G are still a good team. They have a very strong roster, and they were able to take down Hama Life Esports. But that series from Hama as well was extremely weak. Like, we talked about how strong Gen G were, and they did play it very well. But it's always two sides to the coin, right? Where it's like one team performing well, the other one maybe not performing well, and it leads to a win for the team that's performing well. So Gen G, they started off very strong, but there definitely still could be some, you know, some issues within the new roster. You know, Ruler coming back. Are there too many cooks in the chicken?
Too many cooks in the chicken?
Not inside. Yeah. Okay. In the kitchen. Could be, and you know, Duro.
Why are the chickens in the kitchen? Are they being cooked in the kitchen?
No, they're family pets.
Wait, are they
family pets?
The chickens are chefs in the kitchen.
That sounds like a good show, actually.
Good picture.
I feel like I'd watch that.
Yeah.
Maybe like an animated series.
No, I want it live action. I want real life chickens. I want them to train the chickens.
Yeah, I mean that sounds pretty difficult. So I don't know. That's why I said anime. All right, flash away, but you're against Rakan. You're not getting away. And down he goes. This dive is more of a let's kill the turret as soon as we possibly can. And they will be able to do that because Sante eventually should die, right? Keen Sante not going to hit the Q3 on a life who just dodges it. And there you go. They get the turret, the first blood turret, and the kill.
Yep, supreme confidence there from Life, just able to dodge everything away. They get the feats of strength off the back of that turret, and just a great call, realizing that Cassante is just one of those champions where you kill the turret and then deal with him after because he's a pain with all the CC he has in the kit. We'll see a replay of this in the bot lane. CC layered really well. He's about to hit Mega, and if they give him the window, that's why he flashed, obviously, to try and get that window, but they just don't give him the opportunity. Great layering of CC. This one a little bit harder. You know, Keen's getting scary, and then just go, hey guys, let's just kill the tower.
Yeah, just watch Life and how he dodges this at the end. That's the coolest part. The Q3 just jumps on over.
Yeah, very good position. Really well played. Berserker just pumping in the damage. You know, lethal tempo with the flurry as well. Able to shred through Keen, despite how tanky he is.
Yeah. Still have Gen G in a lead. They did not get first blood. They did not get first turret. Yet, they have more gold and more dragons.
Well, that's because Canyon's
20
CS up, and Ruler's 20 CS up.
And they got more plates as well.
10 CS up, and they got plates.
Yeah.
So, you know, they have the advantages, but I think DM Freak's pretty happy with how things have panned out so far.
See, the Atacon is going to spawn on the bottom side of the map. And it is Ocean Soul. May or may not come into play, the Ocean Drake, depending on the timing. You know, maybe if Gen G can, like, knock down one, or it's not really going to matter. Like, maybe if they want to fight over Ocean Soul points, then, you know, it leads into an Otacon one way or another. Seems kind of unlikely.
Yeah, it does make things a bit easier pre-25 minutes, because you can kind of just control Dragon and the Atacon. But it becomes very difficult when Baron spawns, because you have two major objectives on opposite sides of the map.
Yeah. It's an interesting gank from Pyoshik, where he just walks in a straight line at the enemy and hopes he doesn't see me. Didn't really end up doing much, but he's showing presence in the top side, because they want to fight over the Rift Herald, of course, which at the moment Canyon is trying to deny. Berserker, he feels the pressure in the 2v1. He will play it safe, because if he goes down, it's just free Rift Heralds given over. So DNF in position now to try to go for this. Both top laners who are in the bottom lane have their TPs available. The Unbreakable used already.
Yeah, Dudu's stacking up his Rage Bar. If we get a TP angle, you can actually see there's 2 wards just past the river onto Genji's side of the map that if you look for. Oh, they're going in!
Wow, the engage on a Chovy. He gets the divide off though. And I mean, at least they get his flash. Trade of a couple of their flashes for Chovy's flash.
Yeah, and I think that signal not to go for the fight. Dudu has had his Mega proc. He's about to be exhausted. You've burnt all your big tools and didn't find anything.
Dudu coming back, wants the TP, wants some help. Pyosik nearby as well. Keen Sante kind of missing a lot in the Q3 as well. Not going to land here. Dudu just gets out, and a ton of damage comes out from Pungan and Pyosik. And so it is traded back. But at least the Rift Herald will go to the farming Canyon, who does pick up another objective, but this turret also going to go the way of DNF.
Yeah, feels like Keen missing more skill shots than we typically expect of him on a champion he has been so proficient with. And yeah, I think DM Freaks, this is the right call. You go bot, you get a kill, you get a tower. Herald normally gives a tower in most situations, so I think it's a decent trade. Obviously, Genji get to choose which tower they take. They'll probably go for mid. But yeah, I mean, the ult comes out. Dudu goes mini, but ultimately, when you miss this Q3, dash and then the Q3, yeah. Could have killed him, if we're being completely honest.
Because if he hits the first Q3, he ults him towards the turret as well, which maybe gets him closer to Pyosik or something, but like, you're just missing so much damage in your combos if you're just not hitting anything.
Yeah, generally abilities do a lot less damage when you miss them.
Yeah.
Significantly.
Generally, unless you're playing like...
I don't think there's a champion in the game where you do more damage from...
So what if you're like playing Ahri with Malignance and you ult?
You're still going to do more damage if you hit your abilities.
You put... I'm just saying that it still does... It can do damage even if you miss, is what I was saying.
I mean...
With Malignance.
You still have to hit them with an ability, you know? Oh, they actually managed to defend pretty well there.
Yeah.
Dragon is alive. Turret's barely alive. Now they're pushing into the river.
Still standing. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Genji on the Dragon. Ocean Soul Point. I said they wouldn't fight over it. They're all going all in. Pyosik knocking up everybody, but he's super low. And Cassandra in the backline is totally fine. But Dudu just got here, and now it's a 5v5. But everybody on the side. The kick is massive from Canyon, but it might not matter. Dudu in that backline, not able to quite do enough damage. But Pungan as well, still alive, full health, but he doesn't have a front line anymore. The knockup comes in, and Pungan, so sad for him, he gets knocked down. And the shutdown goes over to the Corki as well. Genji barely pull ahead and take that fight.
The rookie, the last one to fall, felt like he was doing everything he could to keep the fight going. But Genji just had some crisp execution here. So first off, if you look at Duro, waiting over the wall for Pyosik engage to immediately CC him. But he buys so much time, the healing that comes out thanks to life, gets an auto onto Keen for some extra health. And the Arcane Storm doing so much work. Berserker getting tons of damage, kicked in, flashes out before the follow-up CC. Does manage to survive, but only for Keen to take him out. And then it's just Pungyung just trying to do what he can, but he just doesn't quite have the damage yet. That laser unfortunately misses, but even if it hit, low health bars, but not low enough.
They put so much damage into Cassante and Rakan.
And especially between Rakan, Cassante, and Lee Sin, so much shielding being thrown around. Like, you don't think of these champions as like big shielders, not Janna or Lulu, but over the course of a long fight like that, they actually got quite a few in.
It's kind of insane. I feel like if you're taking out some of the carries, DNF had an angle to take that fight down, but that's not the way it played out. And you're giving Keen some flack for missing some abilities, but in that fight, he was able to do so much and stay alive for an incredibly long amount of time. So just some whoopsies, but then immediately turns it around when it matters most. And Ruler, you know, in the AD carry position, this Corki seems to be fine from ahead. He's doing a lot of burst damage. He's already got a couple of items. As now we will be fighting over this Arakan. We got 5v5, but Dudu's less than half health with no Narbar. And they're putting themselves in a position where they cannot retreat, actually. So they kind of have to go for the steal. Pyosik trying to get close. Can he get in there? Canyon getting pretty low himself. Has to get out, but look at Keen just tanking it up, and they get the sweep on Apunyan as well. Down goes the Victor, and Berserker is alone. The entire front line gets shredded by, of course, the Penta man, and it gets stolen by Chovy! The Penta denial happens again.
He might be able to get his first win in the LCK Cup, but Corky will not get a Penta. Chovy says no. You know Ruler's going to be upset about that one. And here's the sad thing. Because they got the Atacamp up, he can't even suicide on the tower properly in protest.
I was looking on stage, you actually see big versions of the webcams. Chovy's got a giant smile on his face. Ruler is very serious. Ruler takes it seriously. He wants his Penta. He's playing Corky, who's 0-12, and he doesn't get a Penta.
Yeah, so they try and root round, but it's really hard for Pyosik to get in because of Keen, who's playing Bouncer. And so eventually he just has to go for it and ults Keen to try and create some space. But you see just Hungyoung is like trying to find an angle to get damage down, but gets swept up by Chovy. He's instantly deleted. Pyosik got caught in the charm as well. And then just move through the fight. And the fact that they pick up the Atakan as well, then there's no chance for it.
So we're going to listen in to Ruler losing his Penta. Talking about the Wukong ults. Look for Victor. Take it slow. Not Penta. Said you want to die? And he wanted him to give it to him. So a lot of discussion, obviously, about the Penta situation. Ruler was not happy.
I think at this point of the game, there's going to be more discussion about that than actually playing out the game. I think Genji got this one pretty on lock, but no Pentas for Ruler on this one, unless something crazy happens from here on out.
Oh, that arrow, jeez. I mean, they have Atacon buffs, so it doesn't matter. Just sending it, and there you go. Nice little sweep. Catches a very juicy target. The Ash will go down, and that is a couple for the Corky. Once again, Ruler up to 7-0. And he could have even more kills if he didn't get so many assists as well.
Yeah.
Did he carry
imagine if he was,
oh man,
imagine if he was 8-0-4 maybe, you know?
Yeah.
Like that specific one extra kill.
8-0-6, there you go.
He could have been 9-0-5. That one specific extra kill. I think
that is
the
true.
one I'm talking about.
This game is totally falling apart. I mean, just two gigantic team fights. The one that led to Genji getting position on Atacon, and then, of course, the Atacon fight. A huge difference in terms of levels in the jungle. I guess all of that farming from the side of Canyon has paid off by the end of it all. And obviously, the big team fights and the objectives. So there you go. Genji, kind of an unlosable spot now, almost 14,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, Chovy with some slick moves here. Second fight in a row where he's just picked one of these mobile carries and said, "You're mine." It's a fantastic job of it. And obviously with the Atacam buff, just gets free recall. It's that easy.
ATP's in. And Canyon's like, well, I've been...
There's so much damage. He's 2 levels up on the mid laner.
They're just that far ahead.
Power farm Lee Sin goes hard. But yeah, it seems pretty cooked at this point. I think, you know, DM Freaks, they kept it relatively close throughout the game, but I think the problem with playing against Gen G is that it's close until it isn't. And the team fighting is so crisp, generally speaking, that they will just pick you apart. And they don't mind if the game is slower paced. They will find windows to push the pace forwards, but they're good at controlling and just building up a gold lead gradually for themselves and then pouncing when the time is right. And I think DM Freaks really fell into that trap.
Yeah.
And now with a deficit, they are really going to struggle to do anything. Look at the items between 80 carries. Like,
I didn't really want to, but now you forced me to.
It's pretty absurd.
Basically 2 items. Vamp Scepter's a joke.
Now it'd be really crazy if Corky was to lose from here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you know, I don't think it's going to happen, Dan. I think they got this one. actually. The damage from Ruler alone is enough. And Piosik's like, well, maybe... No, never mind. They have Cassante as well.
Ocean Soul Cassante as well. As if he, with Spirit Visage. As if he wasn't unkillable enough already.
Actually unkillable. And you know, it really just shows you the strength of Bro as well. The fact that they were able to take down a team this strong. DNF and Bro, same scoreline, 1 and 2, but Bro are just built different.
That's what the Bro tax pays for.
Yeah. And this game looks like it's a totally different tier. Like Genji actually playing to a top level. DM Freaks, they were competing while nothing was happening.
They just can't do anything. You have no op. I don't know.
Oh, by the way, apparently Chovy also said, I thought Lee Sin got a kill. So he thought that it wasn't a penta angle. That's why he was saying it's not a penta, it's not a penta.
That's a good cover.
That's fantastic excuse, Chovy. Wow, nice engage here from Duro. Gonna catch both carries at the same time, forcing both the flashes. Obviously, it doesn't matter all too much. That's a nice little whiff, as they are certainly playing with their food here at the end of the game. Genji are so insanely ahead. No! Cover your eyes! Oh,
cut the clip.
Safe. And they got the kill at the end as well. It's like 20,000 gold ahead. Genji just destroy them.
Yeah, not the cleanest kick at the end from Canyon. But generally, solid game from Genji. They will break the Corki loss streak. And yeah, so you know in the kill feed, it came up that Lee Sin killed Arakan. So Chovy thought that that was a kill.
Yeah.
And so that was the cover he used so he could steal the penta.
That's Angry Ruler right there, doing the showmaker.
That's how he feels right now on the inside.
The
coach is like, good job, guys, we won. Let's have a little set.
He's just smoldering. Chovy was like laughing. Chovy was laughing, like patting him on the shoulder and stuff, and Ruler was just like totally ignoring him.
That'd be the perfect moment to say, it's okay, little bro. Yeah, I mean, this goal graph says it all, you know? It was just steady, building up some farm differences. DM Freaks even felt like they got some advantages, and then one fight lost, and the game is just over within the span of 10 minutes.
It was one of those games. Couple of team fights into you're just that far ahead, and Arakan certainly helped out with that as well. The LCK's Tigers do not die, it says. Genji fighting, and they pick up the first win of the series. We'll see what happens next after the break.
각 보다가 천천히 볼. 아주 조공. 나 보라 살짝
물 한번 더 패봐, 물 한번 더 패봐.
나를 지금 살짝 볼게요. 왜 뒤. 이거 단어풀 한번 빼봐. 넘기게 한번 빼봐. 단어풀. 와봐. 까비. 미켜줄게. 빼드릴게. 어차피 얘는 뭐 할 거 없어. 다 노궁이라. 노궁이라 할 거 없어. 와우. 캐리어.
아 근데 펜타 아닌 줄 알았는데 코드라가 뜨네.
아 근데 펜타
코드라라니까. 킬로가 늦게 떴어.
여기서 1위를 하게 됐을 때 어드밴티지가 굉장히 크기 때문에 맞아요. 좀 많이 욕심 날 것 같아요.
저는 W 일단 마크 부탁드릴게요.
그러니까 타곤산
살 거죠?
근데 이거-
살 거죠?
아 상관없구나. 맞네.
네.
이거 사면 되잖아.
네?
아 타곤사. 아 오케이.
타곤산 맞죠?
네, 타곤산 저 나왔어요.
타곤산 좋아요.
처음에 탕원산을 사자고 다 합의를 봤었는데 너무 순진했던가 싶기도 하고
약간 미드를 좀 견제하는 듯한 느낌이 좀 있어가지고 이미 네 그래서 이제 제가 시작한 아이템을 도란링으로 살 수밖에 없었어요. 네 압박감 때문에. 네.
전술이니까.
심판님.
네.
그 혹시 핫팩 하나만 가능할까요?
네 전달 드리겠습니다.
서머.
서머.
핫 서머.
서머.
서머. 핫 너무 더워. 서머. 핫 너무 더워. 핫 서머.
노래 부르는 사람 누가 경기 전에?
경재양이요.
김재현이 형. 기인이 형이요. 뭐야 민규 FX 노래 알아?
아니 알죠.
와 민규 나이가 너무 많아.
불렀잖아. 예? 어허.
그러면 경기를 준비하고 있는 양팀 선수들을 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 디아프릭스와 농심 레드포스입니다. 경기 잘 풀어가다가도 이럴 때 베테랑의 그 노하우가 근데 그게 좀 아쉬웠었거든요.
화이팅이야. 근데 왜 아무도 그 피스밤 안 해?
너 왜 안 했어? 다 했어. 앞에 다 했잖아.
했는데 앞에서?
아 그래?
여기서 하는 거야 여기.
여기서
방금 너 무시하고 갔어. 너 이제 큰일 난다.
그래? 형 했어?
나 했어.
아 그래? 광수 가비.
괜찮아.
야 인사를 2번 하자. 나 쫄보야 쫄보.
자 레이지필 선수 사실 그 외국인 선수가 롤파크에 좀처럼 서지 않았거든요.
세팅 중인 것 같은데. 들려.
안 들리겠다. 아니 안 들고 못해서 방법이 없습니다. 시제.
살짝 와봐. 이거 지금 치면 안 되냐?
해봐. 아타칸 빠져. 기존.
야 아래로 올 수 있어?
5천. 한방 대기 중. 한번 싸워봐. 노틸이 너무 들이대니까 쪽에 있는 브랜드 쪽 브랜드래. 브랜드가 베일 됐어요. 따라가서 그래 잡아.
야 빠져.
레토 누구. 레이지 피에로. 맛있다. 아우츠.
We had some great content there during the break and some great content when we listened in to Gen G's victory here in game number 1 as Ruler almost had a pentakill stolen away. We'll cover that and more. Welcome back to the space. Degon alongside Chronicler and Wolf after that very, very slow start to this game, to the point where it led to Mr. Quizmaster Valdez having to create some stuff. That was a very slow early game.
A very slow quiz as well. I was kind of hoping they were going to get to the answer a little bit faster. You gave Ox, like, I don't know, 10 minutes to figure it out.
I actually love the build-up. I thought it was very dramatic. And also the game had nothing going.
To me, the big standout for this game, the whole feeling about it is like, yeah, it had a really dramatic ending, right? Near pentakill. Gen G looked dominant if you just like started watching from 20 minutes on. But the start wasn't clean. And I'm starting to get a little bit concerned that Gen G, you know, especially with top teams like D+ at the top, might not be the best team we have right now at LCK Cup. I think there's a lot of gelling that still needs to be done. The early game was a little bit messy. Canyon looked for the big kick play in the mid lane and ended up dying, and they gave first blood over. Gen G really need to tighten up some of their play because it's a very snowbally meta oftentimes right now, and they ended up winning in the end because they were the stronger team, but this is a little bit concerning.
You know, we saw the graph at the post-game, and there was no change in the gold lead until this moment. Highlight number 1, at 19 minutes, we finally get someone who takes the lead in terms of gold, and it was all due to the back of Canyon.
And the previous game really did feel like it was on a tightrope. This game was just, it was just a rope. It wasn't tight. There was nothing happening. And then, fortunately here, Canyon, even as low as he is, actually goes absolutely mega. Gets a free-man kick while also taking out the biggest threat. And this is really what kind of wins the game. And it's crazy that a game between a DNF that sure has, I think, some good players, and I could see become a full-on team as the year progresses. But Gen G is coming off of a summer that was completely out of this world. And I know that obviously they changed the bot lane, but neither Canyon nor Chovy I have seen in the forum that they need to be, does this team want to kind of rewrite what happened last year?
Yeah, but we saw that kick play there of the Dragon as kind of one of those glimpses into the clutch that we know Canyon still has. It's just the consistency, the early pathing, the early impact that we're not seeing from Chovy in lane. Xin Zhao. And then also just Canyon's early attempts to make plays haven't been as crisp as we'd like to see from him, because he holds them at a really high standard. It's Canyon, you know, world's MVP.
Yeah, but from there, Gen G did know how to accelerate the game. 2 minutes later, huge fight on the bottom side of the map, which then leads to the moment we're thinking, all right, here's the Gen G Penta Ruler, welcome back. And it was a Chovy had a huge grin on his face in the player cam.
As it was later explained, Chovy saw the kill that Canyon got on Otacon and thought that meant that Lee got a kill, like in the ticker, which is why he didn't give the kill over. He afterwards apologized.
One right there.
Genuinely, yeah, that's the one that threw him off. So I'm sure Ruler will, in due time, forgive him. What is important to show here is that is what I want to see of Gen G, right? And I think we're not going to go too crazy. This is LCK Cup. Teams have plenty of time to fix their issues. As we've seen last year, even your performance in spring and summer doesn't mean anything, because when you get to the big tournaments, that's when you need to step up, which Gen G did at MSI, obviously not so much at Worlds. And the reason why we're talking about it already when we're in January is just because it's Gen G. And naturally, with players like Chovy and Kane, that's what we're going to gravitate towards.
Yeah, I think that Gen G was known for snowballing games incredibly well, and also for great team fighting in even game states, but most of their games weren't very even because they usually crushed early and then exploded those gold leads into the mid game. These games recently haven't felt as much like the old Gen G. A little bit of a new identity for this team, and I still think they're figuring it out.
Well, just like Brion, Bros were able to break a streak against Gen G. Gen G breaking a streak here now. Corki, the meme is over. Corki gets himself the first victory in the LCK Cup. Gen G up 1-0. Will they be able to close it out here? Will the DN Freaks have something to say about it? Let's send it over to the guys that have something to say about the match, the casters.
Thank you, Spacers. We do have something to say about the match. We'll let you know what that is in just a little bit.
Well, I was going to say Corki is now on a win streak of 1.
I was going to say Corki is still a meme because he's 1-12.
Yeah, not doing so hard.
Still a meme, and
Plus-
still bad. Although Ruler can make it work.
If you have 8 kills, it does a lot of damage.
It does, yes.
Yeah.
It
If
did.
you have 4 items when the enemy AD carry has 2, it's pretty good. Do you know what else is pretty good in that situation? A Nivea AD carry.
Yeah.
You have double the items with the enemy AD carry. No, it's not as bad as a Nivea AD carry.
But it's close.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I mean, to be fair, you know, I spoke to Reddit a lot about this, and he felt like the power offered in the bot lane was better used than the power offered in the mid lane. And it did win in the bot lane, so...
Seemed very safe. Won the lane, kind of. I mean, they didn't fight at all.
They also counter pick support. And yeah.
Yeah.
DNF just didn't really do all together that much for a lot of the game. But now they're on blue side, and Gen G has to ban Skarner and likely Callista. So DM Freaks get their bans back. There we go.
Viban from them as well. They banned it on blue side last time.
Yeah, maybe ban the Varus for Gen G. For DM Freaks, they're going to ban the Rumble. I mean, Ashe is taken away, so I think Varus really stands out as being like the premier bot laner right now. I think I'd probably ban it. Otherwise, it is going to get snapped up immediately.
I mean, Ruler played Corki into Ashe and won. So, but no, it is going to be the Virus that is taken off the board. That does leave Vi available, and
viable, yeah,
viable. Ambessa also a viable.
Yes. Yeah, so good. Just pick that one up. No Santa on the cards as well, which we've often seen matched into it. No Jace either. Top pool kind of thinned out, so this first pick actually gets a lot more power.
Is that because the top pool has like 4 champions in it?
Yes.
Very thinned out so far.
Yeah, you remove the ones that everyone wants to play, and then, I mean, there's still stuff like Jax and Renekton. And Jax.
And
Renekton.
Aurora.
Yeah, that too. I mean, Keen was, I think, our first to play Aurora top lane. Very quick Poppy pick, which is a flex. Could be support, could be jungle, could be top. So, keeping the options open. If it is top, I think that makes sense. If you just want to match it, you know, fake that you have some flexibility, but also good at shutting down the dashes. But I feel like picking it this early in another role is a little bit questionable. They instantly revealed it's not going jungle with a Vi pickup. And now for DM Freaks to answer. It's a little bit tricky because, you know, into Poppy, you don't want to pick too many champs with dashes. Into Vi, you don't want to pick too many stationary champs.
So, yeah, you're probably going to end up picking stuff that has mobility, but it's not necessarily... Like, you could think about something like an Ezreal. Could be prioritized for Berserker. Instead, thinking about mid-jungle, they want to get the top of the map first.
I like the Talia, honestly. Into the Vi, into the Poppy.
Yeah.
Can really shut them down quite heavily. If it does end up being a Poppy support, especially, you know, we saw earlier a game where there just wasn't quite enough engage tools into a Talia, and it was a bit of a struggle. Aurora also strong.
By the way, Yone also available. Just wanted to throw it out there.
No, going with the Aurora. Changing mind every 2 seconds. So I think Aurora does less specifically shut down Poppy and Vi, but just a lot of power in the team fighting, the ult as well. Now Gen G, if they want to match up to that mid, I think it would make a decent amount of sense. They wanted to go with the Yone, but they, you know, with the AD jungle, maybe want to lean more towards an AP mid, especially since like Rumble's taken off the cards in the top lane, so you can't just pick up AP there. And Galio, I think Galio Vi, you know, I feel like you do this and you just ban Xayah immediately, is what I would do. Unless you plan to pick it yourselves. Because, you know, if you can't play a champion who can literally fly up in the air and avoid a vial, you're going to get smushed.
It's true.
There you go.
There it is. It turns out that Ox, in fact, is coaching from the caster desk. Sent a quick message to Coach Kim. He's like, you know what? I think probably go ahead and ban the Xayah.
Yeah.
Coach Kim's like, I agree.
Really difficult to work out that one. Hey guys, we're playing engaged champions. Maybe just ban the champion who can like dodge Vial.
Do you think Ezreal deserves a ban, or do you think they can extend for that?
I think it's probably a safe ban, probably a decent one. I like the Jinx ban coming out from DM Freaks, especially when you have like this diving composition. You're lacking damage a bit in the mid lane. It might end up being the Poppy top. I think having a reset champion like Jinx can go a long way in terms of making the fight go faster. I think DM Freaks could also ban like the Kai'Sa. MF is a bit weird to me. I feel like you got the Vi. I mean, in what scenario is MF going to free the ult? But I don't know. Yeah, I think maybe like a Kai'Sa ban could have value here. Kind of fits on theme with what Genji's composition wants to do. But we'll see.
Yeah, the MF, I'm not a big fan myself, but maybe an laning thing it could be as well if you don't want to deal with that. It feels like MF is very safe in general, not against what they have, as you were mentioning. Now, the Leona also taken off the board, but Ezreal available, and there's not that many great AD carries outside of the Kai'Sa.
You know, I feel like Kai'Sa into this. Obviously, people like clicking her into Ezreal because you can dive onto him. You don't have like the best setup. You definitely need engage support here. And there's tools to disengage it. Like this Poppy could end up going support to mitigate it. But what I will say is that if you do get rolling on the Kai'Sa, you're one of the AD carries who feel best about buying Azonias. So you do have that in your pocket. But definitely, you know, both teams so far, I mean, it felt like there was this dive-oriented play from Gen G, but now DM Freaks have really lent that way as well. It's just kill the enemy team's backline. And
it feels like Galio wins. Galio and Poppy wins that 100% of the time.
My concern is that Gen G kind of really only have one damage threat. So if, I mean, it's a big if, but if Ruler dies, what is left in terms of like carrying the damage to the fight? It's like it's a very low damage composition. You have things like Aurora ult, you have a Kai'Sa, and Nautilus presses R on Ezreal, and Kai'Sa ults in, and Aurora R's on top. It's hard to outplay that, and then you're just left with a bunch of tanks and bruises. So, a little bit concerned. It won't be a problem if Gen G get ahead. Ezreal's super strong in the mid game. A lot of the other champions will still be doing a lot of damage there. But if it goes late, if Gen G has any fumbles, I really think that composition could end up lacking in the damage department. They do have a lot of peel though, and it is an Ezreal. It's not like it's not going to be that hard to defend Ruler, but a lot of this game rests on his shoulders, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of Berserker fans in the audience. You can see a really cool drawing up in the top right as well that says swag, or just swoop and then ag separately. Happy Gen G family.
Yeah, that's what Jovi looks like when he stole the penna.
Yeah. Well, this comp certainly has ways to dive into the backline and acquire targets. This one has ways to prevent that, and also to dive and engage. Should be a pretty interesting match between these two going into Game 2. Can Gen G have a clean series? Let's find out as we hop onto the rim for Game 2. Alrighty, here we go, game number 2, and already we are invading. This is all spotted by Life, who spots them going in, and that's going to mean that Berserker can get in, get a ward down, and so can Pyosik and Dudu. So a bit of a split map at the moment.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Keeps a ward down. Isn't repeated into top though. Can I keep the options open? Oh, Life's gonna face check.
Well, it helps when you're face checking and the guy just runs out of the bush.
It does help.
Yeah, you're like, oh, you were in the bush. I had no idea.
The Infreaks are kind of figure out what they're doing, but no one's really shown. They don't know who is on this bot side. Oh, Keen's gonna stun.
Yeah, that's the stun. The follow-up here.
Yeah, they don't really kill him. They're just kind of annoying him. I mean, they chunk him out, so it's not too bad. And they kind of deny him access to lane. It's a very weird arrangement. I mean, we've seen games like this before,
Yeah.
Where like the top laner stays bot for like an extended aggressive play, and they kind of just TP back top, and they kind of sacrifice a lot for it, but it's to snowball the bot lane. I've seen this before on things like Sion. Not really so much here. It does give a little bit of an advantage to Ruler and Juro in the 2v2. They got the lane first. Life was a bit late. And Ezreal already notoriously good level 1. But in the counterpoint is it put Keen behind, and he has no TB in the top lane, so...
Yeah.
I think what's important, though, is that Berserk and Life get level 2 before this wave crashes. It would be a hard dive to do, so I'm not sure that really Genji goes for it. I don't think they will, to be honest. I think they're probably fine.
Poppy in the top lane, you know, Keen had to have his fun. He got to have his fun with Keen Sante, and now he has to play Poppy and Ambessa. It's...
No, I remember from the season opening event, he was like complaining about playing boring stuff, and it's like, bro, you picked Sante. He was complaining about the matchup because it was like tank versus tank, and it was like,
yeah,
come on.
You could have picked
not
literally
Cassante.
anything else.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not Sion.
So I have limited sympathy. Yeah, if you enjoy tanks, that's fine. Okay, some people just, that's how they are. But you can't then complain about it.
Yeah. It was a fun event, by the way. We had a lot of fun in the season opening events.
Oh, that was nice.
Out of midair and protection on the Q. Life. Goated.
Yep, doing a good job mitigating the pressure. They are still down a bit in farm. Kind of expected from the start. And it definitely feels like they have the pressure here. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of the trade-off. How much value are you getting from this bot lane little advantage that Keen gave over in return from Besta having a bit more free time top?
Sounded like you said Bessa.
That's what her friends call her.
Like that's her nickname or something. I just removed the M.
Yeah, I mean, but like, I don't think anyone would call her nicknames after, you know, the way she was in Arcane. She was very fierce.
Yes.
Strict.
I didn't see Season 2 yet.
Fortunately, she was in Season 1. You did
She was,
season
yeah.
1, right?
I did see Season 1, yeah.
Yeah. We didn't watch Season 2 yet, you know? I saw some fans being critical of LCK casters not watching the show about the game cast, lacking the lore knowledge.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, kind of shameful. Were you doing anything around the time it came out? Any excuses, you know? Birthing your child or something would be a good excuse?
I was at the hospital for some reason. I can't quite remember, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll allow it.
Maybe it'll come back to me eventually. Just remember a lot of crying and, you know...
Same with Arcane Season 2.
Taking care of something. Yeah. Well, we're chilling out again. Do we know what was the first blood in that last game? It wasn't a record
it was the one where they played. No, it was one where they went mid, and it was like the shuffle into the Lee Sin kick.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
First blood for Pungyan, just to then immediately in every fight afterwards just die unceremoniously.
Well, no, he had that first fight around Dragon where he actually played it really well and didn't get touched, and then he just kept getting shuffled by Chovy. Chovy put him on his list.
He died in that fight as well at the end.
Yeah, but he didn't die unceremoniously, you know? I think he put up a good fight.
I mean, he was a victor with, like, one item, and he was, like, doing tickle damage.
Doing his
to
job.
Cassante.
He was doing his job. He was pumping it. It just, you know, it took some time. He had a good ult. It's just difficult, right? And then Chovy just put him on his list.
That did happen.
That did absolutely happen. And now we've seen Swap come through. Dina and Freak's putting some pressure towards the grub, so should be able to secure those. But it does mean Dude is isolated. You just have ult, and life is coming to give him life. Hope.
Yeah. He's on the way. I mean, this Galio might make things even more difficult, so
yeah,
they just have to back away from this. They actually can't even stand near. And if you take a look at the top lane, Keen is just playing against only Kaisa. So Genji are winning here, denying all the farm, getting plates.
I mean, as soon as Galio shows, I think you just run for the tower. I think you can make it. Yeah, they're backing off. I think if it's like Galio as well, they can 4v2 you between the towers. But once you see Galio, it's like, okay, we have enough CC. We can make our way over. You know, they're tankier characters as well. They're not complete squishies. But still, positive play for Genji, I would say, forcing away
in terms of the gold around that one. They did also get the dragon, so despite the fact those 3 grubs went to DM Freaks, still even in terms of those objectives for feats of strength.
Yeah, 1 apiece. Infernal Drake. Exactly even on the gold. It was there for okay, we're
now
back.
It is again.
We're back. It's even.
Need some gold watching.
Gen.G took the lead there for like a split second. There's wave coming in.
That's all they need.
They were very far ahead in that first game. By the end of
after
it,
18
it was
minutes.
like
Yeah, it's just like it kind of exploded after a certain point.
It really did. I mean, it was very impressive. They were getting all the Drakes. They're getting the Drakes again with that first Infernal. We've had a lot of mountain today, a lot of ocean, couple of souls apiece.
What are you feeling for this game? What are you thinking? What are you vibing with?
Why does Chemtech not exist anymore?
I'm doing my best, okay?
I feel like we haven't even seen like an individual Chemtech Drake.
It's for the best.
In a while.
Don't question it, just accept it.
I just want to know.
You don't want to know.
Well, we're cooking the tank Galio.
Yeah. I mean, it's a decent trade. You know, Chovy gets chunked out, take off his magic damage shield. He's out of mana.
King caught up in CS too. You know, he had some kind of free time against Kai'Sa in the top lane.
Yeah, I think that's really because we already saw a CS lead between the AD carries, and it has expanded a little, but mostly the top lane being cleared up was the big takeaway from that play Gen.G made towards the bot side. Now, Kanya's fishing for Dudu. And if he ends up getting ulted like next to that wall, he is just dead.
Instead, he's just going to back. Deny us some more action.
Just recall simulator, you know?
Yeah.
That's sometimes how it goes. I mean, the main thing is the Ruler's ahead. You know, I kind of talked about it coming out of the draft, but Ruler really needs to be the driving force this game. He is a lot of their damage. And typically, he's pretty good at dealing damage. Not against Pentas, though. He struggled with that a little bit last game.
He's like the Penta King of the LCK.
Not since he came back. Hasn't got a single one in the LCK Cup.
That's true. Pyosic's in a lot of trouble here. I think he might just die. Does he even bother to flash? Nope, he doesn't. First blood, Duro picks up. It's kind of weird because the gusts of wind from Galio, they landed right as he died, but still, it went over to Duro.
Good night, OP. But I feel like just caught wandering in the jungle. That is something Gen.G has with this comp, the ability just to find these kind of snap engages on lone targets. But also Chovy has been spending so much time in the river. You see him doing it again now. He'll like push the wave in, go on a little walk. I think he might actually move down to the bot wave now. But generally he would like push the wave, go on a walk, push the wave, go on a walk, push the wave, go on a walk. You see him do it so often, and most times it doesn't really amount to anything. But it's pressure. It forces the other team to play in a different way. We saw that when they were threatening them off the bot tower. It was only when Chovy returned to mid that they could push up. And you get that prio, you have the opportunity to go for a walk. Canyon and Duro both here. And because Chovy's coming in, you just know it's not even worth flashing. Like, Chovy's walking to cut off if he was going to flash. But he holds the summoner. He knows it is pretty cooked.
Yeah, I mean, it was just killing a control ward in the Dragon Pit. Just random time, no vision over the wall, just a little bit of greed, I suppose, out of Pyosik. But it matters a whole lot, especially
it's
with
the
the
sort of
first blood.
thing you can do on a champion with mobility. If you just get over the wall. Not so much on Zinzao when you're kind of stuck in the...
If he was like Wukong, maybe?
Wukong for sure would be fine.
I think he still would have died. Well, yeah, the grub's coming down now. Duro going to eat a hook, and a TP's coming in. So Gen.G say, well, we got one. So we're just going to run away. That does mean there's 5 grubs to DN.
There's a lot. We'll see if they can make use of those. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Wukong is that I think you could have just taken a different path completely, so you wouldn't have even been exposed.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so Gen.G just deny them any contribution towards the feats, and they already have the Fierce Blood, so they already had there. 5 grubs. We'll see if they can make use of those, because right now they're just losing plates on the bot side to Keen. And considering the start that happened this game, Keen like putting focus towards his bot lane, sacrificing himself a little bit. He's now up in farm and taking plates. He's chilling. He's fine.
Yeah, it's just Gen.G slowly tearing this apart. once again, but this time in game 2 it feels even more apparent, I feel like. You know, in game 1 there was a lot of back and forth, a bit of trading, you know, it was kind of like DN Freaks had some angles. They were doing pretty well on some of the grub fights and stuff. But now it's like Gen G kind of getting everything. They didn't get all the grubs, obviously. DN Freaks got the 5 grubs. But if you're behind, you don't really get a chance to hit many towers, so it doesn't matter all that much.
It's Mountain Soul again.
Yeah, Chemtech just doesn't exist.
I'm doing my work. I'm doing my job. Yeah, and they already have a very tanky composition, and if they can get like an early Mountain Soul, they will just be a brick wall. And I know I kind of talked about how like later in the game they could struggle in terms of lacking for damage. It's going to take a while for that really to come in, and if they're ahead, that may just never come in. Right now, Ruler's on a pretty good curve. Vi and Galio's still doing lots of damage. Poppy's still doing lots of damage. You see Keen is actually going for a bit more for damage build himself. Not going like full tank.
Yeah.
Which I think makes sense.
Kind of like how Duro is just quite literally running straight at life and denying so many control wards, so much vision. He's cleared out everything in the bottom jungle. And he can do this because he has Galio nearby. And he's like, okay, if you really want to collapse on me, I've got a lot of support. I'm Rel, I can hop walls. Like, it should be totally fine. And there's really nothing that life could do about it. So he just lost a huge vision battle on the bottom side of the map. 2 deep wards. He couldn't even clear out the one that he was trying to clear out because Duro was still there. And
yeah, it just feels like there's so much pressure from Gen G constantly. Like, you look at the scoreboard, the game doesn't look to be in that bad of a situation at all, you know? But it just feels like even things like Ruler just before there, putting a heavy trade into Dudu. And then in the meantime, you look top and Keen's kind of just chilling, farming up against the Aurora. It just feels like Gen G is squeezing every little bit out of this game.
yeah, they really are. And even if Keen wasn't that fed, he could just still do Poppy things. I feel like Poppy, naturally tanky. You pick it for denying dashes and for big ults onto junglers, onto, you know, key targets in fights. They're trying to get this first turret. Who's going to actually pick it up? Looks like it should go the way of Gen G. There it goes.
That's your feats.
I have found the feats, and they're on the side of Gen G. Almost all of them. Even the objectives. And as you said, it's a relatively calm game. It's nothing flashy. Gen G aren't going crazy. They found the 1 pick on a Pyosik, and that was it. And the kill went to Duro.
It just feels like it's kind of in some ways similar to last game, but just more pressure, a bit more gold generated. But still, it feels like that slow, controlled sort of style. And the question is, I feel like the Bro win, really it was them breaking out of that. Because there were definitely points in that series where it felt like Gen G got them in their grips, and it was going to go through that again. The game slowed down, Gen G seemed like they're in control. And then it kind of just felt like Handback was like, you know what, time to make a play. Time to make something happen, break the pace of the game. And honestly, I feel like that's when HLE beat them last summer in the finals. It very much felt like breaking that pace of the game that Gen G set. I feel like if you let them be the pace setters and control, you're not winning. You're never going to win. You have to be proactive, and it's not just like endlessly charge at them. That's obviously not going to work either, but you have to find the right moments. And I think if you just are too patient, you're just not going to do anything.
The best defense is a great offense. Right?
True.
And at the moment, DN Freaks, they don't have any offense. They're just kind of sitting back, farming, you know, just losing a lot of vision, not really fighting for any big objectives. The Rift Herald is here, but like, can they even get close to that thing?
Yeah, Dragon in 45, I would like them to try and fight that, at least. That's like the bare minimum.
Looking for some damage in mid onto life. We do know that Ruler is an incredible Ezreal player, so, you know, when you were saying not enough damage, he's able to carry a lot of it, at least if he gets ahead, which, as we know in this game, he is.
I mean, we saw that the T1 game when Smash was playing Ezreal, like, you can pump numbers as Ezreal.
Yeah, you really can. I mean, this is all just solo. Like, that, all the damage, all the gone health, that's all from Ruler. And now Keen's doing his job. Okay, I ult away the key target. I press my W. That's it. The engage comes in. The front line is gone. The damage is there. The Vials right onto Pungyan as Dudu desperately tries to get on the Ruler, but you just Galio ult him. And he's totally fine. He actually almost did die at the end of it all, but Rift Herald's taken, and as you mentioned, very important to the AD carry, still has his flash.
Yeah, I just think... I mean, I know I said they needed to do something, but that felt kind of desperate, kind of forced. They kind of came in a little bit late. The ult came out from Keen, knocked away the Ambessa, and it just... The fact was they'd already been poked out so heavily by Ruler. Like, the fight had already been won. The M-Freaks just didn't know it yet. And it was some more that poke that came through, and then the follow-up was just Genji cleaning up, and now they can look towards Dragon, they have control of that. And the M-Freaks aren't even in contest. 3 Dragons already, about 18 minutes is...
This game is just...
It's rough.
It's just cold. They're just not giving them an inch to breathe. It's 2-0, and it feels like the series is 2-0. Still early on in this game, but they're about to get Mountain Soul Point. Very slowly, as Canyon slowly punches the dragon to death. And there you go. Third Drake to their side. They have the Rift Herald on Canyon as well. Probably just going to drop it in mid at some point. There it is. And here they go.
Stole that minion from Ruler.
There they did. And maybe something here. Trying to really pressure the turret. They're going to get the turret. TP's coming in.
But, I mean...
They might get Duro. They might be able to do...
yeah. Anyway, moving back to that fight we saw earlier. So, like, life
what
is
is
already...
this game?
Life is already under half. Yoshik is, like, half now as he goes in. Ult the Ambessa. I love the decision from Keen because the Ambessa has more value than the Zinzao right now. Ult straight onto Pungyan. He doesn't get to do anything. Dudu goes in, Chunks Ruler disengages, but it just felt like there was never really any oomph to the fight from the DM Freaks. It was like, oh, we have to fight. They're about to take it. Oh, they already got help. Well, we'll fight anyway, and then just nothing happened, you know? Kind of feels like they've just been watching the game pass by, and you see the gold graph there, very even in terms of them just building up the advantages. And
Ruler doesn't even have his real spike. He's about to get it. Like,
and the problem is, right,
but
they didn't burn Ruler's flash in that fight. And he's about to hit his 2-item spike, which is massive.
Yeah.
So now going into the next fight, he's going to have his summoner spells. And it's going to be that much harder. And I feel like when you're more proactive in a game...
You did it!
You're constantly burning summoner spells. This is why sometimes it can be really hard to sit back for a long time and wait for a window to strike. Because everyone's going to have all summoners up if there's no action. And then it makes it so much harder. Like, Ruler now has essentially his flash and his arcane shift, double escape.
Uh-oh.
He can play aggressive, but he can also just play defensive if he thinks he's threatened, and you're not going to get on top of him. Whereas if, they were looking for little windows, trying to find advantages, maybe it could have backfired, but the alternative is that they would have burned some more summoners and be able to threaten. Because now, look how confident Genji are setting up this Arakan. They don't feel any threat.
Yeah. Duro's able to hold the door right in front of them. Keen is just kind of roaming in behind them, like escorting Pungyan away from the fight. And they say, well, we've got the poke advantage, so why don't we just go ahead and poke? Now that we have Ruler's items online, a bit of a combo here, nice hook onto Duro, but the front line is still so tanky. Canyon has to flash over the wall. Ruler is going to get engaged on, but the Galio ult right on top of everybody. Let's see if we can get Dudu to do something on this Ambessa. He's being burnt to a crisp by the Ezreal, just so incredibly fast. And Keen is going to take the kill down. Not even a clean fight. That was half under the turret, and Genji still bopped them over the head.
Yeah, I mean, definitely felt like it maybe could have been an overstep for Genji, but at the end of the day, they had the summoners to back themselves up. They managed to disengage from the situation. Ruler still survived. We'll see a replay off that one. Get heavily poked out on the turret. Duro does overstep a bit here and get caught out and stalled under tower. Canyon goes in aggressive. does have to flash away. But then Ruler, he can flash to disengage from the situation, still has his arcane shift afterwards to get away for the Ambessa. Chovy gets a great taunt, and Keen is there to keep him safe. Just feels like they have the tools to deal with the threats, and again, those summoners being available meant they could get away from that one. But I will say, we have a dragon in a minute 15. Yes, DM Freaks are about 3.5k gold behind. I mean, the dragon's up, that's Saul. We also have the Arakan. You need to kill Ruler, and now is a time when he has no flash. And before he picks up something defensive like a GA or even like a Bloodthirster, now is the time you need to find a good fight. But it looks like Gen G are trying to find one themselves.
Punyan just got his TP, and he's trying to TP into this fight now. But okay, trying desperately to engage on the tank Galio. I don't think that's the angle, Pyoshik. Like that's
feels so forced.
A flash knock up on a Chovy.
I think you should just let them go. Turn on Arakan. If you want to force something, start the objective. But flashing onto, as you said, the tank Galio, perhaps not the play. They'll push the wave up now, though. They're going to try to clear out some vision.
Keen's just running at them. Look at the poppies just running in a straight line at the enemy team.
I mean, who can engage on Keen? Everyone's dash-based who wants to jump in.
Yeah.
Just press W.
Well, he's just going to do that and knock into the wall. There you go. Knocks the Nautilus away, knocks the Ambessa into the wall, and she just melts like paper. And that's Arakan. I mean, DM Freaks, they can't fight over this. They got to go for the dragon, and they should be able to take that down just because it takes a long time to kill Arakan, but that is like the saddest consolation prize that I've seen in a long time.
It'd be a different story if they had 3 dragons and this was their soul, but you're just stalling out Gen G's soul. Like, the small bit of armor and MR is not going to really make a difference, so Gen G handling that one pretty masterfully, very patient. Keen doing a great job of kind of playing body block and denying any access. And now they can look for even more. You know, the expectation is DM Freaks have to go towards the dragon. He's getting in a tower as well. Gold lead ballooning at this point. And what can DM Freaks do? You engage on them, they die, they'll just respawn, you'll probably lose more yourself.
It's so funny, we have like so many passionate fans here for Gen G, and generally whenever like any objective is taken, they'll like go crazy, start clapping, you know. Gen G got the Arakan and they're like the slightest little golf clap. They're gonna be happy about this though, because Berserker is kind of just all alone, and Duro's like, I'll just let you 1v1 him, bro.
What?
And then he runs in
I'll
and
just
steals
steal the
kill.
That was...
Duro!
Okay, it's not the most egregious steal of the day because Chovy literally stole Ruler's Penta, but it's a close second.
It's number 2.
It's number 2 for sure. He just waited and was like, it's like he was hiding from Canyon. He's like, oh, yeah. I'm not here. I'm not here.
I'll zone the rest of them away. You can 1v1.
Oh, he's low health? Oh, is this for me? Is it for me? Yes, apparently it is.
Remember when Rel Jungle was a thing?
Yeah.
And you would just smite objectives from like 1800 health?
Yep, very balanced.
Yeah. Used to be in every single game, and we didn't have Fearless.
Yeah, I was very afraid of those times.
Fear, yes. Not Fear X.
Okay. Ruler has picked up the Bloodthirster.
Yeah.
He's about to get his flashback. I think the window is gone. And let's fully examine this. So you see him, he's like, oh yeah, like 506 gold?
줄게요. 어? 예?
It's kind of like a meek reaction. He's like, oh, is he angry? Like, he kind of like side-eyes him. How about a free Baron? As Pyoshik gets knocked away and DM Freaks run away.
Yeah, not much you can do there.
Well, life's dead. Maybe the disengage cone. He does get an ult off, and finally, DM Freaks decide to push their buttons. The Ambessa gets in the back line, trying to take out Duro, but Keen flashes in and knocks her into the wall. Just perfectly played. Keen's Poppy has been excellent. And this game is pretty much over from here. Ruler wants another one, but he will not have it. At least gets the flash out of Berserker.
The only positive of that situation was that the Arakan buff timed out, so Duro actually died. That's the only positive for DM Freaks.
They actually got him.
They actually got him. Other than that, they're just getting clapped. There's no other way to spin it. Genji reeling after the loss to Bro. Very decisive with how they're handling this series. And this game, you know, they have the Poppy. It's so easy to start it. Keen has played it so well. It's really flawlessly landing that ult there and knocking away Zhao.
I think he's player of the match, right?
I think he might well be.
Keen Sante.
Yeah.
Into this.
Doing pretty good. I mean, I would have given it to Rula, but he only got a quadra kill, not a penta, right?
Yeah.
You know, I don't give POM for quadra kills.
Ruler played well, don't get me wrong, but he also was just playing Fed Corky, like attacking
He also
people, you know?
didn't get a penta kill.
He also didn't get a penta kill, so honestly, I don't think he deserves it.
Whereas Keen is about to... No, he's not.
We only have 2 media votes now, so we can actually, you know, have balanced votes. So I think that Keen...
Oh my god, look at that shield on Keen.
Yeah.
He's pretty strong.
He's very tanky. You know...
Probably super tanky, super hard to kill. Oh, that buckler!
So right now, on the Korean side, it's Sungke, and this is a guy that, like, never has nothing to say. And I can hear him over there, like, not having anything to say. He's like, well, they just...
The game's pretty won.
They just attacked him. They just killed him. It just happened. Like, that's the way this game is going. They're just killing them. It's cover your eyes. It's just desperation from the DN Freaks now. As the taunt comes in, and Jovi's assassin Galio as a tank, I guess. There's another one. And Keen's going to get the kill. Very deserved. Looking for the final one. That's another knock into the wall. And he will pick up the kill as well. Finally, thankfully, I'd even say, this game is over. Genji unceremoniously just bought the DN Freaks over the head. And they make them look not very good. But it is just Genji who are quite strong. And they are back.
And I think this makes it clear, Genji are a very strong team.
Well, I'm glad we figured that out today.
Built different, okay? You know, people might think, hey, Genji, no, it's just Bro are just built different, okay? They're the final bosses.
It's true.
DM Freaks, I don't think really... Pungyoung, I think he had you know, I don't think it's really on him.
No.
Stepped into a difficult situation. Genji were here for a win. They were not happy with the loss last time. Group Elder gets even further in the lead. It's still mathematically possible, I believe, but I think it's getting to the point where, like, it's not realistic.
There are 7 matches left. Group Elder is 6 matches ahead.
Okay.
So Group...
I'm going to say it.
Group Baron would have to win every single match from here until the end of group stage.
I'm going to say it. Group Baron on winning, right? From my estimations, I don't think they're going to win
so
I know this is so bold. It's so early to call this, but I think Group Elder are safe right now. And I think for Group Baron, you're kind of thinking, can we get any wins to avoid being at the bottom of the group, particularly for BNK, FearX, who are sitting there right now at a 0-4 scoreline. So the Freaks are the closest right now.
BNK would have to beat Nongshim the final match of group stage. And DNF would have to lose everything 0-2, and then maybe.
Yeah, I think what's important is that
it's possible.
DM Freaks losing 2-0 here. Game score is going to be significant in Group Baron, so it is a pretty heavy blow to have lost this 2-0. But Genji, they were messed around, especially as they got defeated 2-0 themselves. I think ultimately it was. This game felt even more controlled than the last one, like given no outs. I think at least the game before, the Freaks, it felt like they were trading a bit more evenly in the early game. But here, it was like there was this one fight, which was so late in the game already. And it felt like Genji was so prepared already. And as soon as this fight was done, I don't think they got another look in the game. They had this one, for sure. But other than burning Ruler's flash, which they weren't able to capitalize on afterwards, they didn't even win the fight.
Yeah, it was just the power of the comp as well that we talked about. Like, if it gets ahead and you have enough damage with the Ezreal.
It's so bulky. It spikes so hard in the mid game.
You can't get through all the layers. Like, Keen was doing it alone, but then he had, like, the Galio ult, you had the Rel for engage in front line.
There are a lot of peel tools as well.
Why to lock people down, tons of CC.
And you know, different teams, different game. We maybe could have seen this Genji composition struggle if it started to get really late, but that never happened. It wasn't reality, and they were confident they could make it work.
Yeah. We'll see what they have to say here at the end. Just attack the front line. No flash.
안 죽을 때? 오케이.
He didn't die. Oh, okay, I got him.
노플.
A flash.
카이사 노플.
Tyson a flash.
나이스.
Nice. Nobody says anything else.
Oh, the little cough.
The awkward coughs. I guess we.
I think it's so
just
funny
beat
how
them.
D Plus was so hyped when they beat HLE earlier, and Genji just like, I feel maybe it's as a result of their loss against Bro. It's like all business now.
Yeah, I mean that's fair.
Or maybe
I respect it.
Maybe Ruler just had a massive rant after get the penta stolen. Just like got.
He had like a total breakdown backstage.
Oh,
It was just like really awkward.
You took my pent.
Everybody's like, "Wow, this guy's really hardcore." We didn't know that.
Well, they should have known that. He's been on the team before, especially Chovy. You know. Well, anyway.
I think that okay, Canyon's gonna win it. The crowd seemed pretty surprised by that. I'm pretty surprised by it. I guess it's because of his Lee Sin performance in the first game, which was quite good.
Yeah, his vibe was fine as well.
Sure.
I mean,
who'd you vote for?
I went for Keen.
Oh.
Because I thought the Poppy ult's really big, and his Cassante team fighting. He had that little bit at the start. I can understand why people wouldn't vote for him, because at the start he had missed some abilities, which is a bit. But he kind of came back with it in the team fights, and then his Poppy game, he just kept finding the targets he wanted with the ult every single time.
Yes, Cassante was good. His Poppy was great. I think, again, pretty unceremonious from Gen G. They made it look very straightforward. Their coaches really straightened them up, and maybe Ruler did as well. But guys, we have the interview ready to go right now. I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the LCK CUP POM interview translation, joined by Canyon on the side of Genji. Congratulations! Thank you.
네, 젠지의 세 번째 승리입니다.
This is Genji's third victory. How do you feel?
이겨서 엄청 좋고 이렇게 오랜만에 또
It's great to win with a 2-0.
좋습니다.
And yeah, it's been a really long time since I've been on the stage for an interview. Yeah, in the Korean analyst desk, Rascal said that it made his day from seeing you play so well. So how satisfied are you with your play?
와서 엄청 그래도
I feel like I made less mistakes today. So I think I'm pretty content.
1세트 룰러 선수의
And in
코르키가
game 1,
킬까지 만들어내면서
with Ruler's Corki getting up to Quadra, all it took was stepping aside to let him get his penta, but it was robbed by Chovy. So was Ruler disappointed about it at all?
오른쪽에 제가 아타칸을 잡은 걸 킬로 봐서
Chovy and Keen
모르고 있더라고요.
actually saw that we got Atakan
또 먹고 나서 한참 뒤에
from the kill walk, so they actually weren't aware. So I think they genuinely just didn't know.
그러면 캐년 선수는 룰러 선수가 이렇게 펜타킬 기회가
So
있으면
Canyon,
양보할 생각이 있으신가요?
if it was up to you, would you let Ruler have his penta?
양보하고
You know, I think I would always try to let my teammates get penta because there's not a lot of times, not every day you get a penta. It just creates a good memory. Do you want to say anything to Chovy then?
몰랐을 거예요, 아마. 그래서 뭐
You know, I'm just going to say Chovy really should probably didn't know. He probably genuinely didn't know. And in game 2, you know, Canyon, you were working really hard for that enemy Kaisa kill, and Duro came swooping in to snipe and KS you.
미안 이렇게 말해서
Did you know?
말하는데
Oh yeah, he took the kill and he said, "Oh, I'm sorry." But to be honest,
그게 의미 있나 싶기도 해서 뭐 네.
you know, like every kill, that kill in particular wasn't very meaningful, so it was okay. You know, just in case you missed it, let's take a look at Duro's face again.
듀로 선수가 이렇게까지 눈치를 보는 거.
That guilty look on his face. Were you aware? You know, I only listened to his voice, but you know, what a fun moment.
장로 그룹입니다. 이제 1승만 달성을 하면
And Group Elder is now at 12 wins. So just one win is all it takes for Group Elder to secure the winner's spot. So yeah, Group Elder has been doing really well, and they're so reliable. They've been doing great, and I hope that we are able to secure all the wins, the rest of the wins, and any Any word for the fans for the holiday? You know, it's going to be Lunar New Year, and I'm so grateful that you guys are all here. I hope you have a great holiday. And that's the end of the interview with Canyon, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya. Chat, let's put claps in the chat for Gen G, as they deserve that after the victory, and gave those out to the DN Freaks after that series. It was a 2-0. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wolf, and that was very one-sided. Couple of multiple kills stolen away. Gen G just taking care of business.
Sometimes, you know, games happen like the Pro vs. Gen G series that make you go, wow, I can't believe this is happening. This is amazing. LCK is popping. And sometimes a series is just exactly what you'd expect, and you're just watching it unfold, and you're like, yeah,
you know,
that did happen.
You know the phrase that this series could have been an email, you know? Emails are pretty instantaneous. That took a little while. I feel like this series could have been a fax. You know what I mean? This series could have been a fax.
What's a fax?
Where you dial in a number in a specific
I know,
location with a piece of paper in it. It sends
just
an image
okay,
of that to another place to print it out.
No, I need to know this. Have you guys ever actually faxed anything? Because I have not.
Of course.
I have.
How do you send documents to people before the internet?
You have to send out facts. You know what is a fact indeed? The player of the match. Let's take a look at some of those POM votes for this series. As it was split, could have gone multiple different ways, but 6 of them go the way of Canyon. Both of y'all voted for Ruler here, though.
That was mostly just because he won on Corki. Really, I don't know. This
one
again,
lane against Ash Braum on Corki.
I think Canyon, to me, the moment that he went, you know, I think he had a really good kick, but then he also just didn't look that convincing.
He had the mid lane play, like the other kick.
And then I think the Keen vote actually, that's the one that I heard. And like, you know what? That might actually be, because Keen has been playing great. I think Keen is the only one as do it.
나만 그렇게 이길 수 있어. 당연히. This is not what Ruler sounds like. I don't know. I can't do a Ruler voice. I'm not as cool as him. What am I supposed to do?
You completely sold it.
You did sell it.
Penta a few times and you're there.
Penta.
There you go. Nailed it.
And then hit him with the movie, the rom-com movie line. What did you put there, Chronicler?
Because he didn't really have, like, I'm pretty sure he didn't die. You know, his
die
biggest
on
enemy
Israel.
was Chovy for stealing his Penta.
That's because Kaisa was picked on the other side. Wolf, a known Kaisa anti.
Right now, yeah.
In this meta.
Counter to Israel, not on when Ruler's on the other side, I guess.
I think that so as thanks for the win, pun work from Ox here.
From Axe.
I know. Mbessa, but Keen did not allow. Is this a? I'm feeling like this is a pun again. I feel like Coco has been doing a lot of those. Oh no!
But Rascal's the Lee Sin guy.
He was our best lead. This was 2022 KT when he was the best top laner. Arguably, he had like a solo kill record, and then he didn't even make playoffs. It was very sad.
Very sad.
One more? Right. Do we have one more? We do not have one more. I've been told. Let's take a look.
Rondo will be gold.
Do we have one highlight? We have the first highlight.
We do.
Yeah, we got one.
Look at the first highlight.
It's a long one.
This last series.
Yeah, and just like how this game felt, the first highlight is just a whole lot of nothing. Because it felt like DN Freaks just never really showed up in this game.
Can you hear the and then the facts getting printed out right now? The facts are...
Okay, don't keep going back to the facts, because I guarantee you most of our audience have never... Like, I know what a fax is.
No, we've got awares in the chat. They're aware of what the fax is.
Yeah, they know what it is, but they haven't used it.
Look, there's a lot of old relics of technology that young people know about, like a phone that has a cord attached to it in like the kitchen. They've seen that before.
I mean, I think telegrams are neat as well, but we don't use them anymore.
Answering machines. Come on.
No one has an answer.
Everyone's seen a fax at their high school or whatever. You know, come on. They still use that.
No.
Away messages.
Okay, that's not... That's too niche.
Basically, what we're describing here is... what we're seeing is just... Gen G just ran over this game. And for DN Freaks, to me, the top side really needs to start performing better. Right? I think that particularly Pioshik and Live... at no point this season have looked like they're on the same page. If they don't fix that, and if Dudu doesn't go back to some of his previous years' form, I don't think this team is going to perform.
I also think I want to add one kind of comment about this team is I feel like Bulldog was in his best games really impactful, even in losses, and was a huge reason why they almost got back into some of their lost games. And Pyongyang felt very muted in this series, felt very invisible. And he had some weird builds, like he went for the old companion build on Victor in Game 1, went Conqueror on Aurora in Game 2. We weren't a huge fan of it. And just in general, I think he's not experienced enough. And I get it, you want to give him some experience. You put him in the deep end with this Genji matchup today. But I want to see more Bulldog. I don't think Pyongyang's ready yet. I don't think this team is necessarily looking for that type of player right now.
Yeah, but that's what the LCK Cup is for, and we've seen so many different teams use substitutions to gather information and figure out how things go. Makes it tough when you're using old technology, old runes there.
Yeah, this one
was... Like a fax machine.
Like a fax machine. Thank you, Wolf. Hammering that one home. I love it. I love it. Cronny, he's stunned. Look at him. He's stunned. He can't take the fax machine anymore.
Cronny's got a phonograph in his house. What's he so concerned about? He's got a record player in there, too. He still listens to cassettes. Come on.
I do actually have a cassette.
8-track.
He clocked me. I'm done.
Well, updated are the standings, because we just played those, and we can update it right away.
You know what a CD-ROM is, Chronicler?
Genji sitting at 3-1 now. DN Freaks dropped down to 1 and 3.
Music.
And now, like Ox said on the cast, we'll be battling it out for win score, game score here, as the Bros had the big upset, and it was a 2-0, and BNK FearX will have to look for a victory.
The biggest takeaway is that Hanwha Life is nowhere near they were expected. And do note, next week we actually do have less matches because of the way that the LCK Cup format works. We only have a single 5 against 5 group format. But all these matches are going to have a really big impact, particularly for the unfortunate members of Group Baron, because they have been really struggling, and whoever ends up being lost is going to be in a rough position. Now, I do think that Hanwha Life should be able to beat that DRX handily. But maybe UCal can make a miracle happen.
Maybe. BNK, their last game is against Nongshim. You know, that's a really, really important match for them. When if they lose it, they actually go winless in the group. And even if they win it, they're not out necessarily. They'll need DN Freaks to also lose their match against KT, and the game score matters.
I also need to know, Degon, who are you predicting for Pro DK? Because DK right now are looking like the best team in the league. So does that mean
that you're me versus you? Does that what does that mean?
I mean, I'm leaning into it as a tomorrow.
What are we betting? What should we bet on this one?
I need some time to think about that. I'm not going to be.
I mean, Bro has had a history of upsetting D+ and Dom1 Gaming in the past.
True.
Yeah, we'll see. T1 and Nongshim Red Force tomorrow will kick it off, and then it's Bro time after the big win up against KT roster, looking to bounce back after their loss in the Telecom War. It has been a great day of matches today, and we've got more for you tomorrow. We will have a lot of fun until then. Y'all, thank you so much for watching and spending your Saturday with us, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action.
This desk could have been a page.